And call our meeting to order at 6 PM. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, May 16th, 2023. Madam Clerk, will you take the roll?
Assemblymember Hell.
Here.
Assemblymember McKee. Here. Assemblymember Two.
Here.
Assemblymember Yent.
Here.
Assemblymember Fono.
Are here.
Assemblymember Bernier.
Here.
And Assemblymember Nowers. Here. Madam Mayor, you have a quorum.
Okay. Is there anything any members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Deputy Mayor?
With your permission, I would like to propose removing Resolution 23-041, the Long Lake timber salvage, and moving it to the first meeting in June, the first regular meeting, which is June 6th.
Okay. So under other new business in your agenda, almost to the end of your agenda, there is a motion there to rescind resolution serial 23-041. And we now have a motion to pull that from tonight's agenda and place it on June 6th. Is that the date? June 6th. June 6th agenda. Discussion? Yes.
I just wonder, the maker of the motion, I don't know if there's people here who came thinking that they would be testifying on that, but if you could, is there a reason for delaying it to the 6th?
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, if I may. So I spoke in the comments at the last meeting, but we have our staff that couldn't be here tonight. It's their child's graduation, and then we asked the state of Alaska to send somebody who could help answer questions for the public and for ourselves that evening from the State Forestry Division, and they can't be here until June 6th as well. So that's why. So
Further discussion on the motion to move to the June 6th, 2023 meeting. Is there any objection to that motion passing? No, seeing, hearing none, it will be moved. Okay, are there any other changes? Yes, Assemblyperson Two, go ahead, sir.
I would like to pull AM 23-046 off the agenda.
Oh, okay. Does everybody see that? AM 23-046. The motion is to pull that from the agenda completely. Yeah, okay. Discussion, questions? Is there any objection? Okay, so that one then is pulled from tonight's agenda. Assemblyperson McKee, did I see your hand up there?
Yeah, you
earlier?
did. Excuse me. RS 23055. I just have some questions on how that works, and I'd like to get a little more discussion on it.
RS, which one, ma'am?
23055.
Okay,
That's the one about the horse trail riding thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
all right, okay. Any other changes to the agenda? Assemblyperson McKee, you still have your light
sorry.
on. Are you interested? No, okay. Okay, then hearing none, then the agenda is approved as changed. You'll all stand, please. And John, Mr. Attorney, our guest tonight, would you lead us in the pledge?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item on our agenda is the minutes of preceding meetings, and we do not have any minutes to be presented. The next item is agency reports. Do we have anyone from either of the three cities here to do a report? Okay, I don't see anybody. Do we have somebody from the school district? Don't see anybody. I don't see Todd from the state. Okay, we have someone from Tenina Community Council. Good evening. Will you, okay, and then when you turn the mic on and state your name and et cetera, sir. Okay. Is it all the same? Go ahead, sir. Mhm.
Good evening. My name is Will Hastings. I'm a board member for the Tenina Community Council. We have several members from our community council here in the audience, and they will be speaking later about this issue. The testimony you will hear from the residents of Heather Way off of Schrock Road is not an isolated or unique situation within our community council, and in all likelihood is happening throughout the neighboring community councils as well. Specifically, narcotics trafficking with associated illegal activities projecting from central properties as opposed to corner traffic that you might see in a larger city. These properties are within states of significant disrepair or pseudo state of abandonment, nestled into vibrant, active, single-family communities. Search the Alaska State Trooper database for the past year, and Heather Way comes up twice. Past years are not maintained on their public website, but if they were, Heather Way would come up numerous times. But again, this problem is not confined to this single area. These properties offer a centralized place for the congregation of people living outside the law, but inside our citizens' everyday living space. You will hear how these activities have interfered with people's everyday lives and their livelihoods. People have lost wages, have missed job interviews, and subsequently lost job opportunities. People have been forced to use job compensation vacation time, all because they've been physically blocked from going to work. This is what has happened in the past, and it's foolish to believe that this won't continue into the future. You will also hear how these residents have attempted countless times to get assistance for this issue by engaging with their local government, both within code compliance, assembly representation, and the Alaska State Troopers. They see no efforts from their local government to engage on this issue, which is why they brought it to the Tenina Community Council. In fact, the only tangible actions by local government have been to raise the property taxes year over year on these folks, while lowering the property taxes of the property in question, adding both injury and insult. The property in question has had its assessed value decreased by $72,000, while the average assessed value on Heather Way has gone up $87,000 over the last 2 years. Borough Code 8.50.025 Public Nuisance Abatement offers a starting point for addressing this and very similar issues in our community council. Private ownership of property and private enterprise are central to our democracy and our capitalistic system. But there is a balance between the two where they cannot unreasonably interfere with the ability of neighboring entities to explore and enjoy those same rights. All too often, and at an increased rate due to value development, we are getting complaints from citizens about the ripple effects they are experiencing from negative activities projecting from private and commercial properties. These are the single largest issues that motivate citizens to shorten their evening meals, leave their families, and drive to our monthly general meetings. Community members have approached us living in different areas, fearing retaliation for speaking publicly on or reporting about narcotics trafficking and other illegal activities emanating from these derelict properties. If citizens are afraid to report of the reporting of the problem, it can only be because they believe the local government response will be conducted in a way that rolls back onto them. This belief may or may not be justified, but it does demonstrate a lack of confidence in the local government to take action and manage any consequences. As a result, some citizens stay silent, both afraid of the crime and afraid to report it. The Heather Way situation and others like it show that our area is out of balance. These properties are enabling nefarious activity that is interfering with the basic functions of our communities, functions such as public safety and commerce. Adjoining property owners owe a duty of care to ensure their actions or inactions do not unreasonably interfere with the function and enjoyment of adjoining property owners. The owners of the properties in question have been unable or unwilling to contain any of the negative consequences created by their own management decisions. Borough residents look to Borough Code for areas where the laws are in place to deal with these situations. They exist. but there is no action to enforce. Other growing communities around the United States experience the same issues and tensions, and some of them have developed some very effective tools to ensure property owners are held accountable for their actions or inactions when they impact surrounding neighborhoods. The TCC has provided you a link and a copy of the Department of Justice document that outlines various techniques and tools that local governments can use to control illegal activities projecting from private properties. I encourage you to look on page 26 on an example from Maricopa County, Arizona, that describes a situation almost identical to what we're experiencing with Tenina. The TCC advocates on behalf of our residents in this matter and requests the Assembly and Mayor and Borough professionals devote some energy on and trying to figure out how to reestablish balance. And when you've arrived at the solution, we would like it presented to by our Assembly representative and the Borough attorney during one of our future Community Council meetings. If you have specific questions about Heather Way, I ask that you pose those questions to the members that are here tonight to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. This is the first time we've ever had anyone, come under this. So, yeah, why don't we go ahead?
Yes, the gentleman that just spoke. There have been a lady and a gentleman that appeared before us twice and talking about a terrible situation. Is this the same area? I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm probably not being very clear, but.
Not that I'm aware of, ma'am, but like I said, this is happening at least throughout our community. This one in particular, residents are here to talk about. We've had other members come to us or other citizens within Tenina from very different places that are having the exact same problem, only they're afraid to do anything.
Why are they afraid? Because of the drug dealers and the stuff that's.
They're afraid that it's twofold. They're afraid that by saying something, it's going to roll back on them. Okay. And so, they don't have the trust, right, with either law enforcement or the government that is going to be able to take action on it in a way that doesn't roll back on them. So they're afraid to report and they're afraid to live where they're living.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be fixed. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Assembly person.
Is this
Sir.
property already in borough hands yet, or I'm sure
No,
their
sir.
taxes aren't paid and
I've done personal research on this one. Their taxes are paid, but it's under a trust. If you look elsewhere in the borough under that same trust name, that other property is not paid for right now.
Okay. Any other? Yes.
Sir.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Was there a proposition or something that you, as the community, wanted to do? Can you elaborate on that, please?
Is there something that we want done?
Yeah.
What we would like done is the borough has codes to deal with this. And if I know that these citizens have approached code compliance, and for whatever reason, code compliance has been hesitant to do anything. And that could be because they fear going there as well. I don't know. But we know that there are 8.50.025 offers the starting point for dealing with things like this. We also have submitted a Department of Justice pamphlet. That's what we attached in there. I picked page 26 because it expresses exactly what is very, very similar to what our citizens are facing with this. And that could be a way that the borough could, without reinventing the wheel, look to that and perhaps develop tighter code to deal with it.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Could
If
just
I
ask
may-
one more- oh.
If I may, I just wanted to add that Assemblymember Hale and I have both cleaned up lots, not exactly like this, but in dismay in our districts. And I think we've been here long enough that I feel confident and experienced that we can help any of the newer assembly members if they're having issues like this in their district, as can the attorney. So I just wanted to add that, as can planning director, Alex Strawn, right? So if anybody's having issues in their district, feel free to ask any one of us if you would like some help. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
And could I just ask whose district this is, what district this is? District what?
District 6.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, Ron, go ahead.
Okay. When I talked to Nick about similar things, okay, that Nick is our attorney. And as far as getting code compliance out there, getting tickets written to them, and a lot of times they won't, they just put them in the round file. But you get enough tickets and stuff, then they can go take that into a court and start suing them basically and gain the property that way. If they don't get it through non-tax or non-payment of taxes, that might be a possibility.
But as you asked this question to me earlier, right? And so this particular entity is a trust. They've paid the taxes on this one, but not the other one.
Okay.
And
So
I don't want to read too much into that.
What we need to do is
but-
start issuing them tickets, finding the heck out of them, basically, to a point whether they clean it up or they lose it.
But I think that, if you will, permit me, there's going to be situations in the borough. I mean, for one, if it's a property that's in this state of repair, more than likely the owner has no means of cleaning that up.
Okay.
So that's why as an example, the Maricopa County way of dealing with it might be something that the borough could adopt to try and work
I
through
see.
that.
The reason I asked you if it had been foreclosed on yet as far as the taxes, we had one in my neighborhood. Same thing. Guy caught his house on fire, burnt down half a structure. He moves out. He's going to owner finance it to a guy named Bubba who brings in 25 junk cars, takes a rope right down the side of the property, hangs blue tarps for a fence. And a couple of years later, nothing's happening. People in and out of there. I went back to the original owner. He was losing the property. I offered to pay the back taxes, give him a certain amount of money because he needed a pickup truck. He wasn't going to do anything with the property, a couple $1,000 so he could go buy a truck. Now he got the property in my name. We removed 25 junk cars and about $8,000 in dump fees to get that property to where we don't have a bunch of druggies on it. I mean, that's what it came down to.
Right. And then I ask you, sir, you did that as a private citizen
I did.
doing that. And, we've got tax-paying citizens on this road that, do that. To ask, that's why we have local government. This is why we have local government, so that you don't have to do something like that. And, there are tools out there. There are ways to do this where we can have a balance between private property owners, even if they have it derelict, okay, as long as there is not narcotics trafficking and other things emanating from it. But once that starts happening, it's crossed the line. And so it is an enabler for illegal activity. And I think we need to look at it from that perspective. The property owner is by their actions or inactions is enabling illegal activity, and they are part of it. That's why we're bringing this to you.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I believe this subject deserves a lot more attention. The experience that I have has just been inside of my district only, and I know each property such like this poses its own challenges. I propose that we set up a work session in the future when the manager feels is right. We work with members of the public, leaders in our community, heads of community councils, and our attorney and team to actually try to come up with solutions that we could use district to district on this subject. I do believe this deserves a lot more attention. So I'd like to propose that.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I would absolutely support a work session on this. An issue like this was kind of what propelled me into this job right here. And over the last several years, I've actually done a few things that the borough has never done before in order to address some of these properties. The Butte compound We have seized that property. We're getting our clerk's deed any day now. We got the community came together and got it cleaned up, but now the borough is going to actually take possession of that property based on both back taxes, and if the taxes weren't an issue, we have a large judgment against the folks. And so there's a couple of new techniques now that we have tried and that are seeming to work. And if we can apply those techniques across the borough and just kind of have like a step-by-step process where, you start here, you go here, and if they won't correct, eventually you get, contempt of court, you get a judgment against them for some large amount of money that the property will never appraise to, and then you seize the property in lieu of judgment, and then, whatever, auction it off or whatever to someone who's going to be more responsible or whatever. But we need a process that we can follow. That's really just a step-by-step process to address these properties, because I have them. I mean, I'm dealing with 4 or 5 of them right now in my own district. Just trying to get the folks to clean up first. Like, that's the hard part, right? So anyway, I support a work session for sure.
Okay. Further questions, Assembly? Yes, Assembly Person 2, go ahead.
I would support a workstation, and you're absolutely right in saying that the borough is full of them. It's not your own location. It's everywhere. So I definitely would support more time and effort and a work session to look into seeing what we could do.
Okay.
Not to put you on the spot, Manager Brown, but would you like to propose a date today so that we can communicate with members of the public on when that may be?
Can we maybe have the manager get back to us at the next meeting regarding, or in the meantime, setting up the work session? And
Yes, ma'am.
And
Whenever
that-
he's comfortable with it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, okay. Yes, Assembly Person Bernier, go ahead.
I kind of thought that if every community council in the valley picked one project in their community, like the worst of the worst, and if they had some way of cleaning it up to where we would take away the dump fees on that. So each community council could pick one project a year, and that way we waive those fees on that project, and that would clean up one at a time that way. But it's widespread. There's a lot of these places like that, and it's not very unfortunate. It really is.
The only issue I see with that we would have to work through is that that's still private property. And, we can't just go on there and start removing it. So it's not that there's not a will.
Right. Yep.
We just got to figure out what the way is.
Yeah, and rest assured, sir, we will do it legally. No matter how bad we would like to all go out there tonight with a bag and a wrecking truck and
Yeah.
haul them off. And
Do it the
we
Borough
certainly
way,
feel-
right? Do it the Alaska way.
Yeah. Yeah, so we don't want to end up with a big lawsuit and worse condition than what we are right now. So, and I'm
Yes,
sure you understand that, and all your people understand that too. So yes, Assembly Person Nowers, go
I'll just say
ahead.
part of the trouble is keeping them clean too. We have examples of properties that have been cleaned up and then they get trash again. But I would just ask, if we do a work session, if there's a way to structure it so it's a community discussion. It's not you get 3 minutes to talk, but maybe it's a community meeting. So it's not just the 7 of us having free. I mean, I think the community, if you have ideas, because this is a problem that the borough has struggled with. I mean, I don't want to lay this on code compliance because they have to follow the rules. And so anyways, if we schedule me, I'd like it to be structured so it can be a free discussion with the community so people can speak as much as we can, and throw some of these ideas back and forth, see if we can come up with something.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Assembly Person.
Again, thank you for bringing up attention, even though most people misunderstood my question, but I want to know what we can do. And then as we had this discussion right now, I believe we've brought up a lot of good points. And Mr. Bernier brought it up. And I think this is eliminating the fee with a dump that's associated with specific project, that's probably the least we can do, and it's probably not going to be limited to just one. But as long as we do it, just actually focus on one at a time and complete it. And there was Mr. Hale brought up an example, but there's another property that also was in a similar situation. But basically, I'll re-explain again, is basically the property owners, even though they did not respond, they did not clean up, but they've had enough citations issued that it equaled out to a large enough amount that Borough was able to legally go after the property. So just because the property tax is paid, this is a separate thing. Would be more of a violation, occurs that on daily basis. And when you're having several $100s or whatever that amount is pile up daily, that's a lot of money that will add up real quick. We're going to ask for your patience for that process to take place, and it will take time, but then there's so many steps can be taken before legally the borough will be able to get possession of the property, or they will make on their own, will go and clean up this property. So one or the two options. So then hopefully they actually do clean it up and they take it enough. They won't want to keep on getting citations and lose the property, but instead they'll do that thing, because you could probably do that with a lot less than what the property is worth, instead of them losing the property. So be patient with the process. We will have a work session, and I believe there's similar example that in the past that happened, taken place, and it ended up having a positive outcome. So we heard you very well, and I appreciate our mayor allowing us this question with you. Normally we don't do this, but this one was a very productive one, because I believe it in one way or another affects all of our districts in a different way. But we got a lot out of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Assemblyperson Fanoff, we just recently passed our budget. We're really stretching the rules tonight, but we'll go there. Anyway, we just passed our budget, and Assemblyperson Fanoff had an idea, not necessarily in this severe case that you had, but did you want to talk a little bit about what you
Basically,
proposed?
what we did, something new that hasn't been done before, we allocated a decent amount of money aside specifically for junk car removal, meaning, I'll give you a brief example. Basically, each of you in the room who has a junk property, that it could be on your personal property, but you don't have ability or strength or money to pay for it, we'll create a program and we'll work out details. And basically, if somebody had, let's just say, paid $150 to have that car towed away, with that receipt after they completed that, they would be able to come to Borough and ask for reimbursement. So basically, that removal of a vehicle will be free of charge to the owner. They will have to meet certain criteria, and they probably will have limit of how many cars that they could do. But this will be a program that will available even at the basically, it should remove up to 300 to 400 cars annually. And if Assembly has agreed, if it works well, we'll extend the budget even more. And average citizen, not necessarily in the right of way or anything, even just off of their property, they don't have ability, they don't have a trailer, they don't have but they'll be able to call a tow truck. We perhaps will have a contract with a tow company that'll give us a better rate, so we can remove more vehicles and be able to get reimbursement. So citizens could help other people or whatever, or themselves to clean up, specifically when it comes to junk removal vehicles.
Okay.
So again, this doesn't necessarily, is your situation is so egregious that, but hopefully with this program that, and it, like Assemblyperson stated, that we're working out the details, because this was only adopted, a week ago.
Right.
And, but it will hopefully maybe stop from it escalating into what you're facing.
Right. No, it's going to be,
It's a
not
long road here,
not
but
death by 1,000 cuts, but life by 1,000 cuts, right? So we'll, things like that, and doing a meeting
right,
and figuring out,
right,
we're
yeah.
good with that.
It's going to be a long road, but thank you for
Sure.
coming.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks.
Alrighty, next item on our agenda on the committee reports. I don't believe there has been a joint assembly and school board committee on school issues. Are there any public relation reports? Okay, Mr. Brown, do you have a report, sir?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll work to be brief. Just two quick updates for the Assembly tonight. On the Resolution 23056, it's on the consent agenda. That's a resolution to encourage the State Department of Transportation to stop transferring maintenance responsibilities part of federal highway projects. So we talked about this at strategic planning in March. So if this resolution passes tonight, I'm going to take the approach that we will not make any agreements with the Department of Transportation to accept maintenance responsibilities for federal highway jobs. So if they insist upon it, we will bring that to the Assembly for approval. In the past, that's something the manager could execute without Assembly approval. The good news is, and we've already kind of taken that tack, but we wanted to get the resolution passed to formalize it, is the maintenance responsibilities that the Department of Transportation was trying to transfer to the borough as part of KGB. They have withdrawn that. So the borough will not be accepting any additional maintenance responsibilities as part of the construction of Connect Goose Bay Road. So that's good news. Just wanted to follow up because we talked about that specifically. So I wanted to close a loop on some of those things that we talked about on that Saturday. Resolution just below that, Resolution 23057, establishes a Borough Adopt a Road program. We talked about that on that Saturday as well. So this resolution describes what we're going to do and how we're going to go about doing it. The Department of Transportation, state level, already has an Adopt a Road program. This would allow us to do this on borough roads. The details are in the legislation itself. I just wanted to call it out because, again, closes the loop on something we talked about and kind of feeds into the community cleanup conversation that we're having tonight. There were about 4 key takeaways from that Saturday that involved community cleanup items. This is one of those. So we are working on that. We are looking at junk vehicle options and ways to create capacity to do that as a long-term solution. It's going to take some time, as the mayor alluded to, but wanted to close the loop on those 2 for you tonight, as those 2 remained on the consent agenda. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Ready, Mr. Attorney, do you have any comments? Okay, thank you. Deputy Clerk, do you have comments, ma'am?
Assembly members, my report is in your red folders.
For the first of many. We have a new deputy clerk, so we're giving her a little bit of hassle here. She's doing well, though. Next item on the agenda is citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments on any of the citizens or other correspondence? Hearing none, then they are presented. Madam Clerk, would you read the IM, please?
IM 23104, informing the Assembly of the manager renewing 2 commercial use permits with QAP for the use of borough-owned land and improvements within the Port McKenzie Special Use District for a term of not more than 18 months.
Are there any comments on the IM? Hearing none, it is presented. We do not have any persons to be heard. The next item is public hearing. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing for ordinance 23-033, an ordinance amending MSB 17.30 conditional use permit for earth material extraction activities by creating a registration process for earth material extraction of 2,001 to 10,000 cubic yards annually. If you are on the phone and would like to speak to this, please push *3.
Okay, staff report, sir. They're going to give you 3 minutes.
She's starting the timer on me here.
We have a new deputy clerk there too tonight. She knows you well,
I know,
sir.
she's trying to hurry me up. Yeah, she wants the meeting to go fast. Yeah. So, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, Alex Strawn, Planning Director for the Matsu Borough. This ordinance modifies the gravel regulations within the borough. And I want to sort of explain how the current system sort of works and how this changes it. So right now, there's basically 3 categories that a person can be in. One is if you're mining under 2,000 cubic yards, you can do so without a permit, without any standards, without any approval. You can just do it by right and go about your business. If you're going over 2,000 cubic yards, there's two different options. Well, sort of three. One is you can get an administrative permit. An administrative permit does require public notification. It does require a development plan where you show where your traffic is going to be going, where you're going to have all of your different phases and your berms and things like that. So you're going to provide a plan. It is adjudicated by the planning director. So I actually sit on the dais and I gavel in and take public testimony and make a decision that is appealable to the Board of Adjustments and Appeals. And the administrative permit, there's two different routes you can go down. One is you can have all the material in the world, so 1 million cubic yards if you want to, as long as it's finished within 2 years, or you can have 7,000 cubic yards annually, indefinitely. So those are your two different options. If you don't fall into either of those options, then your only option then is to do a conditional use permit, where it's all the same application material, but the adjudicator is actually the Planning Commission, which is a 7-person board appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the assembly. And so that process takes usually a couple of months, whereas the administrative permit process is required by law, by code, to be adjudicated within 30 days of a complete application. So what this ordinance does is it creates a new category. If you're over 2,000 cubic yards, but under 10,000 cubic yards, you can apply for a registration. So this registration would be, I think, like a $100 permit application or application. So you'd essentially tell us where it's going to be. It does require that, so it's an annual registration. You can only have up to 5 in a lifetime on a piece of property. It does have hours of operation. It requires that you are able to take down a hill, but you can't make a hole such that your property is not developable, like sort of takes away the ability to develop it. It requires 100 feet from water body and several different requirements, but there's really no adjudication other than you can't be within a half mile of another property that has one of these registrations. And I guess the part that we would look at is whether, because only each individual can only have one of these. So one person can't have several of these throughout the borough. So that's another thing we'd look at. And then we'd look to make sure that you are indeed taking down a hill and making a property flat and not just digging a hole. So that's the short and skinny of it. And I'd answer any questions you have.
Deputy Mayor?
In the 4 scenarios that you described, under 2,000 and then above with the 3 different options, you're speaking in regards to when somebody is selling the gravel, correct?
That is correct. There's many provisions within the beginning of our gravel code that one of them is this only applies to commercial earth material extraction.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions to staff? Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
So you're saying that you can only have one of these pieces at a time? Is it like 5 years in between and then you buy another piece of property and you dig that one up as well?
Conceivably, a person could do that. They could, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Assemblyperson Hale.
The administrative permit, do you need any kind of engineering or anything like that? You can pretty much draw these plans up at home, correct?
So that depends. In most scenarios, there's no engineering required. In most scenarios, you can, if you're somewhat savvy, you can draw a site plan, you can do some typing, and you have a good idea of what you're going to do, then you can develop this yourself at a pretty low cost. There may be some scenarios where perhaps you're going to access directly onto a major collector or like a highway or something like that. We may say you might have to have your some sort of study done to see that your entrance and exit are safe. But generally speaking, no engineering is required.
Thanks.
Assemblyperson Miller.
So like if you want to do an administrative one, you could actually go and dig a big pit or a big hole. Where this one here, you have to make a usable land piece.
Yes,
ahead,
through the
sir.
mayor. So right now, this provision of you can take down a hill, but you can't dig a hole is not in code. So we do have standards for sloping standards. So you can't just build a cliff, generally speaking. So that does limit, depending on the size of your property, it does limit you from digging big holes. But there is nothing stopping this to become a pit rather other than flat ground. Yeah.
So this actually is less damaging on the environment then?
Potentially.
Deputy Mayor?
Currently, there's two different types of administrative permits, and I just want to make sure I understand them correctly. There's one for an unlimited amount of yardage for 2 years, correct? And then there's one for up to 7,000 yards per year for an unlimited amount of time, as long as they keep re-getting it with you, right? Or do they have to do it annually every year?
So an administrative permit for 7,000 cubic yards annually can go indefinitely. We have one out on Sullivan Road that's been issued, and there's no expiration to that. They can mine 7,000 cubic yards indefinitely.
Thank you. And you've been here quite some time, close to 15, 20 years. How many of those have been awarded? And is there a way, so just full disclosure, they were out, there was a couple maps out for the public and for us, but I worked with Alex and we created these maps together so that people could have something to look at. But are they declared on there which ones are administrative?
So we've done, I don't know how many administrative permits we've issued. I can tell you that we've done quite a few, dozens, I can say. Out of all of those, only 2 of them have been for the 7,000 cubic yards. The vast majority of them are for under 2 years. They're for road projects or whatever it may be.
More based for government, like big government projects, big road projects, right? The unlimited gravel ones typically are going to be for a short period of time to build a road. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was the intent of the code, is for a road project. But a lot of times it's if somebody wants to do a conditional use permit, but they want to get sort of a permit in fast, they'll do administrative permit while they work on their conditional use permit. That's not uncommon.
Thank you. Under the, under the current system, and again, this is referencing when somebody wants to sell, because obviously if they're not selling the gravel, they can move as much as they want. But if somebody's selling, say, 1,900 yards, is there any water body setbacks in that currently?
If you're under 2,000 cubic yards,
Correct.
there's no standards.
Is there any hours of operation?
No.
Any noise ordinance stuff other than the standard 90 decibels?
There's no noise requirements whatsoever, not even the 90 decibel, because that only applies to amplified noise and sound.
Thank you.
Person Bona?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that you say the one that everybody says current process, that's perfect or whatever it is, the 2,000 cubic yards, they're technically without any regulations, people even on a small lot can dig deep into a hole if they want to, correct?
That's correct. If you're doing under 2,000 cubic yards, you can build a dig hole or dig a big hole over a period of years.
Same thing with gravel pits. Most of them, they do dig down. They're also a digging fairly low, correct?
Many of them do. A lot of times they're just trying to make a lot developable for whatever.
Okay. Yeah. But with all the additional restrictions and the conditions that we're considering between 2001 cubic yard to 10, there's a lot more provisions in place to leave the lot as usable and flat as possible, correct?
So this does contain that provision that you cannot dig a hole. You have to basically make it level, take down a hill, which, yes, that only would apply to the registration. It would not apply to other larger conditional use permits or administrative permits.
When you would receive one of these registrations, what type of things that you will look for before you actually issue that approval?
So if we received an application to do registration, we would first of all look to see if this property has received a registration over 5 times. We'd look to see that the applicant doesn't have a registration somewhere else. We'd look to see that this registration is not within a half mile of a different registered pit. And then we'd look to see that they essentially, like, we'd actually go out to the site. We'd look to see, are they taking down a hill, or are they taking a level property and making it a hole? And so as long as we can verify that they're actually indeed taking down a hill, then we could go ahead and all those other things are met, we could go ahead and issue that.
So if a person has a perfectly flat 1 acre lot and you'd go out there, or based even on the satellite images, you'll see that there's nothing to take out, that registration will not get approved?
That's correct.
Okay, so this technically works almost focused on, because it has provisions to not dig a hole, it's basically to make lots buildable, flat, to remove the hills. Is that correct?
So the effect of that would be that they could take down hills, but they couldn't dig a hole.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Further question? Yes, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
So is there, and we've been through this so many times, so I forget where we are at the moment.
Yeah.
Point is there any public input into this now? Neighbors coming, public hearing kind of thing? Or is that, as it is under the 2000, which you don't get to do that?
So through the mayor, there would be no public input in this process whatsoever.
Okay.
That would be up to the planning commission then, basically?
So
this would not go to the planning commission. This would come into the permit center. It would be reviewed by our staff and we would approve it.
So it would be the staff that was actually doing this.
Yes,
and so the people have nothing to say about it?
correct.
Okay.
Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Does this completely replace the administrative permit, or is the administrative permit still available as a secondary? If someone wanted to, for instance, dig a hole, they could go and get the administrative permit. Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, the Butte compound, I think, was an administrative permit to dig a hole originally. Yeah.
Maybe this is a superfluous question, but
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
sorry, yeah. Could you dig a hole because you want to sell the gravel and then fill it in with good dirt to make it, I mean, would that be a possibility? If you did it right away or had a reclamation process period of time?
So through
Go
the
ahead.
mayor, so I don't think that would be, I mean, that's a great question. Can you do that under a conditional use permit or an administrative permit? Yes. Could you do that under this? That might be, I think that's a great question, because if you bring in, organics and things like that, you can't necessarily build on that. So there could be an argument that this would no longer be, an economically viable property after you do this. But that's something I haven't worked through yet, to be honest.
Okay, I was curious.
Deputy Mayor?
Under the current system, somebody's building a house, or they're going to put in a road or develop a piece of property, whatever that may be, and they're not selling any gravel. They're moving it on site, or maybe they're moving it from this property to a property around the corner or even miles away because it's in their way. Is there any rules or regulations that pertain to that when you're not selling gravel?
So, yeah, that's an excellent question. And
Can I add that you're not selling gravel or truck time, to be fair?
Yeah, so I have an opinion on this matter that so first of all, you can certainly on your own property move material around from one part of the property to another. You can fill holes in, you can stockpile, you can do all the different things if you're not removing it from that site. If you are removing it from the site, then I would say it depends. If you are literally just doing it to removing that material in order to build your home site, I would say that can be done without a permit. If you are doing it as part of a larger commercial operation, I think there's some precedents that even if you're not actually doing a cash transaction, that could be considered part of your commercial operation and is subject to the rules and requirements of the code.
And that was why I specified like selling truck time and things like that. So, but what you're saying then is if somebody's putting in a house or a road or something and they're not selling it, there's no limit to what they can move currently.
MSB 1730 only applies to the commercial sale of gravel.
Thank you, sir.
Further questions to staff? Yes, Assemblyperson 2, go ahead.
So if you take 20,000 yards off of a property that belongs to you and you put it on your other property across town, there's no problem. No permit necessary.
So I think the answer to that is it depends. If it is part of your larger commercial operation, then I think there's an argument to be made that is indeed commercial extraction. We did have a judge's opinion. This is on a different section of code, is on the junk and trash code, but we did have a judge's opinion that said, essentially, if you're, it had to do with junk and trash, but if you're doing this operation as part of a larger commercial operation, then it is indeed commercial, even if there's no transactions happening whatsoever.
Okay, let me do it again. So I have a property across town and I take 100,000 yards off of it and I move it across town to fill a hole in my other property that's 100,000 short, and I just want a playground for my kids. Do I need a permit?
If you're not doing it as part of a commercial operation, I think the answer would be you do not need a permit.
Do I need a permit for the 100,000 yards coming into my other property?
So the definition of extraction, which is what is regulated, is to remove it from your property. You can take in all the material that you want, but if you remove it as part of a commercial operation, then the code applies.
Okay, so keep going here. So the 100,000 yards that I'm bringing into my property, I need no permit, no permission, no nothing. I can bring 100,000 yards into my property.
As long as you're not filling wetlands or water bodies, then yes.
Just some. No. Okay, thank you.
Any further question? Yes, Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
So using that example, say that you said I did need a permit. I wanted to move 20,000 cubic yards. I was going to be under 2 years. I could do that now, right? I could get an administrative permit, apply to you, do a site plan, and you would have to have a public notice, but you have to by code decide in 30 days. So in 30 days, I could have in hand approval and $1,000 or $1,500, whatever the permit is. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, that is correct. You can, yes, right now you could go get an administrative permit to haul 20,000 cubic yards in under 2 years.
Okay, but the residents around you, under the current system, would have the ability to raise any concerns. You could take those into account if needed. You could look at the impact on the roads, whether the road was suitable for it. If we change to the new process, there would be no public notification and your ability to consider the impact on the road would not be under this new permit, would not be a consideration you could take into account.
So that's correct. The one thing I would say is if it's a change in use, if they're going from raw land to a gravel pit, then we would require a driveway permit. So we could consider, that intersection onto that road is safe. So we would have some say in their driveway installation.
Okay, but a lot less consideration than current permit. Let's talk about some of the other differences. So I just want to kind of put it in perspective. There was comment about the 2,000 cubic yards and under that is not regulated. That's the equivalent about 200 trucks of gravel.
Generally, it's 10 yards per truck.
Okay, and 10,000 is 1,000 trucks. So would you agree that's a significant difference in potential impact on the road and potentially the profit of the person? It's pretty hard to make a big profit moving 2,000 cubic yards, but 10,000 cubic yards, you you might be able to pay for some equipment. So there might be more incentive to do more of those than just clear your lot.
Sure, it's a 500% increase.
Okay.
Yep.
So there was just to clarify again, kind of what we're doing here. We've had a process in place since 2005 that allows public resident notification. So residents can have a say. How, since 2005, of those permits, what's the percentage that have been approved?
To the mayor.
Go
So,
ahead, sir.
yeah, we recently did an analysis. I think it was like 85%.
Okay, so we have the ability for the surrounding property owners who might be significantly impacted to have comment, and 85, 8 out of 10 times, almost 9 out of 10 times, they're approved. And are you aware in terms of a gravel shortage in the valley? I know 2 million tons goes into Anchorage every year. Do you hear a lot that we have a gravel shortage? People can't get it? People come to your office?
People don't come to my office looking for gravel, so I can't tell you the market of, whether
Okay,
there's
but you
gravel shortage.
haven't had people banging on your door saying, hey, I can't even build in the valley because I'm not able to get access to gravel. We're having a problem. You haven't heard that.
Correct.
Okay, some other things so one provision that would be in this is no, you can't dig a hole, which is not in the current regulations, but we could change the current regulations to add that if we wanted to without switching to a registration permit if we wanted to.
That's correct, and the Planning Commission did recommend that.
Okay. And then in terms of what's in the current permit process that would not be, and I just want to clarify again what we're changing. So besides losing residents' ability to be notified and have, the ability to have some say in this, under the current permit process, and I have the permit process here, somebody who comes in and wants to do a gravel pit, they have to identify drinking water protection areas, and they have to say how they're going to monitor the seasonal high water table. So they have to show you this is where I'm digging, and if there's any drinking water quality areas that have been identified by the state, they identify those on there. And they also tell you, this is what I'm doing to monitor the water table. So there's some kind of assurance that they've actually looked at it and know where the water table are and where the drinking water is.
That's correct. Well, so we go on to I think it's DEC website and identify the drinking water protection areas. So that's something that staff does.
Okay.
But certainly the person wishing to develop their property would have to identify where the water table is at, whether it be a combination of well logs, monitoring wells, or test pits. They would have to identify where that's at so they can stay 4 feet away.
And if we change this, they just sign something saying, I'm not going to get in the water table. They wouldn't have to show they have any ability to even know where that's at.
That's correct.
Okay. And then, so in terms of this, you can't have another gravel pit within a half mile. Currently, you could permit if the conditions were right. You're in the middle of nowhere, not near homes, and you've got decent roads, not impacting anybody. You could have gravel pit right next to each other. So you could have same owner with multiple gravel pits, or 2 different owners. You could be closer than a half mile.
You do mean with the current
With the current
administrative
process.
conditional use permit? Yeah, that's correct. You could still do that if this is adopted. You could still have admin permits or CUPs, same owner, multiple properties.
But you can only have one. So just to be clear, if we change this new process, if you are an owner of a pit, you can't have a second pit under the registration permit, and you can't have a second pit within a half mile of any pit that's registered. So if you want to be within a half mile of a registered pit, you would have to go through the administrative process. So somebody come in and they'd register, I sign, yeah, sure, I'll do everything right. And then the next person could have a perfectly good pit within a quarter mile and that person's going to have to go through the full administrative permit process and pay 10 times. And okay, that doesn't seem very fair. So we have a process seems to meet with approval most of the time and give residents a say, and we're switching to a process that would remove the public input. Why?
Point of order, that's not really a question.
You're right.
We're in the
Rhetorical
we're in the
question.
question period.
I'll stop there for the moment.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Couple of questions. So on the map that the staff made, I did not make this. I asked for it and we worked together on it, but I didn't make it. It's not the entire borough, but I think we determined it was a bulk of the borough's population, right? It's what we would call the core area, right? And so there are 9 orange dots. What year did we start permitting conditional use permits for? That was 2001 again?
So gravel regulations were adopted in 2005.
So 2005. So since that time, there's been on that map, granted, we're not way out in Talkeetna or whatever, but we're pretty broad. It's a pretty big area. There's been a total of 9 conditional use permits since 2005. That's what I'm counting. All the red ones are grandfathered in, correct?
So it's been a little while since we made that map.
I guess I'll hold that. I'm gonna ask for a recess in a bit where everybody gets to look at both of the maps anyways. I have a couple of questions in regards to the previously mentioned 2 million or so tons a year that heads to Anchorage. Is that from one location in Palmer into a train?
So I believe there's 2 different sites that actually take gravel, put it on a train, and send it to Anchorage, one of which is out in Cashwitna, and the other one is in south of Palmer.
That's right. I forgot about the Cashwitna one. Does the Matsu Borough receive any revenue or taxes off of that?
No.
Fair to say it only benefits Anchorage then. Thank you.
Yes, Assemblyperson Fanoff, go ahead.
So to address concern that would not be, she said, fair to 2 people, one upon over the other, with removing a half a mile radius altogether, so that neighbors that within the closer than a half mile both have hills, so both can benefit to improve the lots. Would that be a logical improvement, though, where those people that completely have flat area where they're not eligible to apply, that's not even a question, but the ones that are close nearby, but both want to improve, and then maybe it's during the season when they're developing that. So remove that restriction. Would that, I guess, get rid of the conflict of interest?
Go ahead, sir.
So if an amendment were to be done to remove the requirement that registrations or registered pits be half mile from each other, would allow, as many to go in as the market allows.
As many that qualify for that permit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions of staff? No, Assemblyperson Bowers, go ahead.
When these regulations were developed back in 2005 with industry and with the public, what was the reason to even have public notification or consideration of surrounding property owners? Why not just, if you don't own the land, there's no, so sorry, like, what was the thinking about having any sort of consideration for the surrounding property values and some balance in there?
I don't know if that's a question for staff or not. I didn't, because
I think I got here in 2006. So, all of our conditional use permits require public notification. Anytime you have a conditional use permit, you're evaluating the unique circumstances of that site to determine whether it's appropriate for that use. And typically we start with how are we going to get to approval. We look at adding conditions that may sort of ameliorate some of the concerns brought on by the public. And if there's not conditions that can be put on that property that would accomplish that, then we'd be looking more towards denial. But generally, we're involving the public to bring to attention things that we haven't thought of, because people are experts in their own area.
Okay, and just the last follow-up was just some of the permits that have come to you now and when you've approved them, some of the examples of things that you have put on there is you might have just wondering if you can give some of those. You might have a screening buffer, like require 10 feet of vegetation, hours of operation, you look at the roads that it might be on in terms of the impact if it's going past a bus stop or too steep a road. Can you just give some examples of the types of things that you have put on the current permits?
Yeah, through the mayor.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, did a pretty good job of listing them. The buffers are a big one. A lot of times, because of topography, a buffer is not required. So we can waive it on one side, but there's other times where there's like a neighborhood on a different side where we might require a larger buffer than the standard 10-foot berm. So we do get pretty nuanced on that one. And then certainly a big one, we may say, hey, your crusher, we need you to move it over to the northeast corner to keep it away from that neighborhood. We look at certainly traffic and access are big ones to make sure that they're not creating some sort of safety hazard. So yeah, these are the things.
Okay, and under this permit, there would be hours of operation and requirement for dust, but those things you're talking about, visual buffer, having a 10-foot berm, which helps with noise, those are not included if we switch to the registration.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, and then some person follow up. Go ahead.
The sites on the map that are owned by the Mat-Su Borough, there are some. Are those open to the general public? Can the average everyday person go there and purchase gravel from the Mat-Su Borough? Or are those just their specific sites for them only?
So I believe one is the central landfill. I think we have, I don't know the specifics of that. I don't think, certainly the members of the public can't just drive in and fill up their pickup truck. But some of that probably ends up in private hands. The other one is one that was recently permitted out in Meadow Lakes. And looks like Eric is here to talk about those specifics.
Bail you out. Yeah, phone a friend.
Good evening, Eric Phillips, Community Development Director. I haven't taken a close look at the map, but I can tell you that we do issue personal use gravel permits for many of our gravel sites. So there is a permit requirement to mine up, X number of yards of gravel from the borough pits.
Okay, I think, Deputy Mayor, I think Assembly Person, oh, okay. All right, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So when those are issued, is that a situation where that person has to bring their own equipment, or does the Mat-Su Borough provide that, or?
Through the mayor, they're responsible for whatever mechanism they're using to load and haul the gravel. The borough doesn't provide that.
So they have to provide their own equipment.
Correct.
Has any average homeowner ever shown up with a $250,000 excavator and loaded up gravel at the Mat-Su Borough site? Or is it specifically, would you say it's fair to say it's probably licensed companies that come there and get these permits from you?
And through the mayor, it's actually a mixed bag. We get a lot of people, developing their homes and cabins and whatnot, and have rather rustic roads. And if we have a gravel pit nearby, they'll take their own private equipment, or pick up or dump truck or whatever that they have out there, and they will get our gravel and use it to improve their roadway. So yeah, it's both.
Okay, thank you.
Assembly Person, if you have a question, sir?
Back to Alex, please. If this were to pass, would you, my request would be, because you will review this, not just it's instant approval type of thing, would I would be in favor if you or your department would look at each site individually, obviously, what you will be doing, to have also comments made or almost like recommendation on based on, hey, we kind of your observation of it, which would help people that didn't hire engineer or something like that, but that will be doing. But it almost kind of like we were talking, one side should be taken down more, or stipulation, or stayed this far away from the property. Almost like I would be in favor of you putting those recommendations on the approval of the registration.
Okay. Assemblyperson.
Can I address
go
that?
ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
If I may address that, I mean,
Sure.
as it's written right now, I mean, I can make those recommendations and they can tell me to, you know, what they could tell me. Like, if it's not there in code, I can't actually force people to.
But any ordinance or anything we pass, it is really made for honest people that follow the rules. The people that want to break the rules, they don't even care about these rules that we're putting in place. They don't even care about following. They don't even care if they take out $4, $10, $12, $20,000 a year without any administrator. So these almost the rules that we're putting in place, it's for those people who want to follow and stay within the guidelines. So I'm saying for those people, those are the probably more inclined to follow the recommendations, was the my way of thinking.
Yeah. So we could make those recommendations. We just wouldn't have the force of law.
Assemblyperson Benero, go ahead.
My fellow assembly person, Ms. Nowers, was talking about noise, and it clearly says here on number 3, no on-site processing of materials, including crushing, screening, concrete, asphalt, mixing plants to reduce noise impacts to adjacent lots. So it doesn't sound like that noise should be much of a problem in this.
I believe we're still on the questions to staff.
Further question? Oh, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
So we've established that there's no public input into this under this particular thing we're talking about right now. And what kind of dismays me is we have lots of people, like there were things like 40 people and 2 of them were for it and the other 38 were against it. And we've done this over and over and over. And these are public hearings and we just keep bringing the dang thing back. And it's like, I don't have any faith in the public, in paying attention to the public in this grand scale. So what makes me think that, how are they going to be helped by something that, you see what I'm saying? It doesn't really make any difference to what the public says. We're just not doing it. Maybe that's just a comment and not a question.
Yeah,
I'm
Assemblyperson
done.
McKee, I think that's a policy decision and he is staff. So Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, could we move on to the public hearing portion so that then we can have opinions about this?
Yeah,
I would just like to clarify one,
okay.
to follow up on Assemblymember Fonov's question about the planning director and what you could do with property owners to help them mitigate. Right now, you have the ability with the administrative permit or conditional use permit to suggest mitigations, which might be a berm or a buffer. And you get a site plan they give you so you can kind of look at those things. But your ability to help them with those mitigations if we switch this, you don't get a site plan. Like your ability to do what Mr. Fonov is saying is, you could, but you don't have anything to go on unless the person says to you, hey, could you help me design this pit? I guess I'm just trying to clarify. We switched to this new permit process. You kind of lost that ability to help the property owner, it seems.
Through the mayor. So, I mean.
Yeah, go ahead and
Yeah.
answer. And I think, yeah, some of this stuff should be after we hear from the public and are debating the ordinance rather than having to have the staff try to justify how we made these decisions.
It's kind of what it does or what it doesn't.
I can, yeah. So we do have tools available to us. We have imagery, we have topography, we have the ability to, if it's on a borough road, we can affect their access, ensure that they have a driveway permit, essentially. So we do have some tools available to us, and we would do a site visit, and so we could garner information. We just wouldn't have a full-blown development plan or no specifics about what they're doing.
Thank you.
Quickly,
Quickly, so this does not changes the other three processes that are currently in place, is that correct?
That is correct.
So this is just identifies a new category, specifically kind of focused on flattening the lots that have a hill for that, if they qualify for that category after your approval, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, did you have something, or are you gonna?
I think it's a fair question to ask now, but, or we can hold it, either one. But when a member of the public shows up and they ask for an application, it is, I believe, I've never asked for one of these. I don't do this for a living, but I believe the application is the same to begin the process, whether you're doing an administrative approval or a conditional use permit, correct?
So that is correct. It's the same application process. It's a different application fee. It's cheaper to do an administrative permit, but it is the same process.
Has the same questions and the same amount of information you have to turn in.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. We do have a sign-up sheet, and even if you didn't sign up, you're certainly welcome to testify, but we will hear from the people that signed the sign-up sheet first, and I guess it's sheets instead of a sheet. So, Krister Bowman?
Hi, my name is Krister Bowman, and I'm a community council member in Talkeetna. At the May 1st regular meeting, the Talkeetna Community Council Board voted unanimously to write a letter in opposition to OR 23-033 on the following grounds. First, MSB 17.30 as currently written is reasonable regulation that benefits residents, developers, and communities as a whole. The current conditional use permit requirement for extraction above 2,000 cubic yards ensures a process that protects both community members and contractors. Contractors can present a plan for extraction to the public, and various stakeholders can weigh in with their concerns about potential impacts. Parties can then get together to discuss ways to mitigate any negative impacts, which results in a more predictive and positive outcome for everyone involved. Creating a registration option for extraction of 2,001 to 10,000 eliminates this critical step. We oppose removing opportunities for a public process to take place that allows for public comment when extraction of earth materials greater than 2,000 cubic yards is to take place. Secondly, there's no evidence that the proposed changes in OR 23-033 would have the effect of lowering the price of gravel for the end consumer, nor have there been significant complaints that the regulatory process that currently exists is cumbersome. In fact, many in the gravel industry support the current regulation because it creates a predictable environment for conducting business. Finally, our community's economy is largely dependent on tourism, and any changes to the status quo would have serious negative impacts for the people and businesses who work in that industry. The current regulations protect the environment and ensure that certain minimum environmental standards are followed and adhered to. Limiting requirements for public process would have the effect of drastically increasing conflicts in neighborhoods and communities where extraction would be taking place, as well as having negative impacts on the environment. The Talkeetna Community Council strongly urges the mayor and the assembly to reject the resolution and protect the process for the public to provide input on extraction operations that impact their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty? Patty?
Good evening. My name is Patty Fisher. I'm speaking in opposition to 23-033. I am just one of the large public sector that has been objecting to Mr. Two's gravel ordinance for about 18 months. We have been coming to speak out or phone in for months. I think we have made our opposition very clear for over almost 18 months. This ordinance has been voted up, voted down, arisen again, pulled off the agenda, then amended, and has now arisen again. I hope it will be voted down tonight again and left dead for a while. I don't have any figures as to how many comments have been made by the public or how many times they have come here and to the Planning Commission meetings to speak to this patched up document. community councils have spoken, business has spoken, environmental groups have spoken, all in opposition. I suspect there have been hundreds of comments made. I am hopeful that those comments have gotten through to you. First, repeatedly, the public has stated that their primary objection is a lack of public notice and hearing. As you heard Mr. Strawn say, no public input. This ordinance would allow extractions to take place in the middle of a neighborhood without the public speaking out as to the dangers to water, air quality, the effects on traffic and roads. The public keeps repeating their concern to you. Are you listening? Second, this ordinance is unnecessary. The current process is working well, and there's no shortage of gravel available. No justification has been made for this change to the code. Third, there's a documented conflict of interest on the part of Assemblymember Fonoff. He clearly, as to voting on this issue, he clearly stated in the March 7th Assembly meeting, I do work in the excavation business. That statement is on the March 7th video. This is as clear a statement as you can get to a conflict of interest. Mr. Fonoff should recuse himself from this vote, and Mayor DeVries should not say again, as she did on March 7th, you're fine. I urge you to vote down this ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. DJ McBride.
Good evening. I'm DJ McBride. I am the RSA 15 Caswell Lakes Board Chairperson. We're located from mile 73 to mile 96 on the Parks Highway. This is the 5th time that I have driven a 3-hour round trip just to speak on this issue. As you're aware from RSA 15's resolution 04-23 that you have received, the board is against this ordinance amending MSB 1730 conditional permit to allow for an exception of the extraction of 10,000 cubic yards annually with a mere registration procedure. This registration process eliminates the public notification and comment process. Thus, the RSA boards in the area would have no notice or even an ability to comment on the impacts of earth material extraction sites on the roads within their RSA, never mind cutting out public comments from residents. It should be noted that extracting 10,000 cubic yards from a parcel would generate about 1,000 truck trips per year per each registered site. In addition, having registration span 5 years means that there's could be 5,000 dump truck trips per site for the life of that registered site. Having multiple extraction sites all utilizing the same roads to truck materials on the rural roads that serve as collectors for miles of residential roads would adversely impact our already marginal and substandard roads. Keep in mind that our rural roads are mostly gravel surface, which means that there would be dust control issues harming the health of nearby residents and which our RSA can ill afford to address. Once again, I'd like to restate that the rural RSAs would be paying the additional costs for road repairs after 1,000 of dump truck loads of materials per year per registration are trucked over mostly gravel roads. How many of these registrations are going to be issued per RSA? According to this, a registered site could be right next to an already permitted site, which would drastically increase traffic in the area. The current permits establish standards addressing sufficient setbacks, lot areas, buffers, noise mitigation, dust air quality, road maintenance, and other safeguards for the residents of the borough. These standards can currently be enforced by permitting process and follow-up inspection. Where's the as demonstrated by Steve Edwards in his statement at the Planning Commission meeting, the current permitting process isn't onerous, difficult, or all that time consuming. Once again, let me state that it is obvious that the current permitting requirements are working well. Why are we fixing what isn't broken? Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia O'Neill.
Patricia O'Neill, local realtor. Happy to be back. I just want to say one thing I've noticed is that there's really no way to enforce what is in this ordinance, even with all the amendments. And there is no policing power when they come out to the property and notice that what they're doing is against the ordinance that is being proposed. And I think that's very important to understand. Also, I'm going to take a little different approach. We've heard 1,000 times over the last several months of why this is not in favor of public. They don't want this, and it's been repeated again and again. So I'm going to go with follow the money. This is where I'm at tonight. This ordinance is being proposed or perceived perhaps that maybe it's to benefit people in the gravel industry. Has nothing to do with it. This is about development of property. This is about how developers can actually benefit from having gravel nearby where they can pay a different property owner for their gravel and they can extract it and they can do a development. I can see this be very beneficial for that. Additionally, you can have one entity that can apply, but if it's a developer, they're not going to be the entity that's applying. It's going to be the private property owner, and that's who's going to be paid for the gravel. So there's a much larger picture, I feel like, that's going on in this. And the Planning Commission, again, the public has spoken out against it, but again, it keeps being passed back. And I've talked to those on the Planning Commission as well. And I don't know why this is being forced, but I'm sure if we follow the money, as in all things with government and all things that are where the public is not being listened to, that there's a trail that can be very easily coursed, and I could point it out tonight, but I really don't want to. I would like you as an assembly to really actually listen to the public that has spoken at large, that we actually want to protect our Mat-Su Borough. If it was really in the best interest of the public, we wouldn't be here again and again and again speaking out for all the thousands of reasons that have been previously mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Hessness?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Eric Hessness. I had a speech prepared. And I'll still use a portion of it. However, I found something disturbing today that I just wanted to share with you and maybe ask all of you. We have one other person here that should recuse himself from this vote, and that's the deputy mayor. Is it not true that a major lawsuit by the US government has been filed against you for directly relating to gravel, riprap, nothing to do with your business, your home building business?
No, sir. I can speak to that. I will speak to that later.
Okay. I read it. Then I'll continue on. Okay. At the first meeting, during one of the breaks, I was talking to some of the people in the know, and they told me that the assembly would not vote on this tonight. There's too many people. They were going to throw a few amendments at it, and then they were going to try to pass it on the next meeting. Okay, next meeting came up, it got postponed, pushed off again. But I attended the Planning Commission meeting here a few weeks ago, and I was everybody came forth and testified once again. And once the amended ordinance was passed, and I was just shaking my head walking out, and one of the commissioners said, "Why are you shaking your head?" He was angry. And I said, "You're not listening to the people. Everybody who comes here and testifies, you're not listening." And he said, this is pretty much a quote, but he said, "The assembly was going to pass this ordinance as it was, and we put these amendments on it," and he was patting himself on the back like they did us a favor. Okay? Wow. It was like preordained that this whole thing was going to go through. Okay? I was trying to think of a way to change the assembly's mind. So I came up yesterday, drove in from Anchorage. I didn't have a good idea, but I did get to meet Sonia. Thank you. I wanted to repeat some words to you, and these are your own words on the assembly. These are your own words. This is the oath of office that you took when you became an assembly person. I, name, have been duly elected to the office of the Mat-Su Borough Assembly with a term beginning such and such. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Alaska, and the Matanuska-Susitna Borough, that I will honestly, faithfully, impartially discharge my duties as an assembly member to the best of my abilities, so help me God. Those are your words. I ask you to take them seriously and vote this down tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen? I can do the Chakostes part, but I don't know about the first part.
Zachowski, Karen Zachowski. Yes. Well, after hearing about junk cars and lots of gravel extraction and then gravel going to Anchorage, I'm kind of getting a kind of a bleak picture of what's going on here in the valley, which isn't good. So, but anyway, my husband Ed and I urge you to vote down ordinance 23-033. As Valley residents, this new proposed ordinance brings nothing favorable to us except for the few profiting by their gravel pits. To go from the current standards that seem to be working to an outrageous 5 times the size of gravel pits with lack of public notification and hearings is, in our view, unacceptable and presents a plethora of problems. If anyone on the assembly is in any way connected to the running of gravel pits or will be, that would be a conflict of interest, and they should not vote on this ordinance. Ordinance 23-033, with its ramifications, should be rejected because it is not in the best interests of Mat-Su Valley residents. So let's not have regrets on wrong decisions that can be made now. Thank you.
Thank you. Murata Ann Gregory.
My name is Merida Ann Gregory. My husband and I have been a homeowner for about 34 years in the same subdivision in Wasilla. In relation to the proposed ordinance of OR 23-033, I would like to state that we are against it. For over a year, we have been exposed to possible gravel changes, including the one that would have put our backyard up next to a gravel pit. But we were still able to express our feelings and our comments. Now with the recent one, we are faced with possible changes that does not require public notification. Why can't the public express how they feel? Why does this gravel issue keep coming up when so many people are against it? The current process seems to be working just fine. Again, I would like to state that my husband and I are opposed to this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. And Maxwell, and I'm not sure what the last name is. S. Sumner. Oh, I should know that name. Hi, Maxwell. I didn't see you sitting back there. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. It's Maxwell Sumner. I want to say that I support this bill. I guess I might be the first one speaking in support of it, but I see that this is a necessary. I see there is a need for this. This isn't to me a gravel extraction bill. This is an economic development bill. Personally, I'm a builder, so I have a vested interest in this, I guess, maybe, but really, I mean, you've heard from a lot of people that are saying this is going to deleteriously affect the Mat-Su Borough, but the people you haven't heard from are customers of mine that I have, built custom houses for, that have had lots that were surprised at 13 feet of topsoil or a really high water table, and shocker, they needed 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 yards of gravel to build their dream home. And when you have to truck that gravel an hour or 2 hours or 45 minutes even to get it to your lot, I mean, the cost of the gravel is a tiny fraction of the cost of the trucking. And if we have the ability to take, lots that have a lot of gravel and move them to lots that have less gravel, it's going to overall, I think, improve it's going to lower the cost of development. It's going to improve the economic growth in the valley and make more of these lots that are hills and troughs buildable. We live in a glacially carved valley. There's gravel's deposited in moraines, which are hills, and then valleys and troughs. So I think that's a necessity. I want to say that, people have been saying there is not an onerous process for applying for the administrative and conditional use permit process. I would say that's kind of false. I've looked into it before. There's been a lot of commercial lots or large residential lots that I've looked into developing, that have large hills of gravel, and the cost of applying for these permits, when you actually get down to the nitty gritty of the engineering and the surveying that they strongly urge you or request you from the bureaucrats, it ends up costing $25,000 to $50,000. And to extract, we're talking about 50,000 yards over 5 years. It's just not economically viable to spend that kind of money at $6 a yard, $300,000 worth of gravel. I will also point out that 2,000 yards for an unlimited amount of time is how the ordinance reads right now. If you approve this ordinance, you're talking about a maximum of 50,000 yards under this permit. So that would take 5 years to extract. It would take 25 years to extract at 2,000 yards at a time. And I can tell you right now, there are a lot of guys around the valley that are extracting 2,000 yards of gravel a year, flying under the radar, and are going to continue to operate like this in perpetuity. If you pass this ordinance, it's kind of a one-shot deal. You're going to get it out of the way. You're going to improve the economic viability. And you're going to actually, overall, if you think about it, if you have more gravel closer to the lots that need it, you're going to have less traffic, less dust, less noise overall borough-wide. There's going to be fewer trucks traveling shorter distance.
Thank you. Okay, Jackie?
Madam Mayor, Assembly, my name is Jackie Goforth. Thank you for listening to me. I'm a writer. I like to be original. I don't know how this is going to be possible since I have spoken everything everybody else is saying. This is a really bad idea. It's a really bad idea. A gravel pit every half mile? A gravel pit every half mile? Didn't the realtor say that if they have them in a certain distance, you have to report that as a downgrade on your listing? And people get to do this without them even telling anyone? And as he said, 2,000 yards, they don't obey? Well, who's going to obey 10,000? And Moki too needs to recuse himself too. I brought that up before. A month ago, he spoke and said that he had put this in because it was very difficult to find good paying jobs for his grandchildren and he needed them to stay close to him and other young people because the jobs in Wendy's and in, I think he said Walmart, they didn't pay enough. So they needed to have good paying jobs. So I think you need to recuse yourself too. So that's 3 that need to recuse themselves from keep bringing up this gravel pit thing. I live 2 miles away. That would be 4 gravel pits. You could have, what is that? 1,000 trucks, 4,000 trucks a year. Good heavens. I could ruin my neighborhood. Seriously. I'd have 2 of them before I got to Palmer-Wasilla Road and I only live a mile away. It is not a good idea. You can make $60,000 with this thing, especially if you keep to the 10,000. If you go over, you can make more. And if you're in a family that already has the dump trucks, it's a really good idea. So let's just follow the money, shall we? This gravel pit thing needs to die tonight. We've talked to you and we've talked to you and we've talked to you. And obviously, you're not listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Darren Marshall.
Hello, my name is Darren Marshall. I'm here to speak against the gravel ordinance. I really appreciate Mr. Sumner bringing up the dream home bit because I believe live in my dream home. It's a great little subdivision. It's got covenants. It's got restrictions. I've got a fantastic view. It's a place I planned on retiring, and I live right next to 20 acres, and I know already what it takes to get 2,000 cubic yards off of somebody's property because they're in my backyard. To increase that to 10,000, man, talk about ruining weekends already. And my whole subdivision backs up to it, and there are houses all the way around this thing. And to not ask any one of us that this is all right, I can't buy it. Thanks.
Rod Henson.
Good evening, Rod Hansen. And just by way of background, so I'm actually a civil engineer. I'm the son of a man who ran a construction company for a number of years, ran some gravel pits, had trucks, hauled gravel, built homes. I am familiar with the technical aspects of the ordinance and what you're considering. I'm also a member of the North Lakes Community Council. I chair our communications committee, and I participate in the traffic and safety committee for the North Lakes Community Council. I'm here to speak in strong support of the Planning Commission resolution, which recommended to fail this ordinance. I was at the Planning Commission meeting when they passed that resolution, and I went to that meeting expecting that they were going to be kind of aligned with you all and trying to push forward the ordinance. And I was encouraged, quite frankly, with most of what I heard from the Planning Commission. I believe they were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard spot. And so they have suggested to fail this ordinance and to replace it or to modify it with some improvements. And I think that is the path you should consider. I know I've heard that this ordinance is about economic development. You even have a printout here and you reference strategy 1E, promoting entrepreneurship and small business development. And I think of small business, so if somebody's looking to open a cannabis store and sell to the public, there's a permit process. There's a traffic plan associated with a business that simple. And so to think that a 10,000-yard gravel operation should not be required to ask for a permit or go through a process of traffic planning, I think we're not talking about small business development. So again, I support the failure of Ordinance 23033, and it's primarily because of a lot of what you've heard tonight about the removal of the public comment process or the public input process. My preference would be that we stick with the 2,000 yard for anything over 2,000 yard would be up to 7,000 yards would be an administrative permit. That's what's in the current requirement. I don't support moving it to 10,000. I am a little concerned that even under an administrative permit, the public process is limited right now to, notifying people within a half a mile and a 30-day period. And I'll tell you from a community council perspective, I think that's short-sighted. I think you really should be looking at more of a public hearing process in a 45-day period. So I'm in support of failure of this ordinance.
Thank you. Sue K, is that right?
Yes. Hello, my name is Susan Kay. I moved to the Valley in 1983. Gravel wasn't invented in 2005. That's the newest regulations. I've been to meetings back in the late 80s, mid 90s about gravel. Against this resolution. And I have a couple of other things to say. I would propose, and this was a big argument back when I used to attend meetings like this, any gravel leaving the Mat-Su should be taxed. Amen. We could improve our roads. And it looks like to me, our testimonies, I've been coming here to planning commission meetings to oppose this, and it keeps being resurrected or redirected. And so we need money to improve our roads, especially since this looks like it's going to pass. I think the people need to be part of the process. I live in a subdivision that the last improvement across our lake, 3 of my neighbors had to punch new wells because their wells ran dry. And our water table was a consideration when they were seeking permission to build another community across the little lake, our pond. I I don't believe we have so many hills that we need to tear down a hill so that it could be flat to build. They want gravel. They don't care about the hill. They want the gravel. So I just want to back that truck up a little bit. They can fill in holes. The approval process right now seems simple enough that I could go home and write up a little plan and draw a little thing. And so it doesn't seem complicated to my neighbors to go and remove 2,000 or even up to 7,000 yards. I would really urge you to listen to everybody who's been here. I do know there's builders in the economic development here. We need more economic development, but I don't think we should rape our land for development's sakes. I will say, I need a couple of truckloads of gravel. And when I went home last time from the Planning Commission, I thought, oh my hell, if they can only get 2,000 yards, I won't get my gravel this year. So I understand it's a finite resource. And I want more gravel. I want more dirt too. So please keep trucking, but not our gravel.
Okay, Bill Herrick. Bill Herrick.
Thank you for hearing me tonight. My name is Bill Herrick. My wife and I have an extraction site at the end of West Lakes Boulevard in Big Lake. I want to say that we sell every available cubic yard that we're allowed every year and have for like 15 years. I hear a lot of comment about traffic on the roads, how it's tearing up the roads. I am a half a mile from Horseshoe Lake Road. I'm at the very end of West Lakes. And if anybody's been down West Lakes, it's a total disaster. So in the last 10 years, I stopped and figured I've delivered 1,500 to 2,000 loads around Horseshoe Lake in that area on the best part of the road and have saved that many 50,000 pound loads from coming down the whole road. I've supplied the last half mile of West Lakes Boulevard, all the pit run to finish that project and get that paved. We've done the big culvert on Horseshoe Lake Road, done all the gravel for the backfill of the culvert. The recent project is the West Lakes Access, which we've already furnished over 600 yards for that project. I'm talking about tearing up roads. I'm watching water run across Horseshoe Lake Road right now. That's been wrapped. So we can't grade that road. It's ruined. You put wrap on it. Now we're just dealing with what it is. West Lakes Boulevard, hopefully we get a repair for that this year because it's a mess. Has nothing to do with the truck traffic. I mean, the substandard ground, and we just need to pay more attention to what we're doing. But I see the need for this extended gravel extraction because it is geographically sold. I mean, the number of yards is the number of yards every year that gets sold. It's just a matter of where it comes from. So they're not going to come from South Big Lake to me to get it. They're going to buy it over there. So it is geographically sold. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Brian makes something. Oh, here he comes. He's taking pity on us. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian McJunkin.
Oh, okay.
That's how you pronounce it. So,
Thank you.
I'm just here to support 23033. I'm one of those people that don't have a shortage of gravel, but I had to pay twice as much to get it to my place as it actually cost to do the gravel. So I believe this supports basically getting more geographical locations there, kind of eliminates and puts competition out there for us so that we don't have to buy from the big guy that's sending it to Anchorage or whatever it is. We can buy from the guy locally and save us some costs. And it should save our taxpayers some money too when we're doing roads and things like that in the public portion of it. So I don't do well talking up here. I'm not the type of guy that likes to talk here. But I would say while you're listening to people that are here, listen to the people that aren't here. The people that know that this is happening, and it's just not important enough for them to be here because they look at it and say, it's probably a necessary evil. It's something that you guys should be doing for us anyway as taxpayers. So listen to them that aren't here because there's tens of thousands of voters, and they're not here because it's just not important to them, which means it probably needs to be done. Thank you.
Mike Kish, Mike?
Good evening, Mike Kish. I'm in support of the increase. You know, what I'm hearing tonight is that everyone's going to get in the gravel business tomorrow because it's so lucrative. There's a lot of cost and equipment. You know, with what you guys have in place right now, every homeowner can pull out 2,000 yards. So increasing it, I don't see every half mile having a new pit, you know. And I live on Horseshoe Lake, and I benefited by having a local guy there that can supply the gravel. That's where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Brian Ficklin, or Ficken?
Oh, thank you guys for having us. Brian Ficklin. As you guys know, probably I own Ficklin Construction. We're a local general contractor. We build houses across the valley. We have a trucking fleet, but most importantly, we hold 4 road maintenance contracts across the valley. And I'm absolutely in support of this ordinance across the valley. Coming from a road maintenance standpoint, it doesn't matter how many trucks drive up down the road. We're held to to maintain the gravel standards of our roads across the valley. All the contractors are. I think that needs to be taken into serious account. From a trucking standpoint, 10,000 yards seems like quite a bit. It's really not. A company like mine, I have 5-6 dump trucks. I can haul in 10-hour days. I could haul 10,000 yards in anywhere from 10 to 25 days over an entire summer, an entire year. It's actually a pretty quick operation. And I keep hearing the term gravel pit thrown out. I think this ordinance has to do with these are land developments to better current properties to make them more sold or more sellable for everyone. I can't tell you as a builder how many times I drive out to look at properties that families can afford that are here local in the core area. And they're a giant hill, they're a giant hole. And I have to tell the homeowners, no, you can't afford to develop this property because gravel is $6, $8, $10 a yard, depending on where you get it from. Whereas as a developer, if I had a simple lot up the road where I could make it flat and put the gravel in a hole, I could give it to them far cheaper. I could make their dream come true. I think you guys need to take that into account. Gravel sources are very limited. They're very far and few between, depending on where you need to get gravel from. That's a big factor here. And also with that, I am currently applying for both an administrative and a conditional use gravel permit. And I'm 30, 40 days into that. And I don't think I'm any farther along than I was the day that I turned it in. There's constant kickbacks. It's very expensive. That needs to be taken into account. This 10,000 yards would greatly expedite the process and allow our short construction season to be better utilized for our citizens.
Thank you. Okay, James Sinek.
James, when you get up here, can you spell that last name for me, please?
It's S-T-A-R-A-C-E, Star Ace. I'm James. I'm in the valley here. I think that this ordinance would support a lot of smaller business and a lot of more homeowners developing land. throughout the valley, you can see a neighborhood. The last lots that are left are big holes. This is not a gravel pit. This is a cut the highs, fill the lows. It's a balancing act, not a pit act. So it'd be safer all around just to make everything flat and work one thing with the other. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jay Brickenbaker? Did you want him to spell it also? And if you could spell your last name too for the clerk, please?
Pardon me?
You spell when you go ahead and say who you are and then spell the last name.
Jay
for
Breidenbigger.
Okay. So it's Bridenbaker?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, all right.
I'm a resident in Big Lake, and I'm here just to approve this. I drive a truck. I drive a rock truck, and it would benefit a lot of other people in that area in Big Lake, and that's really all I have to say.
Brad Flicklin? Is there Brad or Dan?
Stand here or there?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, my name is Brad Ficklin, Senior. I'm in Big Lake. I'm Brian Ficklin's father. I am here in support of this ordinance here tonight for a myriad of reasons. But if you look at the big picture, like everybody's saying, this whole every half a mile, there's going to be a gravel pit. The reality is there's not enough equipment in Alaska to put a gravel pit every half mile. Furthermore, nobody's going to spend $400,000 to $500,000 to buy equipment to make $15,000 a year. Like Bill Harrett said earlier, where he's located at in Big Lake, for build-a-truck material, let's say out to Diamond Lake, it is going to cost that homeowner or property owner a round trip, possibly $100, $125 per hour that truck is getting paid round trip, not just one way. So having additional gravel pits, strategically located is only going to benefit the person that realistically is on a budget that cannot afford to pay some exorbitant amount of money to develop that land. So you have that aspect of it. If you look at it from truck times and material costs, the reality is the gravel pit owner operator is not really benefiting financially that much from the sale of the gravel. If you're talking $5, $50, $6 a yard, they're making their money off the truck time, and albeit it's not making a lot. The cost of running a 966 or a Cat 300 is 60, 80 gallons of fuel a day. If the customer is absorbing that money, it's not going to take long, and they can't afford to do it. So you kind of alleviate a monopoly from some of the other gravel pits by having more available. Therefore, they have options. Could you imagine if Walmart was the only store in Wasilla? They could charge whatever they wanted. You'd be paying prices like they pay in Nome for a gallon of milk. Same thing with the gravel. It's got to be reasonable, and it's got to be reasonably priced so the people can afford it. So I'm in strong support. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Zinglanger? Tim? I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Tim Zallinger.
Oh, Zallinger. Oh,
Zalinger.
ER. Okay, thank you.
I live in Palmer. I work in Wasilla, profit used building materials store. We're trying to improve things in the valley for our neighbors and homeowners, businesses. I oppose this ordinance for all the reasons you've heard tonight and for the last 4 meetings, and the emails and the phone calls and however else you've heard opposition. Apparently, if you support it, you benefit directly, either on the assembly or people who have spoken here tonight, which I appreciate. If it was going to benefit me, I might support it too. But what about the rest of us who don't benefit from it? who have to hear it, smell it, see it, deal with it. If it's about resources and, we need these things closer by, then let's get a Target and a Fred Meyer and, famous footwear in every neighborhood so we don't have to drive. So I don't have to go to Wasilla when I need something from one of these stores. It's the cost of doing business. It's the way it goes. If you're in the gravel business, if you want to build a new house and you choose a lot that needs gravel or needs gravel removed, it's the cost of doing business. We all have to deal with it in some manner of our lives at some point. Vote this down. Thanks.
Amanda?
Hello, I'm Amanda Salmon. I've lived in the Valley my entire life, and I am licensed to sell real estate, which is what I have done my entire life. It's funny, the last time I think I remember seeing a somewhat affordable home was early 2000s, and I kind of wonder if the cost of gravel hasn't made an impact on the cost of development here. I am somewhat distressed by the cavalier attitude and some of the snickering from some of the audience here. You do get a lot of public input on one side of things, but you don't get a lot of public input in the numbers asking for this passing. I'm going to go ahead and assume that a majority of those folks are probably at home, exhausted from a day of work, running kids, and they know they got to get up and do it again tomorrow. Just kind of not to be rude or assumption, but based on the silver in the room, I'm assuming that a lot of these folks bought real estate back when it was affordable. And I'm asking for that opportunity for us, my generation, today. The Valley desperately needs housing. There is no disagreement with that. Before you can build a house, you need a home site. You probably want a road to it too. We need to address the cost of the development of real estate. It's too expensive to build your home today. We're not talking about big gravel pits here. We're not talking about massive industrial scale extracting. But I guess the best example of what a big gravel pit could bring to the Valley, if you want to talk about mass gravel extraction, would be Rex Turner's old gravel pit out South Trunk Road. That was a gravel pit for many, many, many years. And now it's the ranch subdivision. There's $1 billion of property assessed out there today, hundreds of homes, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to the Matsu Borough, benefiting every single one of us. Because the guy was allowed to run a gravel pit for a number of years, and those became affordable home sites over time. And so I guess that would be my request, is that you pass this ordinance, you pass it today. We are in a desperate need for housing here across the nation. And so you can't have a house without a home site. You got to have gravel to build the home site. You have to get it as affordable as possible. And we're not talking about gutting the earth here, folks. We're talking about, like you said, move from one to the other. I think it's essential that this assembly understand the cost of housing today and try to address it and do something about it. We're going to lose a lot of our elder population over time. We really need our younger generations to come up with some equity too. And so that would be my request, is to give us an opportunity too, and not hoard those opportunities and not allow us to create them today. Thank you.
Stephen Edwards. Stephen.
Hello, Stephen Edwards. You already know what I'm going to say. I've already heard it before. I don't know what to add. I mean, we've been through countless hours of staff time, planning commission, 2-3 planning commissions. And it's not just the residents, it's the people doing these meetings and yourselves doing this. And here we are still talking about this that we don't want. It's still got the road impacts I've talked about. I've said all those things. And there's people that support it, as we've seen tonight, and they're in that business of gravel. I guess I'm asking you to consider the rest of the residents of the borough that do not personally benefit from that. We've got this concept of let's take the hill down so you can build a lot. Perfectly fine. It seems super easy to me to get this permit from Alex for that process without that costing so much money as we've heard this $50,000 thing. I spent 2 hours and 15 minutes to do the entire application. I said this before, 2 hours and 15 minutes. I filled the whole application out. And I drew pictures and I made scale drawings and I submitted it. It isn't approved. I probably need to do some more, but that's how much it took to get started. So it's not terrible. And if you've got just a hill on your property, you want to build a house on it, I can't imagine that it's going to take $50,000 to do that. So just get rid of this ordinance and keep the permit that's in place. And if you hear that there's a problem with the existing administrative permit, then fix that particular problem for people that want to do these small things that you said. Fix that particular problem, not decimate the whole program that we have here. So just, I already know how this is going to go, but if just one of you will change your mind and vote this down and just listen to the people. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Gilly. Karen? Yep. Karen Gilly. Okay. Do we have anybody online? Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and we'll take the ones online and then we'll come back. And if you haven't testified, you will have an opportunity to testify. Okay, Caleb, go ahead. Whoever's online, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Carolyn Kyle. I have been attending these opportunities that come more frequently than I would like, multiple times pushing back on this idea. I think the assembly and the public that is for this needs to understand these are personal use permits that they want to supersize or commercialize for financial gain. And with that, that is the problem, because you're cutting out these personal use permits. Mr. Yount had a great map that his team did, but that map did not have locators on personal use permits. So the system is flawed as far as the topical visualization of the negative impact on the community. It's not something that you can self-govern. We have property on Big Lake. We are on West Velarde. We see a lack of self-governing from Mr. Harriet. We aren't allowed to use his product because he won't sell to us. But let's put those personal grievances aside. There are issues with being in a community and having a public say of what is going on. We bought our property 10 years ago and we had no idea that we were going to have a gravel pit and the activity on the infrastructure that is failing on that road on West Velarde. It is a safety issue. There is EPA concern. There's fish and wildlife concern. There's a lack of governing. There's a liability. And I would like to invite all the assembly members to come out and see the road and to see the two pits, personal use permits that Mr. Harriet has. And they can also drive by the other 2 or 3 personal permits on that same road. There's not a demand. We have plenty of gravel. I think it's unfortunate that you see Tui gain an elected position to benefit his family, himself, and his friends. I think he should recuse himself. I think Mr. Fondoff needs to recuse himself. I think Mr. Yount needs to recuse himself. And, Madam Mayor, I would like to have the opportunity and the faith in you to look at this and truly see that there is a self-serving opportunity that is going on here and a lack of listening to the constituents' voices that have spent hours and time saying the same thing over and over again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person online, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
My name is Clark Smith. I am a Susitna, Upper Susitna Community Council board member, and I also work with land developers in the Upper Susitna Valley. We've heard this all night in the last several meetings, so it's just basically what I had to say. But I do believe that this new ordinance would adversely affect probably more people than it'll help. Those affected, of course, are the ones that along the road systems that have to deal with the extra traffic of the trucks and the gravel or the dust and that type of thing. But taking 50,000 yards of gravel over a 5-year period, I don't care where you get it from, that's got to leave a mark of some kind, either on the roads, on the terrain, on the environment. We're talking about maybe there's pits, even though it's been said there'd be no pits. What oversight would there be that would enforce that? What is that? We don't see that. It is possible that there could be gravel extracted next to houses, buildings, and roadways and waterways, and then left that way without any consequence. I know there are some restrictions in the new proposal, but for the most part, there would be little oversight or public input on how the gravel pit would be left when it was finished taking the 50,000 yards out of there. What happens to all the overburden? You uncover enough ground to get 50,000 yards out of there, you're going to have overburden. You're going to have trees and stumpage, other debris. That's what's going to be left. How is that dealt with? Is it going to be hauled off or just stacked up and scattered and forgotten? So again, the question comes up: what's wrong with the system that we have now? It's working. It's given a certain amount of gravel to those that need it. I think the original ordinance with that was to have small backyard projects going and have a minimal effect on the roads and the neighbors. But digging up 50,000 yards of gravel is a lot more than just a backyard endeavor. That amount of gravel requires larger equipment, and trucks and loaders may not be screening plants or anything like that, but still you're going to have some equipment to move that much material. I understand. I want to see development as much as anybody else, but I don't think it should come willy-nilly without a greater planning. I'd say vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person online, please.
This is Suzette Longacre. I'm against this gravel resolution. It's poorly written and it has no place in it for input from the public, and it's really not enforceable. If you look, for example, at the section on dust mitigation in the resolution, it says dust mitigation shall be performed as needed to minimize dust impacts to the surrounding area. Who decides when dust impact is too much, when it's needed, and who enforces that mitigation be done? I tell you, the borough's not going to be out there. Right now, the borough has trouble enforcing where someone is doing gravel use, has a personal use permit, and they're hauling over their 2,000 cubic yards per year, and it's not being enforced, even though a picture of the big pit at Big Lake would show that they have done way more gravel than 2,000 cubic yards per year. Dust mitigation, in addition to dust mitigation, the other problem would be enforcing that people didn't haul over 10,000 cubic yards. They're not going to be borough people out there overseeing that. We're overloading what the borough can enforce here. We're creating a nightmare for the borough. And I think the assembly needs to take that into account. In fact, the Matsu Borough Planning Commission resolution number 2319 recommends failure for this gravel resolution. I think we ought to listen to this board of 7 members that you approved, assembly members. The truth is, it's in the interest of the public to vote this gravel resolution down. Several of the assembly members have conflicts of interest. And if we were to poll each of you and ask you what you do for a living, many of you own gravel property, you have trucks that haul gravel, you are a developer and could use gravel and use these small gravel pits for your own interest. Like the gal said earlier, follow the money. That's the real truth here. Also, you know you have a conflict of interest. Look inside your heart. You took a code of ethics. You're all involved in a code of ethics violation right now. Your oath of office said you would act honestly. It's not honest to do something for your own pocketbook. I urge all of you to remember that you will have to answer. We will all have to answer to the Lord for the choices we make, the words we say, and what we do with our lives. Please do what's right here. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person online.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, hi. My name's Janelle Gagnon, and my last name is spelled Gagnon. I live at 10350 East Bradley Lake Avenue. I want to, first of all, thank you all for your service to the Matsu Borough and the opportunity to speak tonight. I don't think that I really can say anything that's going to be anything different necessarily than anybody else has said that's in opposition of Ordinance 23-033. But just in having this opportunity to be online for the last 2 hours and 16 minutes, I just have to put to your attention how amazing it is to have the opportunity to be able to speak in front of a legislative body as a community member, and to be able to express my feelings about something that might be directly impacting myself, my family, my neighborhood, or my community. And I was so heartened to listen to the person from the Denina Community Council at the very beginning of the meeting talk to you about the issues that he and his community are facing, and you all responded so well. You had a great, robust discussion about it, and he came before you to discuss issues that concerned he and his fellow community members about the safety of what was happening in their community. And safety encompasses a lot of different things, that I'm hearing discussed with this gravel issue. So I guess for me, the biggest issue and what would be the most ironic would be to be taking away the public process by, passing this ordinance. You all had something to say to this gentleman about how important you thought it was that he was coming forward and talking about issues that he was concerned about and that other people in his community were concerned about. And you agreed to have a meeting to discuss it further. Why would you want to take that process away from people who, might have issues about safety concerning water or noise or traffic levels or other sorts of impacts to their own home or their land or their neighborhood or their community? So, and I also just want to say that I appreciated the woman who talked about the people that aren't speaking tonight because they're at home tired from a day's work and having to mitigate the day with tips and whatnot. There's just as many people who are not here tonight that are in opposition to this ordinance because of those very same reasons. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Caleb, do we have some more people? Okay. Next person online, please.
Hello, this is Donna Massey from Trapper Creek. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My speaking privilege not only allows me to speak to you, but I also get to listen to my neighbors throughout the borough, weigh their input, and gain a broader perspective, which is always a good thing. However, I'm really tired of addressing this gravel ordinance. It started out with no identified problem that needed fixing. We're here tonight again with a proposed registration ordinance that fixes nothing, increases the yardage allowed, and it has no public notification and many less borough monitoring tools before the registration is allowed. What is the problem with the current administration process? The thing that no one has mentioned is how many administrative permits have come and gone over the years in the borough. I know of several up here in Trapper Creek that were issued for road projects. The road project was complete. The gravel pit was reclaimed. Administrative permit went away, which is the way the system is supposed to work, and it does work. Now, I would also like to address the fact that road contractors will fix the road, so it really doesn't matter that there's gravel trucks on them. Well, these contractors bid on a per mile, and if they're aware there's going to be gravel truck traffic on the roads they're bidding on, you can bet that the per mile cost to the taxpayers within that RSA are going to have to go up. The contractor's going to have to bid more because he's got more to do. It's going to cost. I guess my question to you, do you have a list of complaints or a stack of emails that are identifying onerous problems within the current process? These assembly meetings are not packed with people clamoring for change. Instead, we have basically one assembly person who seems to be intent on bullying through a change that is not justified or wanted. I view this as kind of getting ready to toss a dog a bone, hoping that will make the dog happy so he goes away. And I don't believe that that's the way policy in the Matsu Borough should be done. This gravel ordinance needs to be voted down and the door closed on it. Talented MSB staff should be able to move on to true issues, like the cleanup issues we've heard tonight, instead of wasting their hours and our taxpayers' money on unneeded and unwanted ordinances. Please vote this down. Thank you for listening.
I just want to remind the people online that haven't already done this. If you come online and you do want to speak, you will need to press *3, and then Caleb will unmute you at the correct time. So if you are online and you haven't done that, please do that so we don't miss anybody that's online that wants to testify. So now we'll go to the next person online, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Robert Lotta, resident of Big Lake. I oppose this ordinance for all the reasons that people have spoken about. And I think a couple things that stand out. One is if a good standard is to have 200 feet from the water, why 100? And if the community already has a comprehensive plan that dictates a half a mile from the lake, does this override that? I don't think there's anything that dictates that. But more importantly, is the folks who are profiting from this are also the ones who are writing it and also the ones who are legislating on that. And for that reason, I do recommend recusal of those members who are going to invest in it, that they're going to profit from this. Why in the standard it states that the assembly members are not allowed to profit or get a gravel pit until a year and a half from now? Does that mean that there's a bias? Yes, that's because there is a bias. Our trust of our government system is ebbing. And these are the type of things and theatrics that take place that decrease our trust in our government. Is when if we're acting like a banana republic, where the people who will write the laws, enforce the laws, vote on the laws, and the people who are here to speak about it are told to be quiet. And I think that's very egregious, and it's a true way to further decrease our trust in our government and all the people that are standing there. If this is truly a sound ordinance that the people want, then the other Assembly members can vote on it and it'll pass, and then you could profit right off the bat with it. But the reality is, that it isn't. And so those members who are going to profit from this should recuse themselves. And so to reinforce or reestablish the faith in government that we would love to have. So I do recommend voting this ordinance down. And as another citizen had said, that it's time to shut this down. I've been coming to these meetings now. It's been almost 15 years now. And we continue to talk about the same thing by the same people who bring the same thing forth. And we've spent the entire meeting talking about this instead of the gentleman who came forth about some serious problems in this community that are potentially going to be ignored because we waste all our time talking about this. Thank you.
Next person online, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is John Strassenberg, and I'm commenting tonight to the Assembly as a body, but I'm directing my comments particularly to the 4 members that are intransigent on this and are conflicted in this matter. I testified telephonically at the March 7th Assembly meeting. I listened to 2.5 hours of testimony. Dozens of residents testified. The concerns expressed were legitimate, well-articulated, and constructive, and overwhelmingly opposed to the legislation. There is very little that is more legitimate than a person's right to participate in the decisions that affect them, especially when those decisions would have an adverse effect on their day-to-day lives. Yet, you 4 Assembly members choose to ignore the people without justifying or explaining why you are doing so. How is it that you think it's okay to deprive affected individuals of an opportunity to be heard? Or why do you think it's okay to burden the RSA taxpayer with the cost of fixing road damage caused by gravel trucks? Or you think it's okay to diminish value of nearby properties? Think apparently that it's okay not to have performance standards and not to have a process for monitoring and enforcement. Well, none of this is okay, and yet you offer no explanation or rationale. Rather than listening to and considering the testimony and crafting legislation accordingly, you 4 Assembly members have persisted in putting your own narrow interests ahead of those of the public at large. This is bad faith and dereliction of duty to the citizens of the borough, and it is unethical and worthy of recusal on this vote. And there's also collateral damage to all of this, because you're undermining the credibility and legitimacy of the Assembly itself. So I say leave the code as is. Move on to something else, something that will help the citizens of this borough and make this borough a better place to live. Thank you. That's all I got.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. The next person online, please.
Hi there. Before I wait, I've got to move. I've got both a cell phone and a landline open because when I called in, on the cell phone, I couldn't get it to say my hand was raised. So, can you hear me now?
Yes, but we also hear an echo.
If you can
you hear an echo because I've got both phones on, but I'm gonna
if you
walk
can
in another
turn one
room.
off, that would be great. Can you turn one of them
Yeah,
off?
but if I turn the wrong one off, that's the problem. But I'm going to try to do that. Okay. Can you still hear me?
Yes, and we hear you twice.
No, you should only hear me once now because I'm only on one phone.
Okay.
But that's a problem that you guys need to address, that when you call in on a cell, I did not get your hand is raised, and I hung up and dialed back in 3 different times. So that's why I'm on the landline now. So now I'll start my testimony. My name is Ruth Wood. I live in Talkeetna. This is the 6th time I've either written or testified on this, and I am not a realtor. I'm not a gravel expert. I'm extractor. I am a resident. The number one problem with this ordinance is that it cuts out the public, entirely cuts out the public. I hope you were paying attention when Alex Strawn said an administrative permit, all it would require is a hearing, not a public hearing, mind you, just a hearing in front of one borough employee. Right now, that's Alex, but it won't always be Alex. Regardless, we're going to let one borough staff member decide yay or nay. He or she will not have the benefit of community input. He or she will not be able to require any standards that are not codified because staff is afraid of being sued, and we see that time and time again. The number 2 problem is that there is no need to change the code. The current code does not prohibit more gravel pits. It does not make them too costly to develop. There has been no believable reason for bringing forth this ordinance. The Planning Commission asked, why are we seeing this? Why is this here? And nobody could answer it. The IM, your memo that is supposed to give you the background for why something's coming forward, says that, goes on to cite MSB Comprehensive Plan Strategy 1E. And when I was getting ready for this, I said, I'm going to look and see just exactly what Strategy 1E and the Comprehensive Plan says. Guess what? There is no Strategy 1E. There is a goal E1, which says we should have a borough economic development plan. And you can find a Strategy 1E in that economic development plan. Unfortunately, all it talks about is entrepreneurship. This is not entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurial businesses are something entirely different than extracting gravel. Anyway, I am just so upset that this has come up time and time again. I wrote you guys a 2-page letter. I hope you read it. I'm really, really upset about the appearance of self-dealing here. And even if it isn't, the appearance of it really makes you look very bad. So it is time to vote no, 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 no on this ordinance.
Next person online, please.
Hi, this is Camden Yaley, spelled Yehle. Let me, okay, got back to my comments here. I'm speaking today as the president of the Meadow Lakes Community Council. The Meadow Lakes Community Council membership voted at our March 8th, 2023 meeting to oppose the proposed gravel ordinance. We support maintaining the current cutoff of 2,000 cubic yards to require a permit, as well as the existing administrative and conditional use permitting process. We appreciate the existing public process that has worked for us in the past. Please vote this ordinance down. As a community council, we did participate in 2 different conditional use permit processes fairly recently. And it was critical for both of them that they had public input. One was approved and the other was not approved because there was just no way around the public concerns. And to us, it is critical to have that public process. I appreciate your careful consideration and look forward to hearing the discussion.
Next person online, please. Caleb, do we have someone else? We do. Okay.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Hello. My name is Shakina Khan. Last name is spelled Khanng. I'm calling in support of gravel ordinance to increase to 10,000. Let me take a deep breath. Okay, hold on. So all the people that are arguing, you all sound the same. Okay, it's so scripted and they are emotional and not logical at all. And for those who say majority have spoken for it cuts out public. If you think that the only people who show up to the meeting speak for the majority, you're absolutely crazy. Okay, most of us normal people are like hardworking. If we had a problem with this, we would have been there like opposing it, you know. But they're like everybody shows up, they all sound the same. And so first of all, in the mini, this is not a gravel pit, okay? This is about taking bad areas to build and making both buildable. Okay, it's not about a gravel pit. There's gravel ordinance. I'm a foreigner, but I even understand the basic logical word. So stop saying gravel pit. Those people that say it. So 2,000 cubic yards is like nothing. Let me explain something, okay? So it took me 2 years to take only 8 inches off my property. Like 4 inches a year is a complete joke. 2,000, nothing. So year after year, I remove only like few inches and my hills look the same. You know, I got like 14-foot hills on my property. And like, you know, I have even children that are sliding down in the hills in the winter and in the summertime, they're riding the four-wheelers. You know, they're making it more dangerous. And it's taking me so forever to build it. You know, I got like my neighbor Jason down the road who's sitting in the low zone and he's begging for gravel. You know, so I've been trying to develop it for so many years now, you know, like for this 5 acres, and it seems like eternity. You know, I got nothing else going on right now. And I'm trying to do this year after year. I'm getting older and I don't have nothing to down to my children besides my old rusted Pontiac Aztec. Let me just point out real quick some of the benefits. Okay, so road building will be more affordable because a road construction company can buy the hill of gravel from like a nearby neighbor, take gravel, you know, and leave the nice flat buildable for our owner. Case in point, like the further the gravel pit, the more damage it actually causes on the roads, you know, to have a haul the dirt all across the town. Builders and companies will spend like less money on trucking and have less road wear. They'll improve the like unusable lot to make it much usable. So it's like a win-win-win-win situation, you know? Like, and those people that said submitting for paperwork it's so easy, they've never tried it. It's a complete bureaucracy. It's a joke. It takes hours upon hours, you know? And it's, you fill it out, and you might get some of those. So people say, oh, everything works simply. They're not builders. They don't want to see areas developed. They don't want any benefits. All they want to do is they copy each other, and somebody tells them like they talk to say this thing. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Yeah, my name is Dewey Bitler, Bitler. I should be out doing spring cleanup and picking up trash, but I have to be here cleaning up trash. Last week, I saw an old pink dump truck driving down the side of the road and it had 2 written on the side of it. I drove down Church Road and I saw a sign in front of a gravel pit that says, it takes 2 TEW to tango. I think that's a big conflict of interest. We are still the fastest growing area in the state. And you're acting like nobody can build because there's a shortage of gravel and it's so expensive. Now there's a guy out in Big Lake named Bill Harriet. Back in 2009, he tried to put in a gravel pit and put in his permit. He wanted to do 1,000 gravel trucks a year for 14 years. The conditional use permit was opposed by the majority of the community. The Big Lake Community Council, Borough Planner, Big Lake Road Service Area Board of Supervisors. It was right in the middle of a residential and recreational area. The Harriets withdrew the application, and then they said they would do the 2,000 yards a year. And the reason why he withdrew it is because of the public process. The public had input, and it was best for the community. And what you do with your property is one thing, but when you affect your neighbor, that's another. With increased traffic, noise pollution, decreased property values, and the harm to the watershed and wildlife, you have to preserve the value, spirit, character, and integrity of the surrounding area. Do not change the gravel permit process. If anything, enforce it better. There's still no enforcement in the regulation. There's no way to pull the permit. There's no public comment. I repeat that. There's no public comment. And dust cleanup on a paved road is fine, but what about the gravel road being degraded? And if anything, you guys should be putting a tax on the gravel and take the burden off the community and help with the property taxes. So I think I've already said that a bunch of times, and I think that's enough.
Guess he's gone, huh? Next person online, please.
Hello?
Hello, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Hi. Oh, good. Thank you. My name is Cindy Bettini, and I live in Big Lake, and I am opposed to the ordinance 23-033. And I'm not going to, I had all the reasons why written down, but they've all pretty much been said. But I think the most important things are that there's so many other things that the Mat-Su Borough and the Borough Assembly could be doing for economic development that would help the residents of the Mat-Su Borough and would not cause so much angst amongst them. I can tell for the person that speaks to all the people that are at home, this is my first time testifying, but I've had multiple phone calls. I've got lots of friends that are being affected. And I was on the community council when Mr. Harriet proposed his first gravel pit in Big Lake. And then I was there again in 2013 when he proposed. And I happened to have in front of me the earth materials extraction permit that was filled out. And guess who the name of the agent is for Mr. Harriet? It's Smoky Tooth. He actually filled out the last application for the gravel permit that is off of Bellardi Road that several people have spoke to tonight. And because I'm a Big Lake resident, and like so many people, I've needed gravel over the years. There's no shortage of gravel here. There's multiple permits and gravel pits in our area. And you only have to drive down any major road and see that there's plenty of gravel. So I personally do not think that there's anything wrong with the current permit. When I listen to the people that for the ordinance, they can get gravel permits now. They're nothing. Steve Edwards said that he filled out the permit in a couple of hours. I've got a permit right in front of me, and it's not that difficult. And for those reasons, I think you should strike this down today. And I can't remember who said this, but it was recently, and they talked about the faith in government. And goodness knows it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. Your faith in government is lost. This is a prime example of why it is lost, because there is conflict of interest on the assembly. And as somebody else said, it's only the people that are benefiting, and the rest of us are lost. Thank you.
Next person online, please.
Hi, my name is Tish Link. Good evening, Assembly members and Madam Mayor.
The bottom line, you guys, we just want to be heard. And with this 23-033, you're taking away what our only chance to speak on this. And it seems to me that that is across the board. Like, people keep showing up. They've been showing up for over the year that we keep getting this, dragged back through the mud with. And again, it's very obvious that some people in the assembly have some personal interest in this. So I would ask that you please shoot this down and allow us to be heard in the future when this comes up again. Thank you.
Mhm. Next person online, please. Is there, Caleb, is there somebody? There is, okay. Next person online, please.
Yes. My name is Randall Sparks. I'm with the Upper Susitna Community Council. You heard from one of my board members already today. We are the unrepresented portion of the valley, since our representative can't come up and visit with us for whatever reason. He doesn't know how the people feel in the Upper Valley. This ordinance has been heard at least 4 times that I'm aware of. 18 months it's been going on, dragging on and on and on, and wasting the people's time. We've spoken in opposition repeatedly, and we're ignored. What is the purpose of the assembly if it doesn't listen to the public? Now, I drive around my neighborhood, and I have 2 commercial gravel pits, and I have at least a dozen small extraction holes in the ground that will never be filled, and those lots will never be sold. That's all within a 2-mile radius of my home. How many more of these do we have to have, and how much more land has to be demolished, property values reduced, before it's all over? I'm in deep opposition. The community is in deep opposition to this ordinance. Please vote it down.
Okay, next person online, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Melody Wright. I live in Palmer, next to the largest gravel pit in Palmer. And so I'm very familiar with what it is to live next to gravel extraction. And I want to refute a couple of points that I've heard pro gravel extraction people make. The first was the realtor who mentioned that we have to give young people a chance to buy homes. My son is 27, so he is one of those young people. He bought a lot in Wasilla Creek Commons, and he bought it knowing that he had to raise the level of the land to the height of the road. That was part of the covenant. And he negotiated in the cost of the gravel into his purchase price. So there are ways around it. All of us have to deal when we want to build something. We all have to deal with those things, and that's just part of being an adult. The second is the gentleman who mentioned that you have to pay attention to the people who aren't here because they're just out there minding their own business, and they're not paying any attention. Well, tonight, 2 of the largest high schools are having graduation, Career Tech and Wasilla High. There is a track meet going on at Wasilla High, which is multi-valley, and there's assemblies, awards assemblies going on all over the valley. And so that's where people are tonight. They're supporting their kids. And that's what you should be thinking as assembly members. How are you supporting the future generation? Are we just going to have more and more open pits, vacant, open land like we have covered in gravel right across from the Three Bears? It's just been sitting there for 3 years, covered in gravel. Is that what we want the valley to look like? So again, this is, of course, I think, as everyone says, the 4th or 5th time that we've been here asking you to be responsible and asking you to accurately represent us. And I hope that this time the message is heard. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Next person online.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes, I'm Lucinda Ziegler. Hi, I am Lucinda Ziegler from Palmer. And it's frustrating to hear that this assembly is not actively listening to the public. And the Matsuburg Borough, in my opinion, has difficulty keeping track of driveway permits in the valley. How is the borough going to monitor these pits?
Is the borough financially able to hire additional staff to monitor these pits? And will the borough be financially able to defend any lawsuits that eventually come up? Where will the funds come from? Will the ordinance become a financial burden on the property taxpayers? Because the taxpayers float the borough. The land developers and the builders are in favor of support because this helps their bottom lines financially. Private homeowner property taxes basically finance the borough. If you're a private homeowner in the borough, they have been very clear that they oppose this ordinance. And the planning commission and the assembly keep wanting to shove it down the property owners' throats. The voice of the private property owners should be heard, not silenced by this assembly. And Mr. Yunt and Mr. Tews have conflicts of interest and should recuse themselves from voting. Mr. Tews and family create income from gravel pits that the borough gave him a permit for in 2014. Now he may say it's closed or whatever, but he could start it up any day. Mr. Yunt, you're a member of a land development LLC, and you're a subdivision developer and a home builder who profits from land development. So Yunt's land development and building business stands to gain financially. So does Mr. Tews from the passage of this gravel extraction ordinance. And Mr. Yunt should recuse himself from voting as a public citizen in the Mat-Su Borough with owner property rights. I ask that the Ethics Committee investigate and determine any and all conflicts of interest by any members of the Assembly in order to protect the public interest. Thank you.
Next person online, please.
Hello?
Hello? Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to testify in favor of this ordinance. The Mat-Su Valley has been supported by gravel, and when that one woman said that this is not entrepreneurial, that seems a little off base, because the valley has probably used gravel, has made more money on gravel. This is definitely entrepreneurial business. And
I'm sorry, you're fading in and out, and also we'd like you to say your name, please, for the record. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, so I am in favor of this ordinance. I don't need to belabor it, but it does seem to me that it is not a gravel pit, as that one man pointed out. And for many people, it can improve a neighborhood by taking property that is too low and raising it up, and property that's unbuildable, making it more buildable. And I just, I can't go and point by point go against each and every person that's spoken, but it seems like it's a love-hate relationship with gravel in the valley. There's a lot of people who hate the gravel pits or hate gravel extraction, but like I said, it is a major form of income for many people in the valley, and it always has been. And most of Anchorage is built on valley gravel. So, if you want to take that business away, it's just going to cost more money. It's going to be more difficult for people to build as time goes on. So it's just a fact of life. And so I support this ordinance because it seems like it would get rid of so many larger pits that people seem to hate, and make it easier for people within a neighborhood to just move gravel from one spot to another. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, thank you.
Ma'am, there was a period of time when you came in and out and we did not hear your name for the record, please. I'm sorry. You said something and then you faded out. Hopefully you're still on. Did she hang up, Caleb? Okay, thank you. Next person, please, and please state your name for the record, please.
Hey, this is Aaron Huta. Last name's Huhta. I don't know if I'm the only one sitting here listening to this. Just hoping that the assembly could just vote on this so we can move on to some other business. I'm neither in favor or against it. I'm just really thankful that, you know, the assembly's not trying to do something like changing the class of the borough during COVID. You know, and nobody knows what's going on and nobody hears a thing. So kudos to you guys for you know, talking about a contentious issue and people are actually around. Good job. Furthermore, nothing's set in stone. You pass it. I mean, Roe v. Wade just got overturned, guys, and lives aren't on the line. This is gravel. Just vote on it one way or the other, and let's move on, please. Thanks.
Thank you. Next person online, please. No, we don't have anybody online. Okay, so we'll come back here. Is there anyone that hasn't testified? Yeah, Steve.
Steve Culligan, Colligin. In Wasilla. Before I start burning up my minutes, I'd like to mention that several years ago in a previous assembly, previous mayor, there was a workshop with the gravel industry and had a discussion about all of the dynamics and complications. And it is kind of, there's a bunch of rabbit holes to jump down, and much of the testimony we've heard tonight, you know, people have their opinions. As a recovered assembly person through the 12-step program, I feel for all of you, but I do congratulate all of you for having professional skills and be able to make decisions. But with that, this
you
is
sure you recovered?
No. and I don't really want to. So I represent Alaska Rock Products Association, commercial gravel industry professionals. And we're not excited about regulations, but it's small operators and stuff that don't behave, that give the entire industry a bad name. We come together as professionals to establish best practices, safety, but there's a myriad of agencies that oversee that. And the reason it's 2000 is because that's when the regulations really start to step in. So I described this at the Planning Commission as a Charlie Brown Christmas tree. The stick that stabbed in the sand, tried to identify it as a tree, but it really was a stick. Then the assembly, trying to make it correct, put a bunch of ornaments on it, but it fell over. The planning department came in and stood it up, made it so it was standing on, but it still doesn't identify as a tree. That being said, my problem with this, and our problem with this, it's completely a misconcept to address this as kind of skating around the mining industry and ordinances. The valid and valued testimony tonight has to do with fill and grade. There's a need for fill and grade, and we've tried to get Mr. Tews to re-identify, but when you're calling this a gravel ordinance, or like it shouldn't be addressed as that. The public would be much more supportive if there was a process for a fill and grade permit. I'm asking you to burn this twig and all of its ornaments. I know you're proud of the ornaments you've hung on it, and as a politician, you get invested in that. But I think the appropriate thing is to identify the actual problem, the need for fill and grade. And I'll give you an example. Multiple meetings we've come to discuss this, driven down Bogard Road, and on our north side, there are at least 3 very nice developments happening where the developer acquired multiple lots and is making those buildable lots where there's a steep grade right at the road. Those and others around are very valuable economic development and possible. But if we're really going to talk about making it easier for people to develop lots, then let's come up with a fill and grade, have the planning department actually develop an ordinance that addresses that need and bring it back, but not under the mining ordinances. So there's many other complications, and I know people are passionate about this, but I think that's the biggest thing. I would ask you to burn this down tonight and come up with a fill and grade permit if it's necessary. As 30 years ago, I was a person with a bunch of high school interns and college students that created all the data for that map. I was the GIS manager and was under assessments. We have constantly, the borough has put that data and developed more data to put in the hands of the public where they can make those decisions, apply for permits and the like. And I'm glad that you're continuing to do that, but it's not that hard and it's a very valuable tool. Thank you for your time.
Andrew, you can come testify, sir.
Good evening, Andrew Traxler, TRA-XLER. This spring we had a gravel haul and it was done on Papoose Twins Road. When you had your task force meeting, the pictures of vehicles stuck in the road and stuff, that's Papoose Twins. So there were 70 loads hauled. It's one of your most substandard roads and it has 6 blind corners, 2 blind hills, and I maintain the last mile of it. And so this gravel haul could have been stopped by me easily. It was just to benefit one of my neighbors. So 70 loads were hauled and that's 700 yards. Not one resident complained. No complaints about the truck traffic, no complaints of danger to the public. So what this haul actually did from a closer gravel pit that was under your 2,000 yard type permit, it reduced the traffic on Borough substandard roads by 350 miles because the pit was closer. So that means this is where I'm lost as an RSA board member, why RSA boards oppose this. If you have more gravel pits, travel less mile on the road. That's perfect. So 70 loads alone reduced it by 350 miles. The cost savings to the resident by not having to pay trucks travel 350 miles was $8,750. So that's only 70 yards. Now let's increase it to 10,000 yards and reduce the distance from the gravel pit to the house where you're graveling it. So each one of these 10,000 yard gravel pits would save Borough taxpayers or property owners $125,000 each for if you're having a similar shorter distance from gravel pit to the fill site. So that's where I've always came and supported this as a road board member and as a property owner. If you look at your map, you can see your highly developed areas are near the gravel pits when you're born. You know, when you got to pay a truck to travel an hour and a half to get your gravel, it costs a lot of money. And so I just thank the Assembly for adapting the legislation that you've already put forth, and you have addressed a lot of the community's issues by the way you've changed this ordinance. And I just ask you to pass it. It'll be beautiful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Andrew. Mark, did you?
Good evening. My name's Mark Catini, and I want to thank all of you for your patience and allowing me to speak tonight and give you input. I know I only have 3 minutes, but I have 7 points I'm going to talk to you about. I'm also going to give you a handout. The first point is the letter D, as in the word dirty, not the letter B as in best. I'm hard of hearing. I assume others are hard of hearing. Also want to talk, point number 2, conflict of interest. Number 3, I want to talk about entrepreneurs. Number 4, I want to talk about the real reason we're in front of you tonight. Number 5, I want to follow up on the fill and grade permit as a solution to this problem that you have. Number 6, I want to tell you what my clients are seeing, my engineering clients. As you know, I've already told you I'm a civil engineer for full disclosure that represents gravel pit operators. I'm a landowner with a gravel pit on it, and I'm also an operator that screens gravel and processes it for other landowners in the Mat-Su Valley with my partners. Last, I want to show you a map and where I think that map will be in 5 to 10 years from now. First off, the letter D, point number 1, has to do with the grade that I would give this planning process. And the reason for that is every time I come in here, I get new amendments. Tonight there was 4. Every time I come in, this should be out to the public. I've worked as a civil engineer in Hawaii, California, and other municipalities in Alaska. This stuff is given to us so we can review it prior to coming here. The other thing is, we went to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission gave you guys a document, and you didn't even have the courtesy. Someone messed up. They didn't even put it in this document. This document that the Planning Commission sent you guys addresses, the public doesn't know this, 7-1, they said there is a conflict of interest, and they addressed it in their recommendations to you guys. So that's why I give this process a D. I'm sorry to share that with you, and I know that hurts, but let's be honest, you guys can do better. I've seen it. I've worked as a professional in other jurisdictions, and you can do a much better job. The other thing is the conflict of interest. I'm afraid my taxpayer money is going to have to go to defend a class action suit for those people that have a conflict of interest. You know who you are, and you should recluse yourself and step down. The other thing, this packet here, Strategy E, talks about entrepreneurs and small business owners. All of these testimonies, there's not been one small business owner or one entrepreneur coming in here to testify to you guys to say, hey, help us out. We'd like to go in business, in the gravel business. Not one. The other thing I'd like to bring up is my next point.
Can you do it quickly?
Yeah, I guess the real thing that's going to bother me as a resident here, this map that you got up on the wall shows red colors. You approve this thing tonight, my prediction in 5 to 10 years is going to be blood red with little pits all over. And a lot of people who have testified here are going to have their quality of life diminished. And I don't think that's fair for them, because those folks who want to game the system took advantage of a beautiful valley that I was born and raised into. And that's why I'm so passionate about it, is that we're a regulated industry. You should support regulations. There's a lot of people that in this industry that work really hard to follow the code. And when there's folks that don't want to follow the code for personal gain, it's just wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Assembly, and staff, thank you for being here and for your service. My name is David Miller. I am a builder. I'm a developer. I understand the need for gravel. When this ordinance was first introduced over a year ago, I looked at the content of the ordinance and it was objectionable to me. Not too long ago, it was reintroduced. I wasn't aware of it coming forward. I looked at it and I understood the importance of having another tool in the toolbox for being able to make sure that gravels can be received by those homes being built in demand, and also for those who are in need of dropping their lots down so that they can be buildable. As I mentioned, I'm a home builder. I'm the president of the Matsu Home Builders Association this year. When this was brought forward before, we looked at it, examined it, and there were several points that were lacking. We were able to see several good ideas come forward in the form of amendments, and then later it was taken down, as we all know. I want to thank those who have put the effort into making sure that this does have some valuable components to it. Reading through this really is a fill and grade approach to achieving what is needed in this valley. So I don't want to make any mistake that we do need something between the 2,000 cubic yard tool and the in excess of 7,000 or higher. This does meet that need. Is everything perfect in this? I don't think so. I can think of perhaps a need to remedy road impacts, if there are road impacts that are just outside of where that's going to be, where that would be moving. But it's improper to call these things pits. It's improper to call this effort self-serving. I'm not the one to make that judgment call. I hope that it's not. I do think that there are those that are here that are understanding the need for this. We certainly see that, and as a Home Builders Association, we did discuss this, went through several versions of where this would potentially go, and as long as it met some basic criteria, we would support it. And so we put forward a resolution to support it based upon some of those criteria. Now, with that said, I'm, as anybody else in this room, I want to make sure that I am building homes that are going to have neighboring areas that are beautiful. That helps sell homes. So being out of time, I'm just going to end by saying Thank you for your service. Keep up the good work. We'll make this right one way or the other. Have a good night.
Thanks, Dave. Anyone else that hasn't addressed the assembly yet that would like to? Oh, okay. Thanks, Caleb. Okay. Oh, that's fine. Take your 3. Yeah, all right. Take your 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tim Finnegan. I grew up in Alaska in the construction industry. My father grew up in Alaska in the construction industry, and my children are growing up in the construction industry. I'm not against development, but I am against this ordinance as written. We need to work on this, and we recommend that we table this to fine-tune the language. I'm not convinced the process we have now is not adequate. From what I've heard tonight, the existing process is not onerous, but I have no personal experience on this subject. People keep talking truckloads. Please remember, 50,000 cubic yards is an area that's 110 feet wide, 110 feet long, and 110 feet tall. So that's a hole, or it's a big hill. I think we need to have public comments on this, and it should be on a case-by-case basis. And I don't know all the facts, and people talk about ethics or what's going on, and I'm not privileged to that, but I've had to recuse myself throughout my career. And I would implore anybody that is in a conflict of interest, please recuse yourself from this. And let's get a team together that can rewrite this ordinance to get it passed, to make sure that everybody can gain from it. And just make something that we can all live with and that our children can live with. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Will the person online please testify?
I'm here.
Yeah. Come on up.
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Tonight, you will be voting on code changes that takes residents' input away and promote small business. There are only 13 subdivisions in the borough that currently have zoning and are alerted to any small business gravel pit going into their areas. They're zoned single family residents. There's just 13 of them. If you change the current code, all residents in the Matthew Borough will not have any say in their livelihood. Each of you represent a community council and most likely ask them to vote for you. At the last planning commission meeting, the question was asked, why didn't the Matthew Borough alert the community councils that you were taking our residents' voices away with this code change? Since that last meeting, no notifications were sent to the community council. You need to fix that communication problem because of who you represent for our borough residents. The Matthew Borough calls small gravel pits not a concern to our neighborhoods. Our homes, our roads, our quality of life. The Matthew Borough words are entrepreneurial and small business development pursues these changes. Although any gravel pit in our neighborhoods in the name of small businesses takes away the rights of our landowners to comment is not acceptable. A marijuana retail store wanting to establish has to ask the residents for their concern per code. Matthew Borough provides a traffic study to ensure it doesn't disrupt the quality of life for a marijuana store. Changing the current code takes our voice away. Did the planning department tell you that this is a major issue that deserves a change in code? How did they? Did they? Your vote tonight should be on behalf of your residents. Don't you represent the people of your area? Think about that.
Before you leave us, would you state your name for the record, please?
very easily. Sam Hansen.
Spelling your last name, please.
Hanson.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else online, Caleb? No, okay. We do have some more testimony here.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Let me take the time to do this. I am in opposition of 23-033. I've been gone for a while, and so I'm in the last few days trying to catch up with what has been going on. We first got notice of this going on. We sent our opposition in. And so we get home a few days ago and we go, oh, it's up again. There's another assembly meeting and it's up again. And I said, up again? I thought it was voted down. So here we are. And I'm not going to go over what everybody else said because you've heard it over and over again. I live very close to Mr. Harriet's pit, and it seems to run fine. Doesn't seem like the community opposes to it. I see trucks coming and going out of it. Poor West Lakes Boulevard. I don't know if any of you have ever been down that road. I know some of you have. It's a mess. I don't know how much more that road can take. If you're going to put more dump trucks on it, I know that it will cause some problems to that road. My biggest concern here tonight, and I'm going to say this and leave, is that you want to take my voice away. I'm here right now because I have this voice and that I can oppose what is going on or be for it. But if you take that away from us, I think that's the worst thing about this ordinance. This has got to be for the people to be able to say how they feel about what's going on in their community. Thank you.
Can I have your name, please?
I'm sorry, Teresa Finnegan.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Last chance. Anyone else? Yeah, yes.
Good evening. My name's Ellery Gibbs. Thank you for your time and for hearing everybody here. I came here for a completely unrelated topic. I have business further along, but we've been here for 3 hours now. And from what I've heard from everybody out here, there's been a lot of hours spent on this, a lot of hours that are needless. I'm completely opposed to this. I looked at this resolution here. You may have seen me walk out. I finally sat down and read it. And within 10 minutes, I said, this is nonsense. I've been dealing with conditional use permits, administrative permits over the years with Mark Cotini particularly, and with a couple of other clients. I work for Bull Moose Surveying, so I am a surveyor by trade. I spent 8 years in the Navy and the Seabees. I was all over the world, building, demolishing, rebuilding, taking care of things, putting stuff together. My background, I was born and raised in Alaska. I'm a homestead kid. My grandfather and dad came up in 1953, settled on the Kenai River, have a gravel pit on the property. This ordinance is absolutely unnecessary. There's no reason for it. It's already covered under the administrative permit, the conditional use permit. It's already fine the way it is. If somebody needs gravel to be able to fill in a site close by, you can go talk to other property owners. 2,000 cubic yards over a borough acre is 1 foot of material. So if somebody came to me, I had a lot that I could sit there and get rid of 1,000 yards or 2,000 yards for whatever the market value is, make a few dollars, help out one of the contractors, I'd be all for it. And as a private property owner, I'm going to sit there and take them to task, make sure that they clean up after themselves, make sure that it's done right. There's no reason for this ordinance, none whatsoever. And it's been said over and over again, you're taking away the people's chance to voice their opinions and their concerns against somebody opening up one of these small use gravel pits next door to them or within a half mile of them. And that's complete and utter nonsense. There is no reason to take away people's voice in the process of a conditional use permit or administrative permit. So this looks to me As we said in the military, somebody's trying to justify their job. All this time and effort has been spent for somebody to justify why they're here, why they're taking money from the rest of us to do this. One last thing, I need to provide this. And thank you all for your time, and everybody else that's been involved, thank you for your time too.
Thank you. Okay, one last call for anyone that is here in the building that wants to testify. Okay, Caleb, do we have anybody online? We do not have anybody online. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on ordinance 23-033. And a couple of weeks ago, before the attorney left, he reviewed with the assembly the conflict of interest. And so I am going to ask each one of the assembly if they have a conflict of interest that they need to put on the record. Assemblyperson McKee? Assemblyperson 2?
No.
Assemblyperson Hale?
I build roads, but I don't run any gravel pits.
Assemblyperson Veneer?
Negative, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Assemblyperson Fauna?
As I disclosed before, I'm a small excavation contractor. I own excavator, bulldozer, compactor, and a dump truck. And I do that on just as a small business. And I'm not in like gravel business. And I don't sell gravel to people. One thing that I did disclose is my brother used to own a lot that did have grandfathered gravel pit rights on it. It's since then has been transferred to that I don't have any relationship, or sold to that I don't have any relationship to. As far as dump truck side of things go, I use that for the excavation business, not for the trucking industry. Even though if it was in a trucking industry, the more miles, the further the gravel pit away, it would benefit me. But however, I don't offer that service. I offer that as a improvement to a job site where we cut the trees, install the septics. We do bring our own septic rock to a site on our dump trucks and move equipment with it. So obviously, the closer the pit for me, the closer it is, the less road miles. But as far as if you truck it and have to bring from somewhere, the further it is, the more customer goes. So I charge people based on location and the job that needs to be done to a job site. And if you want to have any additional questions to specify, for me to specify what I do for work, I'd be more happy to answer that for you.
Okay. Assemblyperson Nowers?
I don't, but I have a question about the conflict of interest rules. The attorney last time said it's ourselves, our family members, and anything over $1,000 was considered a substantial financial interest to disclose. When Mr. Sumner sat on the assembly, he recused himself based on that he might get into the gravel business. So do we also consider somebody, is that also a potential conflict of interest if we're passing legislation that we might take advantage of? And should we disclose that if that's the case?
I can't answer for Representative Sumner. You're right, he did that. Whether he was planning on doing it the next day or in 23 years, I have no idea. But that's the way he felt, and so he did recuse himself. But that isn't part of the code that you may someday, be in the gravel business.
Okay. Well, I think we should avoid the appearance of conflict as well as conflict. But I am not in the gravel business. I would not benefit from this legislation, and I have no intention of getting into the gravel business in any way that would benefit me from this legislation.
Okay. Mr. Attorney, do you have any thoughts regarding somebody that may in the future get into the gravel business? Do they need to state anything for the record?
John Ashenbrenner, Deputy Borough Attorney. I would just recite the code provision defining what a financial interest is. Would you like me to do that?
Sure.
A financial interest means an interest held by a person subject to this code or an immediate family member, which includes an involvement or ownership of an interest in a business, including a property ownership or a professional or private relationship that is a source of income or from which, or as a result of which, a person has received or expects to receive a financial benefit in an amount over $1,000. There's also a definition for immediate family member. Did you want me to recite that?
Sure, go ahead.
Immediate family member is defined, it says, as means a municipal official's grandparents, parents, children, grandchildren, siblings, spouse, or domestic partner, spouses, children, spouses of children, or a regular member of the official's household.
Okay, so there's nothing in there about any future anticipation of gravel business or anything.
Well, the financial interest mentioned, the last clause says a person has received or expects to receive a financial benefit in an amount over $1,000.
Okay. Deputy Mayor? Conflict?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. So I would like to give you a picture of what it is I do for a living and then let you decide. If you believe that I have a conflict, I'll gladly step out. And so I started my business 19 years ago. What my wife and I do for a living is build houses. That's been mentioned multiple times. It was very respectfully brought up earlier that I have an issue with the EPA right now on a site. That is, just so everyone's aware, my personal home. I do not think, and if anybody that knows much about water should know, that you should not get grass clippings into the water. So when I planted my lawn down just like my neighbors, I thought that would be a bad, well, most of my neighbors have lawn right to the lake. I put riprap there so that the lawn cuttings would not get into the water. I did not know I was supposed to put willow branches there. I've agreed to do just that. In fact, I will be removing the riprap, probably, my guess is in the next week or so. And I've hired a firm on the peninsula who grows those willow branches to come up and put that. But again, this is my personal house. I don't think that was a big deal. Honestly, it's not a big deal at all, in my opinion. But so, and then what we do for a living, we build and sell houses. So I had mentioned in the last meeting that we had, I have had gravel twice in my career. I don't own equipment to move gravel. I don't own dump trucks. I've never sold gravel. If it's in my way, it's costing me money. So there's been twice in my career where I've given it away. Once was on North 49th State Street, and I gave away approximately 40,000 yards, give or take. I didn't sell it. It took years to give it away, put a sign up, neighbors came and got it. And then the other time was on a site out west of Lafishuk where I gave the Matsu Borough, I'm going to guess like 6,000 or 8,000 yards. I've been in business for 19 years. I don't own equipment to haul it. I've never sold gravel. I have no intention of it. What I really do for a living is, like I said, I build and sell houses for a few people a year, and then we build and keep apartments. I think right now my wife and I are the third largest private owner of apartments in the state. And I can tell you, if I'm selling gravel someday, I made a huge mistake in life. So I have no intention of it. But if you believe I have a conflict, I'll gladly step out.
So did you want to say something about the maps, and we could have a brief at ease? So.
Yes, ma'am. So I think there's been a lot of amazing testimony on both sides of this. Anytime that I'm going to vote on something, I'm a visual guy and I'm a numbers guy. I enjoy numbers. Finance is my background. Actually more than construction, substantially more. So I asked the staff, most notably the director of planning, to help us some maps. One of them just shows distances and where gravel pits are. The red ones are the ones that were grandfathered in. And then the orange ones, well, you can look, it's the big one with the round circle on it. and then the white background. And then there's one today because there's some potential amendments for distance. So in this current legislation right now, it speaks of a 1/2 mile radius setback. And so the planner and I took an area in my district and we overlaid the red circle, which is a 1/2 mile, which is equivalent of 502 acres. And then we put a 1/4 mile, and then we put a 1 mile radius. And I just think that it'd be best for everyone in the community. There's maps down there for members of the community, and there's ones up here for the assembly. But if everybody could review those, just so you fully understand what you're voting on tonight. And I do ask that there's no side conversations from the assembly. As we know, we have an Open Meetings Act that we need to follow. Everybody needs to vote their own conscience tonight, and please no conversating on the side about the maps. So that's all I ask. And however long you think that should be, I imagine every participant probably wants to use the restroom as well. So maybe 15 minutes or something.
Yeah,
So
we'll come back at 9:45. Oh,
Madam
I'm
Mayor,
sorry,
before
sorry.
before we break, if I just want to let people know, I know Mr. Yunt knows about this map. If I had known we were going to be discussing this map, I would have also asked for a blow up of another map that I would happily share with anybody. But what it shows is the valley, and it shows where the USDA Soil Service has mapped likely gravel deposits. So Palmer is all green. If you go down Kinnick Goose Bay Road, it's red. There's unlikely to be gravel there. So when you think about where gravel pits are going to be, it will not be evenly distributed because there's places in the valley that aren't likely, you're not going to find gravel there. And that's why you see pits concentrated in certain places. So if anybody, I apologize. I didn't know that this map was going to be shown. This is something the borough has also produced and I think is helpful. If anybody during the break would like to see this on small scale, I'm happy to share it.
Okay, all right. So with that, we'll be at ease until 9:45.
So your grandchildren can't get in there.
Is that how immediate? Which is less, those are immediate.
No, immediate would be like.
Yeah. I don't think it's
They said that. They did not say grandchildren. And great grandchildren. He did. He said 300 years from now.
Assembly come back to the dais, please. Yeah. The first one. Yeah, right.
I know.
Madam Mayor, on the audience sign-up sheets, Jordan said there were a lot of people here that had signed up for the cutting, but most of them allowed.
Oh, okay. So we'll go ahead and come back to order, and Assembly 2, would you move the legislation, please?
I'd like to move to adopt ordinance serial number 23-033.
Okay. Would you like to speak to it, sir?
Yes. Being involved in the gravel industry, well, actually being involved in excavation and road building and that kind of stuff, I realized a long time ago that there was a need, there was something missing, and this would definitely fill that void. I have went through the process of getting permits on several jobs, and it's cumbersome, it's time consuming, and it can be very expensive. And you don't always get the permit, but this right here is for like small. This isn't for gravel pits, and I wish that we didn't use the word gravel pit, but someone wants to use that. But what it really is when you look at a lot has a lot of gravel on it, then you look at you know that if you got rid of that material, that person, he can only give it away, and you can't charge for trucking. There can't be no monetary value, can't barter, trade, do anything in the current code of what you're doing. So now that person can actually get paid for that gravel. It can get moved off of his lot or her lot, whatever, and it would reduce the cost of the development of that lot. And these are what we're talking about, is small quantities of material, not these big gravel pits. If you guys think of your neighborhood and maybe you see a lot that you wish would have a house on it, and you know the house is only valued at $10,000 because it's undevelopable and it's just in the middle of your subdivision. Maybe you'd like to see that lot get developed and a $400,000 home get put on it. Well, or maybe less, maybe 100, maybe 200. That is the idea, and that's why I started cooking this up. And I hope that this is what I'm trying to accomplish. So it'd be good for small excavator guys. It'd be good for the home builder guys. And I think overall it's going to be a very positive move for us to pass this ordinance.
Okay, further discussion? Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. And I request the help of the clerk on this and quite possibly the attorney, but
This is John Ashman, our Deputy Borough Attorney. I think the clerk was going to read something at some point. I just was going to remind, I don't know if that was going to happen early on or later, but.
Yeah, I was waiting for him to say at the end,
I
the
forgot.
clerk has something to read, but he didn't, so I didn't know when
I apologize
he
to
wanted to
interrupt.
read it. Yeah, but thank you, John.
And I did forget, Mayor.
Okay,
So I would
you-
appreciate
you
it if the
want
clerk
her-
would read that
Deputy
into the
Mayor, do you
record.
mind if we take, okay, good.
At the request of Assembly Member 2, he has asked that I read this into record for the public in the Assembly. This is his intent of the proposed ordinance. Augmentation is to address the ongoing issues created through poor land development practices and unsustainable residential development during a time period pre-1993. The borough has attempted to address some of these issues in subsequent years by setting minimum requirements for lot size, streaming, common lot line dissolvement, and addressing on-site utility requirements for smaller lots. The proposed is a further step in addressing the unsustainable practices of the past. Why? The residential housing developers have worked hard in recent years to produce affordable housing for families and community members of the Matsu Borough. In doing so, builders naturally choose building lots that are cost-effective for development and thus marketable at a reasonable price to our continually growing community. This necessary process has largely depleted the inventory of easily developable residential housing lots that can be sold at a price point congruent with salaries and income levels afforded to us by local industry. The result is a current surplus of cost-prohibitive building lots that could otherwise be utilized for affordable housing. The increase in development cost is passed on to price-sensitive consumers through our basic economic system. Simply put, it has driven up the cost of affordable housing needed for a vibrant community to prosper and thrive. How? By increasing the currently permitted 2,000 square yards of gravel under MSB 17, Title 17, Chapter 30, Section 20 to 10,000 square yards. Builders and land developers can reduce operational cost. The result of this reduction will be lower housing costs for potential home buyers and ultimately a more robust and healthy overall economy in the Matsu Borough. The significance of this reduction cannot be overstated. On average, Americans currently spend 30% of their income on housing cost. Sorry, I have a cold, so I'm trying not to sniffle too much. For developers, gravel can be a byproduct gained through the conversion of raw land into adequate and appropriate building pads. This byproduct becomes a valuable resource for other properties lacking appropriate material for necessary improvements, such as building roads, driveways, and home sites. The ordinance change would allow for easy and convenient improvements on land adversely affected by topography, either too steep or too low. What this ordinance is not, this proposed change does not affect gravel producers or mineral extraction permit holders. It is simply streamlines the disposal of small quantities of gravel by local residential housing producers for the purpose of offsetting the cost of development. These cost savings are passed on to the consumer in the same way cost increases lead to higher housing prices for the would-be home buyers. It does not create an avenue or industry of new gravel producers by lowering the existing high barriers to entity impediments that the mineral extraction industry presently faces. Those requirements must remain unaffected and unchanged. Who benefits? Would-be home buyers benefit from the lowering housing cost. Home builders and dirt workers benefit from an increased acceptable inventory. The Matsu Borough benefits from an increase in the tax base. Landowners benefit by increased attractiveness of previously unusable, unsellable land. This correspondence was sent to the Assembly, and by request of the Borough Clerk, I almost said City Clerk, the Borough Clerk and the Attorney, we ask that that be read to the public.
Okay, now, Deputy Mayor, do you have comments now? We're now in the phase of discussion. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And I will ask for the help of the attorney and the clerk on this, but in the event that this does pass tonight, I do think it's fair that, as mentioned by previous Assembly member earlier, I think the name, I don't think it has a good title as it currently sits. I do think that it should be somewhere along the lines of a fill and grade permit. Right now, 2,000 yards, I think just it's good to use like an average size lot. So if you take a 1 acre lot in the Matsu Borough, 2,000 yards is the equivalent of 14 inches on that lot. And that's not very much, right? It's 14 inches. If you go all the way, if that site had to go all the way to 10,000 yards on an acre, it would be 6 feet. And I think it's fair to say, I think most people would consider that filling and grading. So if the clerk could please help me find a name, a new title that has those words in it. I do think that was a great suggestion.
Madam Mayor, through Madam Mayor, thank you, Assembly Yunt, for my first meeting to put that out there for me. The only thing I would think of, and John could correct me if I'm wrong, and or Alex, I'm not sure of what definitions are in Borough Code in Title 17 right now, so I could work with John and Alex on something. I just don't know if I could do it on the fly.
Would it be best that I pull that? I'll wait for Alex to give me nods and maybe come back to that in a little bit so that he has time to look up those definitions, fill and grade. Would that be better, Alex? I pull my amendment.
Okay, all right. Further discussion on the motion to adopt ordinance 23-033. Assemblyperson McKee.
I don't even know where to start, and I'm sure not going to repeat what so many folks said tonight. I think tonight our testimony was 35 against and 12 for. Last time we went through this thing, it was 38 against and 12 yes, something like that. Anyway, 73 to 14 no. And I am elected by the people, and by gosh, that's where I'm going with this. Heard a couple of contradictions. Well, let me just say about the name thing. A rose by any other name is still a rose. And so I don't understand how changing the title of this can make any difference to anybody. Maybe just make them think that said there's something different about it, but the name, but that's not so, as far as I can see. When I first heard about, not first, maybe the fifth time I heard this controversy, I thought, this reminds me of the Emperor's New Clothes. That was a story written by Hans Christian Andersen in 1620. And the emperor really liked new clothes. And so a couple of swindlers came into town and said, let's do this. We'll pretend we're making clothes. We're going to charge them a whole lot of money for it. But he's going to be naked. And the only people that won't be able to see this, we will say, are people who are incompetent or foolish. So everybody, of course, didn't want to look incompetent or foolish. So everybody said, those are great clothes. But he didn't have any clothes on. And finally, we had a parade. And a little kid said, he's naked. And the whole idea of this is I don't care what you call this. When all the things that I hear, traffic, noise, danger to children, by the way, I have an amendment on this thing. If it does go, I'm not going to vote for it, but my grandkid goes out on a Saturday. He's 4.5 years old. He's faster than a flash. He'd be out in that road all day long. So I'm against a lot of it. But this thing says, for me, the only way to say that this would be an acceptable thing to do would be to ignore all the testimony of all the people. And some of it is emotional, yes, but a lot of it is factual. And I can't just say that this is okay, because that would be like me saying the emperor has new clothes and he doesn't. So I also, just the idea that there are contradictions saying that, well, we're going to make this for the entrepreneurs, but really we've heard other testimonies that you can't make a buck on this because how much money can you make on 10,000 cubic yards? So that's a contradiction to me. And people saying, well, it costs people a lot of money to have a house built out here, yet we're the fastest growing place in the state. So that doesn't fit. So I'm against it. But if it looks like it's going to, I have 3 amendments, as you see. So somehow or another, if by God, it should pass, I at least want this protection. So I don't know what point I introduced that, but I'll introduce it and then I'll vote against the whole thing. That's just total transparency. That's where I'm going.
Well, you can introduce your First Amendment, and then we
Let's
can
do that.
discuss it, and then vote on that First Amendment. So why don't you do that? We'll take each amendment separately.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
Madam Mayor, I hate to interrupt, but can we get Deputy Mayor to extend the meeting? It is 10:01.
Oh, yes, right. Thank you.
With your
Any go ahead.
That's not allowable. With your permission, we can only go 1 hour at a time. With your permission, I would like to extend the meeting until 11 p.m.
Okay. Is there any objection to extending the meeting to 11 p.m.? Okay. All right. All right. Now go ahead.
Okay, so my
Thank
first
you.
amendment would be,
Thank you.
I move to amend OR 23033 by amending paragraph MSB 17-30-039F1 by deleting the words "and Saturday 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. operations shall not occur on Sunday." And the amended paragraph will read as follows: all extraction activities that cause noise, dust, or traffic shall be limited to Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And do
Okay.
I talk about it now?
Sure.
Okay.
Please.
Like I said, Saturday, the kids are out of school all day, in the summertime, I realize they're out of school anyway, but they've got places they go, and the mom and dad are not home. They're at a sitter's house, so the kid probably isn't there. But on Saturdays, that's Yahoo Day. Church, on Sunday you go to church, but Saturday, man, it's for the kids. But they're going to be out in the streets running around like crazy little maniacs like they are. And I would be terrified if this were to happen in my neighborhood. I'd lose 90 pounds the first week, because my grandson is very fast and he wants to go and look at the truck. So he's going to be out doing that. And these kids are playing baseball on the road, and they're doing their skateboards down the road and stuff like that. So to me, to leave this open on a Saturday is just a hell of a bad idea, because the kids are out there, and the dogs and the cats and every other thing. So that's plus just the peace and quiet of the family who says, I'm off work. No, I'm not. I got all that sound out there in danger and I'm chasing my kid. So that's why Saturday to me is a really rotten idea.
Okay. Further discussion on the, yes,
Excuse me.
Deputy Mayor.
I have a cold too.
Yeah, thank you very much for your amendment. I have a few things that I think folks may want to consider when we vote on this amendment. So the original hours of operation are mine. And so I too believe it's a good idea to have hours of operations, days of operation, right? Currently, I just will remind everybody that currently right now there is no hours of operation or no days of operation. In the Mat-Su Borough, you cannot be above 90 decibels, and that's for good reason. It's very loud. It can be very loud and obnoxious. Yeah. And so, but I would like to speak to, and everyone's welcome to Google this because that's all I did. And so the decibels of an excavator, the kind that I think most people around here use, is approximately a 200. And this is at the excavator, of course, or at the point of the noise. It goes down as it goes farther, but is between 72 and 75. And a dump truck is between 80 and 84. So some perspective on some of those things. And I agree that we got to have hours of operations, but a washing machine is 70, an alarm clock is 80, a lawnmower is 90. That's at the threshold. Right now, we could outlaw most lawnmowers, or we could cite, I should say, we could cite many lawnmowers in the Mat-Su Borough. And I'm going to take a minute and pick on myself here because my company does carpentry. That's really what we do, is we do carpentry. A nail gun ranges between 120 and 140 decibels. We've worked the same schedule in my company for 19 years at 7:30 a.m. until 5 p.m. because I too respect people's privacy. But I will say it takes substantially longer to frame a house than it does to move 10,000 yards. I called 2 excavators today. One is a larger tier, one's more of a mid-tier, and I asked them the same question. If you were using one of your excavators that you pull behind a dump truck, approximately how many yards would you move in a day? Because I don't know, I want to know. And so one of them told me they can load a dump truck with 10 to 11 yards in 1.5 to 2 minutes. And I said, well, what would you consider slow? What would be like belligerently slow to you? And he said 3 minutes. So if you work a 12-hour day, which we could reduce it to 10, whatever, but if you work 12 hours at 3 minutes, you're moving somewhere between 2,400 and 2,600 yards per day. So your 10,000 yards is 4 days of work. You guys, I can tell you, I've never framed a house in 4 days of my life, and the nail guns are twice as loud. If you reduce it all the way down to 5 minutes, because I asked both those guys, what is the smaller mid-tier guy, what would be like the slowest thing? And he's like, I'm pretty sure a kid could load a dump truck in 5 minutes with the thing, you know, and he got a good chuckle out of it. Even at that, it's 1,500 yards a day. So you're talking about 6.5 to 7 days to move this. So I believe 11 of the amendments in this current form were mine. From the, when we went through this previously, right? I put my heart and soul into protecting people's property rights and listening to the people that spoke. I personally am not okay with removing Saturday because, well, other than church on Sunday being a good reason, a lot of people need to work 6 days a week. I'm fortunate enough in my industry, we can work year round, but dirt workers can't. Right? We have road restrictions right now. They're talking about going until the middle of June, but they're for sure going until late May. And then the ground gets really hard, I would say sometime around October. They get 5 months a year to make 12 months worth of money. And that's why I'm asking to leave it the way it is, which is the way I created it originally, which was Monday through Saturday. So I just wanted to speak to some of those numbers. I can't justifiably tell someone not to work on a Saturday when they make half the noise that a carpenter makes. So that's my reasoning. So for that reason, I cannot support the amendment. I would like to leave it Monday through Saturday I believe I had about 10 hours a day in there. I don't have that right in front of me right now at this moment, and I apologize for that, but that's all I got. Thank you.
May I respond?
Yeah.
I wasn't worried so much about the noise. I mean, that would bother me, and on the but the constant trucks going back and forth, that'd bother me too. The reason the trucks going back and forth all day long would bother me a lot is because that's the day, as I said, kids are home. They're out playing, the dogs are out in the street, the kids are out in the street, skateboarding and baseballing and whatever the heck else it is that they do. So I just think that's dangerous, and I cannot, for that reason, support that Saturday work. The people who are in that industry, you know, there's a downside to everything. And maybe that's one of them here. I just can't do it. So just my thoughts. Thanks, and that's all I'll say.
Assembly person hours, comments?
Yeah, I'm okay with the amendment. I would support it, but it's lipstick on a pig, and it's a pig with no purpose. It's trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. And, you know, I wish one of the four people, after we spent 16 hours on one of the four people supporting this, would just say now that they're not going to support it, and we'll have a lot shorter night because I'm going to have a lot of amendments to this. We're going to be here a while, so I'll save comments for later. I'll say one comment on this specific amendment. So there may be places where a gravel pit is operating. It should go 24/7. Right now, with the administrative permit, that would work. We're being blind. We're trying to do one thing so intensely. We're blind to the things that are going to be unfair to business, unfairly limit them. So I can support this, but I wish one of the four would speak up and a flat shorter meeting, everybody can go home.
Assemblyperson Hale, did you have comments?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to support this amendment. If somebody wants to operate on Saturday, they can get an administrative permit, which is not difficult or expensive to do.
Okay, further discussion on amendment? I guess there is objection to the amendment, so go ahead and vote.
Question. We're voting on these three amendments, one amendments, or?
You're voting on the First Amendment,
Okay, thank you.
where it says all extraction activities that cause noise, dust, or traffic shall be limited to Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. That's what you're voting yes or no for.
Okay, Madam Mayor.
Are you ready? Mhm.
Yes. I'm going to do this fancy voting thing that I've never done before. And that motion failed with McKee. I did not wear my glasses tonight, with McKee, Hale, and Nowers in support.
Okay. Ready? Assemblyperson McKee, did you want to move amendment number 2? Okay, go ahead and state it for the record.
I'm 0 for 3. This is amendment number 223-033. Do I have to read through all that stuff at the top there?
Huh?
Do I have to read through all this stuff up here? Can I just cut to the chase?
Yeah, you need to read that whole
Okay.
thing, so it's in the record exactly where you want it
Yeah.
and how you want it stated. Thank you.
I move to amend OR 23-033 by amending subsection MSB 1730.039D by deleting the words 1/2 mile and replacing with the words 1 mile. And the amended paragraph would read as follows: the extraction site shall not be within 1 mile of any other small gravel extraction site registered under this section. And
Okay.
now I can speak to
Go
it.
ahead and talk
I
to
live
it.
on Fairview Loop, Linley Lane actually, and crosses Crane Road. Our area looks like bombed out Berlin. We have 3/4 of a mile from my house. We have an enormous gravel pit because that's where the ranch subdivision and all that stuff is dug up like crazy. Then we have Denny, Proviance, I've got Valley Block and Concrete. That's right over here. Where's the other one? We got 3. Oh, and then right across the road from that, right across from the Valley Block and Concrete, there's another gravel pit just as you come around the road to go up the railroad track. So you look around my neighborhood, if you're looking from the air, like I said, it's cratered. So those places are all established gravel pits. Now, I know we're not talking gravel pits here, but I live in a neighborhood where everybody has a bit of land because I got horses and stuff. But any one of those, my neighbors, could take their little plot of land and dig out 10,000 cubic yards of gravel, and it'd be even worse than it is, because I could practically spit in any direction and spit on a gravel pit. And I just don't like the idea of something being that close to people, where you don't even get a breather and you can say, peace and quiet and trees and things. Nope, you can't, because you got another whatever we're going to call it, fill and grade thing or gravel pit or whatever you want to call it. So I don't like that half mile. It's not enough for me. That's just the way I feel.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to support this amendment. If somebody wants to be closer to another small extraction site, they can get an administrative permit, which is not expensive or difficult to get.
Further discussion on amendment, no, yes, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I would like to speak on the administrative permit. So I got the map here that staff made, and I asked staff to come up during the break to make sure that I didn't make any mistakes. This process has been in place for 16 years, 17. On that map where we figure at least 80% of the population of the Matsu Borough resides, there is one administrative approval. There are 10 conditional use permits. 2 of those are owned by the Matsu Borough. We have been in the marijuana business now, which I'm neither for nor against, but I'm only using it as a way to compare. We've been in the marijuana business for approximately 6 years, 7 years, I think 7, Alex said. And we've approved around 60. That's 5 dozen conditional use permits. I could care less about gravel. I mean, I will say, I think the least amount of distance traveled, the safer for people on the road. And this isn't going to make people buy more gravel. It's not how it works. The market needs what the market needs, and the least distance it travels, the better. But I do think it's worth noting that, on that map where 80+% of us live, and I believe probably 95+% of tonight's individuals who spoke, there's literally 11 that have been approved in 17 years, and 2 of those are owned by the Matsu Borough. So I just wanted, I guess I need to get that out there. It just doesn't seem, I'm not in either business. I've not a marijuana guy, I'm not a gravel guy, but it sure doesn't seem even in any way, shape, or form to me. So.
Okay, Assemblyperson Nelms?
I've never thought about the similarities between marijuana and gravel before. I think the only thing marijuana has that gravel doesn't is smell. But I won't go any further on that. This is the same thing. Number one, to the point about administrative permits, 85% have been approved. So it's not like they're being turned down. Again, on this, there may be sites that are perfect for within 10 feet of each other. There may be sites where it shouldn't be within a mile of each other because you're piling on top of a road. I live in Palmer. Anybody who's driven that Glen Highway, when the wind blows, you can't hardly see the road because of the dust blowing across there. And I know I'm a quarter mile from there, and I got dust on top of our house from that gravel pit. So there, with no berm, with no buffer, no screens on these, which wouldn't be required under a registration, I can support this, but again, under the current process, we have the ability to take into account the conditions where it's being proposed and the effect on the surrounding property owner. So it's a flawed piece of legislation, and it's more lipstick.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, did you have comments?
Yeah, so one other thing, I think it's best to use math when you're looking at things like these. And, I originally put the half a mile setback in there for the very reason of protecting neighbors, right? I did not realize, and at that time when I Googled, that me as a carpenter, as a guy that frames houses, who usually takes 2 to 3 weeks to frame a house, not 5 to 6 days to move the gravel, we make twice the noise. And so when I originally put the half a mile in, I thought that seemed pretty fair. I didn't realize, honestly, that, I will say, if this passes tonight, you're not allowed to manufacture gravel. So earlier when someone spoke about using their, to go in and get septic rock, you're not going to be able to make that stuff here. This is just to move the back, to regrade the lot or whatever. You can't manufacture products with this, which is good because manufacturing gravel can get pretty loud. And so, especially if you're crushing, but I don't know, it's worth noting that a half a mile radius, like I asked for previously, is 502 acres. And so the staff helped me put the map together. In all fairness, I put it in an area in my district with 1 acre lot being the smallest, and some of them are a lot larger. But in a area with, like I said, 1 acre lots, 502 acres, even now that I realize how quiet loading a dump truck is, seems rather extensive to me, especially when most subdivisions in the Matsu Borough have no interconnectivity. I know that's been a problem for years in the borough. It's hard on the fire department and the ambulances when there's no interconnectivity, and it's a problem we got to solve. But, you know, you could have somebody, there's no way you're going to hear someone loading a dump truck around the corner, much less. And so that, I don't know, like I said, it's 502 acres. If we move to a mile radius, it is 2,010 acres. So I wanted to put that out there for folks. Right now, at a half a mile, it's 502 acres. And if it were to be switched to a mile, it's 2,010 acres. And that's a pretty large area, in my opinion.
Okay. Assemblyperson Nowers, did you have comment?
And just on this idea that we have a half mile or 1 mile, like, again, I think the people who propose this are blind. They're trying to solve one problem. The blindness is somebody come in and get this registration permit for $100, and then nobody else can take advantage of that system within a half mile, within a quarter mile, within a mile. They got to go through it, the onerous administrative permit and whole process. So just on trying to be fair to businesses, we don't do that to marijuana shops. Go on the marijuana, you know, we got to be fair across the board. So again, I think the overall is there's a problem, a thing you're trying to do, and you're not looking at the broader picture to the rest of the businesses or to the public. And I think that I don't know, I can't support this actually, just because it's unfair to other businesses. We should be fair across the board.
Assemblyperson Paula.
I have a proposition to make to make it more fair across the board if the radius is completely removed, because then it does not advantage one person or another, or somebody is trying to apply for a permit at 12:01 a.m., which in this case, I see if you have certain subdivisions that are building, they have hills that are 1/4 or 1/8 of a mile that are big, that need to be removed, where half a mile away, there's completely flat. Because we need to understand that what we're working on is showing a specific, criteria focused on removal of the hills, with the intent to have a compensation of some sort, so that you could actually, whether it's the trucking or whatever, time it out. So I believe there's going to be, I see that concern because there's maybe 2 or 3 nearby people in the same subdivision that would like to take advantage of that, and whoever got first type of thing almost disadvantaged. So if we removed all that together, then that's not going to be because we're not creating hills by voting for this, but we have options for people to be able to remove those hills. And if 2 or 3 people, whether they want to go ahead and improve those lots all at the same time, maybe before the rest of the houses got built, while it's not as many people on there, I think that would be a fair thing. And hopefully they'll do it within 1 or 2 years, and more buildable, affordable lots will be as a result.
Deputy Mayor.
Out of fairness for the process, I believe we should stay focused on this current amendment. So are you proposing a secondary amendment, or are you wanting to debate this current?
This is a secondary amendment.
I think we need to vote on this one first.
Because we have the main menu, so we would have to vote this down, and then he could propose one.
Can you please explain the current secondary amendment again then, just so that?
This is a secondary amendment because we have the primary amendment for the whole ordinance.
Madam Mayor, this is just, this is a regular amendment. You guys don't have a secondary one right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought the first one's called the first one and the second one's called the
I
second.
don't know what terms you guys use. but- Yeah, the first one's the ordinance. You have the
Yeah.
motion on the floor right now to
Right,
adopt the
yeah.
ordinance.
Okay.
So maybe you do, but
Okay.
he could amend
He could
this
amend it. Okay, my apologies. I gave you the wrong information.
It's okay. I just wanted to note that, yeah, there is a current amendment on the floor that we
Right.
should stay focused on unless an assembly member would like to offer a secondary amendment. And so
I would like to vote on this one and then propose an amendment.
And so what's he say? Change, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, the motion on the floor is to amend ordinance 2333 by deleting the words 1/2 mile and replacing with the words 1 mile.
Right, but what did he just want?
He said he would like to vote on this motion and then he would come up with a
Oh,
different one.
So it's going back to the same thing about the secondary amendment. Okay. Any further discussion on this amendment? I understand there is objection, so go ahead and vote, everybody, please.
This is what Lonnie says, if the assembly members in the room could vote. And that motion failed with McKee and Hale in favor.
Okay. So Assemblyperson Poff, do you want to do your amendment now, or we have another amendment from Assemblyperson McKee? What do you prefer?
I would prefer we finish with hers and then we get on the other amendments.
Okay, ready. So you want to move your amendment number 3?
Yeah, let's get McKee out of the way so we can get on with our lives here. Amendment number 3. But I'm telling you what, people elected me, and by God, I'm going to hang in there till the bitter end. If I'm the only one doing it. And number 3, I move to amend OR 23-033 by amending section MSB 1730.039 by adding a new subsection to read as follows. Upon expiration of the registration, the site is to be required to be reclaimed in accordance with the reclamation standards of MSB 1728.067. So basically, oh, and I can say, talk to it now. Yeah. So basically saying, and I'm not going to vote for the whole, I'm going to vote no matter what happens here. I just wanted to kind of give the people a little protection, which ain't happening. But in any case, in this one, we talk about the gravel pits that are there now, and there's really no, and no, I know we're not talking pits. There must be a better word. People walk away and leave those things. I've been here 30 years. Some of those pits have been here 30 years. I mean, I know longer than that. I can tell you that one of them close to us, it was there when we got here. It's still there. People don't do anything about it because the penalties are not strong enough. So now, instead of just these few large places where people have dug pits, and somebody out there was talking about how you're going to enforce this stuff, make these people follow the stuff we said we're going to do. They're not going to do it, and we're not going to do anything about it, so the pits are going to stay. So this probably won't do anything either, but at least to say, if you mess it up, you clean it up.
Okay.
That's kind of where I am with that.
I totally support D on this one. If it's all in name of development, we're not here making big holes and stuff. We're trying to make property valuable to where we can actually tax it and make money for the borough.
Assemblyperson Hale?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I support this. There's an old gravel pit near my neighborhood that was not reclaimed in accordance with the reclamation standards and was permitted under administrative permit, and we call that the Butte Compound. And what happened is it filled up with squatters and criminals and junk cars and became a dumping ground. You can still go out there today and find bare hypodermic needles laying on the ground right there, buckets full of human waste. So yeah, we need to do everything we can to prevent that kind of thing happening.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I waved for Alex, our planning director, to please come up. I got a few questions for him. I just want to make sure I too support this. I've spoke on behalf of reclamation standards multiple times in the past and delayed other meetings because of them. So absolutely, I support them. I just want to make sure we all understand what it is we're voting on. Currently, right now, with 2,000 yards, you can dig a hole in the ground, right next to the water and leave it like that, right? If we go to, and you can do it in less than a day worth of work. If you go to 10,000 yards, in tonight's legislation already has it so that it's left topographically usable and all the other things. And I added multiple amendments in to protect the water in other ways. And so I guess what I really want to clarify is if we pass this amendment, and I hope that we do, that the staff could let us know exactly what will be expected and what reclamation standards for the Matsu Borough means. So Alex, if you may.
Sure.
Yes, any objections to staff? No, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so reclamation standards for gravel pits that are permitted with a CEP or an admin permit under 1728-067. And I'll give you the highlights of what is required. First of all, junk vehicles and junk vehicle parts and trash need to be removed. Slopes shall be graded to attain a maximum 50% slope or the natural stabilized angle of repose of the existing material. Site soil is more susceptible to erosion or liquefaction, requires slope adequate to ensure stabilization. Slope shall be graded to blend with surrounding undisturbed topography. Surface water quality shall be protected by implementing applicable best management practices described in the current publication of the State of Alaska's User Manual Best Management Practices for Gravel Pits. All disturbed areas shall be covered with a minimum compaction depth of 4 inches of topsoil stripped and stockpiled during initial development activities. In cases where there is insufficient topsoil on site to provide this minimum coverage, all available topsoil shall be retained for reclamation. Natural substances and organic materials that have water nutrient holding capacity conducive to plant growth may be used as a substitute for topsoil. And then it keeps going here. There's quite a few. Big one is 60% live plant cover of the entire restored area shall be achieved by the end of the 4th growing season after the phase is completed. It does require revegetation in accordance with the Alaska State Department of Natural Resources Division of Agriculture Revegetation Manual for Alaska. Reseeding or reclaimed areas shall utilize certified seed, kept free of noxious weeds, undesirable plants. And then it does have an exception for areas that are covered with buildings, paved driveways, paved roads. So if you have a following land use that develops it, then these are exempt, essentially.
Okay.
Thank you. I absolutely love most of everything that's in there. When you talk about sloping and everything, Mr. Bernier had a previous amendment that does just that. The water table, I've got other water table amendments in this if it does pass tonight, that distances from water and stuff that even that doesn't speak about. And so I definitely agree with all this. I think the current legislation is better than that in some ways, but in other ways, I do have a couple minor concerns that everybody should consider, or maybe we could possibly take a little bit of that out. When you're talking about the reclamation standards, we're talking about large gravel pits. What we're talking about this evening is 6 feet on 1 acre or 3 feet on 2 acres, right? And you're going to put a home and these other things. I love my lawn. I only live on 0.4 acres, right? The site with the riprap that I put on, I think it's like 0.38 or 0.4 acres. It's tiny. It's pretty easy. And I got 6 kids too. So I love my lawn and we mow the heck out of it, right? But I don't think that it's fair that we all require everybody to cover 60% of their lot back with, I don't remember the exact wording, but some sort of trees, and that everybody have a lawn. Like, that works for my family, but I have grave concerns if we're going to do that part of it. All the rest of everything else I absolutely loved, but I do have concerns with forcing people who want to level out their lot to build a huge lawn. Does that make sense? So take those, I just want to take that into consideration.
To build a huge what?
Lawn?
Lawn, okay.
Yeah. 60% of an acre is a lot of lawn.
Okay. Assemblyperson Vaughn?
Maybe a question to Alex, or if you can come back. I'm looking on the amendments that we have. I have a physical copy. So there is the amendment, 3, or I guess it's in the section F, amendment 3, 4, pretty much 5, 8.
Where are you at,
I'm
sir?
I'm looking. I'm looking at the actual ordinance 23-03D.
Okay.
And the numbers that I've listed, I almost feel like there is already exact provisions that are put in place that are fairly strict. That's part of the hard work that's been put on, that almost has people, by applying for this permit, they're agreeing to these conditions, which by default there are to follow based on the slopes, the setbacks, and keeping it flat. So I don't know if it's necessary to do another ones to almost make it more complicated. That's my only concern.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Through the mayor, I'd like to ask Alex to please speak on, if this were to pass tonight with all of the previous amendments from before, but without this one, what is required of folks as far as when it comes to protecting topography and water and all the other things? Can you please speak to it as it's written currently?
Any objection to staff coming? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Alex Strawn, Planning Director. So I think Assembly Member Fonov kind of nailed it here. So extraction, so there is a provision that says you can't extract within 4 feet of the season high water table. Slope shall be graded to attain a maximum 50% slope or the natural stabilized angle of repose. Any hazardous materials, drips, leaks, or spills shall be promptly attended to and properly treated. There's dust mitigation, and then the provision about, you can flatten topography, but you can't create a hole or depression. That's.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Many of the things that you read were requests of mine previously that I took directly out of the reclamation standards. And that's why I asked you to read them. There are possibly some other things in there that could be added, but again, we've put a lot of things into the legislation tonight that came directly, or I did, directly out of the reclamation standards. And like I said, my big fear, I definitely love the direction you're headed in here, Ms. McKee, but my big fear is forcing people to have 20,000+ square feet of lawn in live tree cover. Does that make sense? So
It does. And maybe we could just, by incorporation of those things that Rob loved and I loved, and with the exception of the 60, whatever the heck acre thing it is for the lawn. I'm getting a little rummy here. So, because there were many things that you just read that the amendments that you were talking about, that I don't think get to me the whole feeling of what I'm looking for here. I kind of want it to go back. Talk about dust mitigation. Best way to do that is planting something on it. I don't know why we couldn't just, by reference, with the exception of this big lawn, just bring this into this thing and get it on its way. Doesn't seem too complex. Would that accomplish what you want, Rob?
Yeah, I think we need to talk about your third amendment. That's where the
That's what I'm talking
discussion
about.
should be.
That's where I am.
Yeah, I know, but then you were talking about bringing that other stuff in and that kind of stuff.
No, I'm just saying, if we talk about reclamation and then we just in that amendment reference all those lovely things that Alex was reading.
Well, isn't that what you're doing here with this in your amendment there?
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's what he read was what you had here. Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Specifically to the amendment, I thought I heard Mr. Strawn say that if the property was developed in another way substantially, that the conditions of, they would be exempt from 1728-067. So if you built a home on it, you would not have to comply with 1728-067. You would not have to, make 60% of your property a lawn. By the simple fact of building a home on it, you have reclaimed it.
That's what I was looking for, Tim.
Okay, Assemblyperson Benoit.
The other thing too, I mean, when you're doing 60% reclamation or plant life growth on your ground, that's just to stop erosion. That's all that is. It doesn't have to be Kentucky bluegrass. It can be chickweed. It can be fireweed. It can be, I guarantee you take and open up some ground and within 2-3 years, you're going to have cottonwood, you're going to have birch, and you're going to have everything else sprouting up voluntarily. Okay, so that 60%, it isn't a lawn. I mean, what they're trying to do is secure the ground so it doesn't get blown away by the wind.
Assemblyperson Nowers, I think. I don't know. I keep looking down there, but I don't see your hand moving.
Oh,
to the-
sorry. Well, because this big
Yeah.
guy is blocking my way. Stand
Go
back,
ahead.
stand back. I'm going to have a question for you, Alex, but first of all, we mentioned water, and this new ordinance would weaken the water restrictions. The old one actually requires people to identify where it is. But I keep kind of hearing this idea that that what we're doing is adding reclamation. But under the current process that we have, you're required to reclaim the property. So there's nothing in our new proposal that is adding reclamation requirements. Right now, if you're over 2,000 yards and you do an admin and conditional use permit, you are required to reclaim. And if you're under 2,000, you're not. And if we pass this, you're under 2,000, you don't have to reclaim. And you're over 2,000, you have to reclaim. So we're not changing anything. Am I correct? I just want to confirm that because I kind of hear this like making it sound, I hear what I think is implied that we are somehow adding reclamation requirements. So I'm just double checking. We are not changing.
Go ahead. Any objection to staff? No. Okay, go ahead, sir.
So, yeah, so under 2,000 cubic yards, no reclamation required. If this passes, between 2 and 10,000 cubic yards, you have the opportunity to do this registration where there's limited, I guess, very limited reclamation requirements, just sloping and things like that. There's no requirement for revegetation or anything like that.
Okay, so we'd actually be, as proposed, we'd be lowering the standards for reclamation.
If someone were to opt into the registration instead of like an admin or CUP.
Okay.
Correct.
And then, thank you. And just one comment, I know we struggle, and I don't mind if you weigh in, we struggle with reclamation right now. So I just want to mention, I live near, Ms. McKee's gone down, but there's 100 acres near me, and I brought this up before. There's 100 acres that was a gravel pit for years. They proposed on here a big housing development and a boat launch. That's what it was supposed to be reclaimed into. It was going to be hundreds of homes bringing value. Well, it's turned into a dump site, and it was proposed for a dump site, and it's turned into a laydown yard. And it's worth $255,000, 100 acres near the Glen Parks Interchange, beautiful mountain views and lakes. That could be bringing tax value into the borough. So I just want to say on the reclamation, if anything, what I've heard in the valley and what I've seen in the valley is we aren't able to incentivize the folks doing the gravel enough to get the property reclaimed. And we're paying the bill for that because that's tax dollars not coming in to us. So if anything, I mean, I guess I would support this, but if anything, I think, again, we're lipstick on a pig and we need to go back to the original ordinance and look at ways to help the people doing the gravel pits to want to reclaim it. Maybe that's incentives for them. Maybe, it's the penalties don't seem to have an effect, but if we can help bring those properties into value, and I know but speaking to I don't want to go off topic, but speaking to this particular one, I think it's good, but we need to go further with our gravel pits in the valley. I've heard that.
Deputy Mayor.
I did want to note that probably 6 or 8 weeks ago, I asked to put the requirement for dust mitigation in this. So even if it does pass unamended, there will be the requirement for dust mitigation as well as all of the other things Alex read that I took directly out of the restoration requirements. And so I did want to build on what Ms. Nowers is saying. I too am frustrated by that. I do think in all fairness, there's a big difference between a 100-acre site and owned by a corporation that understands that they can move their bond from one portion of it to the other and how to play the game. I have no faith in the gravel industry. They have so much money, they can afford a lobbyist to come in here and protect their industry. They don't want competition. The gravel industry doesn't care if the distance traveled is shorter. They don't want to lose out on the opportunity to sell you gravel. That's the truth. I can tell you, I don't have a lobbyist, so I cannot afford
Is this
that.
germane to the amendment?
It is, absolutely. And so, restoration, absolutely, we should take that up. We're currently taking it up here. We have amended or unamended. We have dust control. We have multiple ways to protect the water table. We have sloping requirements. Again, my big fear is, and I'm all for supporting your amendment, Ms. McKee, but I'm going to ask to strike out anything in regards to the 60% vegetation and all the things, because I don't feel comfortable requiring somebody to do that to 20,000+ square feet of a 1 acre lot. So I'm comfortable with all of the other things other than, and if Alex could please read into the record again what those were in regards to the ground cover and the landscaping portion of it, I guess, if you must. So, thank you.
Go ahead, sir. Any objection to staff? No. Okay.
Okay, so I guess what, would you like me to repeat the entire thing?
I would like to offer a secondary amendment that strikes out the portion about the 60% and the live trees and those types of things. So I'll let you read what's currently in the code, and that's all I'm asking to strike. All the rest of the restoration stuff I'm okay with, because honestly, this legislation already has most of it.
Well, just a minute. Are you asking him, are you going to make a secondary amendment to strike in the existing code?
No, of course not.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
No, if anything, I want to make existing for the big gravel industry much stricter. This is 6 feet on 1 acre. That's what this is. This is 14 inches to 6 feet.
Where is that?
So
Is that
I want to
in?
strike, on 1 acre where we're talking about 14 to 50, 60 inches, I do not want to have a requirement for ground
I
cover.
understand that, sir, but where is that? Is that in the proposed ordinance or in the existing code?
It's in the proposed amendment.
I think I can help clarify here. So,
Okay.
so I think what Mr. Yunt is asking for is a secondary amendment to say, reclamation is required in accordance with 1728-067, accepting 1728-067 G2.
Okay.
Is that the trees thing? The G2?
That's the 60% live cover requirement.
Can I just say something here? What I really am intending about this, you've got 6 kids, Rob, so you know the drill. You tell your kid to do something and he doesn't do it, and you say 1 and he doesn't do it, and you say 2. By the time you say 2, he's on his way to doing it. So what I want to do is make these people say, okay, so we've gotten to 1 before and it didn't work. This takes us to 2. Now you better clean the damn thing up or we're going to kick your butt. That's where I'm going with this. Not very fancy, but there it is.
Madam Mayor, for the record, can I get Alex to state that again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe the intent is to add at the end of this amendment, as a secondary amendment, accepting 1728-067 G2.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
May
And then
I?
you
Because
wanna
I
speak
got,
to your- you wanna speak to
I
your-
do not think it's right that we legislate against 99% of honest people to worry about 1% of dishonest people. But with that being said, I would like to strike 1728-067 from the, if we adopt the amendment for reclamation standards, G1, G2, I apologize, H, that is it, G1, G2, and H I would like struck.
Okay, so could we have Alex read us what, we know what G2 is. G2 is trees. What are the other two?
I can read those if you have them there, Alex, you may as well. Over you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I do. Okay, thanks, Madam Mayor. So G says, all surface areas shall be stabilized and protected against erosion. G1 states, a vegetative cover shall be established and maintained over all disturbed areas on the material extraction site in conformance with the current Alaska State Department of Natural Resources Division of Agriculture Revegetation Manual for Alaska. The current manual will be maintained at the Borough Planning Department and shall be available upon request. G2 states 60% live plant cover of the entire restored area shall be achieved by the end of the fourth growing season after the phase is completed. H states reseeding of reclaimed areas shall utilize certified seed suitable for Alaskan conditions that is free of noxious weeds or undesirable plant species identified in 11 AAC 34.020 prohibited and restricted noxious weeds.
So this is the secondary amendment you're going to make.
My secondary amendment, if we pass the primary amendment to include reclamation standards, it's doing just that. It's getting rid of basically the different ways of verbalizing and writing planting lawns.
Just a minute. Clerk's going to.
Madam Mayor, you guys would have to vote on the secondary amendment first before it goes back up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So discussion now on the secondary amendment. Assemblyperson Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the secondary amendment, I don't believe it's necessary because as soon as you build a house on the thing, you are exempt from the reclamation requirements. So build a house on it.
Okay, further discussion on the secondary? Yes.
Can I just get clarification from the staff that if you build a house, there's no reclamation standards whatsoever? Or is it if you build a house, that portion of it doesn't count against your 60%? Because there's a big difference. And so Mr. Hale's probably right. I just want to clarify.
Go ahead, sir.
So, just going through the mayor. So the letter of the law states areas covered by buildings, paved driveways, paved roads, and paved parking lots, and areas where future utility easements and septic systems will exist are exempt from the reclamation standards outlined in subsections F through H of this section. But generally speaking, if there's a gravel pit and it gets developed as a residential home, we consider that pretty much done, and we're not going to probably enforce reclamation on that.
I understand you say we consider that done, but here's my concern. If you take a 40,000 square foot lot and you take 60%, that's 24,000 square foot. Your average probably ranch home with garage is approximately 2,000 square foot. Then you have a 60 to 80 foot driveway. So you got another 1,000 square foot. Then you got a septic area. I mean, you might with a house and driveway and septic area cover 5,000 square feet. My concern is, and I know Mr. Strawn would never, but he won't be here for life. Does the next planner come along and say the other 20,000 square feet are getting covered by lawn? And for that reason, I'm going to ride my secondary amendment into the dirt. And I'm going to try to get rid of this. I'm not worried about our staff. I think they're amazing. I'm worried about 10 years, 20 years from now.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hours, did you have comment?
So now we're trying to change to a gravel registration process that wouldn't require reclamation in terms of seeding. And I guess I would just say that just seems like we're going further downhill. And if you think pits automatically reseed themselves, drive the Glen Highway, look to your right after you go past the gun range and look at that 100 acres, because all this brown, it doesn't automatically reseed itself. And it doesn't have to be lawn. You can put, as long as you're not bringing in invasive species. So I just, we're going from a good registration process and we're going worse and worse. I can't support the secondary amendment.
Okay, just a minute, Deputy Mayor. Yes, Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, I would hazard to guess that the reason that the Butte compound was not required to do reclamation is because they built a house on it.
Okay. Assemblyperson McKee, is that light just?
No, it's sort of
because-
on because I'm trying to think where to go with this. You got to have something in there that, I mean, I don't like chickweed. I got a lot of that, but something to anchor the soil and not just leave it out there blowing in the wind, literally. So there's got to be something on there about the reclamation project. The only thing I would say, don't make them plant trees. For God's sake, leave all the rest of that stuff in there. The H2, the G5, whatever those things are, MS13, I don't know. But let's just put something on it. Little AstroTurf, I don't care. I'm just saying, I don't think we can, we're throwing the baby out with bathwater here. If we put all that stuff in rub or take out the things that you want taken out. I don't want to make anybody plant a bush. I don't, but you gotta have some protection there, or else you're right back where we started from.
Okay,
Unreclaimed
Deputy Mayor? Oh.
stuff.
Right now, we're hearing the planning department saying that if you build a house, you don't have to do any of the reclamation. I'm trying to add reclamation in, and I'm not worried about our current planner. I added in dust control. I added multiple things for water. Ron added in sloping. We've added a lot of things in for reclamation. We have a great planner right now. I don't know where it's going to wind up someday. I don't know that the next planner or the next one isn't going to look at that and say, John, correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but they could look at it and say that if this passes without my secondary amendment, that planner could say, well, the other 15 or 18 or 20,000 square foot you need to plant. That's all I'm trying to get rid of. I'm not trying to get rid of the reclamation. I'm simply trying to get rid of the requirement to do the landscaping portion. We're not talking about 100-acre sites owned by corporations. We're talking about 6 feet on an acre, 3 feet on 2 acres. We're talking about somebody's home. And I can tell you a big ranch home with a big 3-car garage and a big driveway and all that still isn't going to probably be more than 8,000 square feet. So what are we doing with the rest of it? I understand Tim's frustrations out there on the butte, but maybe our planner's too nice and maybe they should have required some reclamation, you know? So, you know, I'm worried about the next one coming in and telling someone they got to have a 16,000 square foot lawn. And could it not be interpreted differently? It doesn't have, could it not be interpreted differently? Could it not be interpreted differently, John? It's open to interpretation, and that's my worry. You're right, it does not say a lawn. It says a vegetated cover, right? And it's 60%. I don't even know what chickweed is, so I can't, I have no idea what chickweed
I can tell you
is.
about chickweed. It
Nor
will
do I
anchor
care.
the soil forever.
Okay, all right, listen,
probably
listen,
can smoke
hey,
it as
hey,
well,
hey,
yeah.
hey, I'm gonna bring some order here, please.
I call the question on my
Okay,
secondary
just a
amendment.
minute, will you please extend the meeting?
With your permission, I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to midnight.
Okay.
Okay. I'd just like to remind the assembly that this is the first of 4 public hearings we have scheduled tonight. We have not gotten to the 2 resolutions that have been pulled to discuss, let alone all the rest of the items that need to be done tonight. So
What do we do? I mean, if we don't get to those, do we just send them to the next, can we go past midnight?
if
I hope
you,
not.
I don't know, John, if we don't get to the public hearings and they're scheduled tonight, do they automatically go for 2 weeks? Or 3 weeks rather, because that's when we're going to have the next meeting?
I believe the clerk wants to speak to it.
Okay, go ahead.
I actually had code pulled up on that.
Okay.
I'll get back to you, Mayor, but I'm pretty sure that it says that you guys can extend till the next day. And then you guys would have to come back and do it.
Oh, okay.
Like
So
not
if you want to have
12:01.
if you want to have a meeting tomorrow,
No.
then let's contribute to discuss whether it's chickweed, oak trees, or, crabgrass.
I would like to ask the manager to speak on this, Manager Brown. We have been through this multiple times in my 3 years where we've gotten to midnight and we've not been done. And we took up the things we did not finish on the next regular meeting. I think that's been established since I've been here. So with all due respect to this process, if we go till midnight and we're not done, we'll bring it back next time. Or if we get it done and we don't get the rest done tonight, that's okay, because this process deserves our full-fledged time and energy, which I'm not getting down here. But there's We have multiple times in my 3 years been here till midnight and taken what we didn't finish and put it on the next regular meeting. So if the manager could please speak to that. as-
Yeah, we've always finished since I've been here, so, yeah. So,
The gun range ordinance stuff was before, a lot of it.
well,
And-
I was only here for the removal of the gun range. Okay, so,
We're on Dimitri Mayor.
okay, well, I think.
For the sake of time, I call the question on my secondary
Okay.
amendment.
So the question has been called regarding this secondary amendment. What that means is that if you want to stop debate on the secondary amendment, then you would vote yes, and we would vote on the secondary amendment. Okay? So the
I need to
question-
hear exactly what the secondary amendment is now, because that's gone back and I don't even know what it is anymore. Are you going to
Madam
exclude
Mayor.
something or just go with the reference to the code or that's already there? What?
It's go ahead. The clerk.
We still
clerk will-
need to extend the meeting till midnight, and there was no objections. Did you ask? There were no objections.
Yeah, I asked if there's no objection, but then Dee started talking.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm just clarifying. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
There is objection.
So there is an objection to calling the question? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So then everybody proceed to vote.
The secondary amendment has failed.
No, this is a question. So the question has failed, discussion will continue.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I think we need to go to this answer first,
Nothing will
please.
go.
Yes, Assemblyperson.
Ms. McKay, I have a real good proposition because it seems like we're getting carried away with secondary thing. If we right now agree that we will remove the your amendment 3H because it has some conflict between the original ordinance 033, and instead we'll those things that we did like from Alex, what he read, we can introduce those independently and add them as H, E, and whatever, and then we don't have to have that specific debate of secondary amendment, and it would be a lot cleaner if you will retract this one, and we will adopt those things that we do like, that's in the reclamation plan on the 1728-067. That's my proposition.
Okay, so we're still under discussion on the secondary amendment. Assemblyperson Hill, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Someone said, we're not dealing with big corporations and 100 acres, and I appreciate that sentiment. But what we are dealing with is your next door neighbor who does not have to notify anyone that they're going to be extracting gravel from their property.
Okay, Assemblyperson McKee, do you have comments on the secondary amendment?
For my money, I just want it to read like I introduced it. And if Rob doesn't want that H2 part or whatever the thing was about the trees, we could specifically exclude that. I could amend my, revise, reword, ever how we do that, to take that out, but leave everything else in, because what Tim just said, you can't make somebody do something unless you count 1, 2, and then your kid does it. That's how your neighbor will maybe be. So they don't have to do trees. Is that okay with you, Rob? Just the tree part?
Out of respect for our next door neighbors, some of whom may have to move 6 feet of gravel on their acre or 3 feet on their 2 acres, I don't feel comfortable telling them or giving them any sort of language that could be interpreted any sort of way that requires 60% of, I'll read it again, but vegetative cover and live plant cover. And so I'm going to tell you again that I'm going to try to have a secondary amendment that reduces just those things, not all the other amazing things, just those things. So again, I'm going to call the question on my secondary amendment.
Okay, the question has been called on the secondary amendment. Is there any objection to the question being called?
I want to speak.
Is there objection to the question? There is objection.
Yes.
Okay, so then you'll proceed to vote on the call for the question. If you vote yes, then discussion will stop on the secondary amendment. If you vote yes, no, then we will continue. Everybody voted? Okay, so we're going to continue discussion on the secondary amendment. So who hasn't talked on the secondary amendment that wants to talk? Let's do that.
I voted against my own calling. That was a mistake, but we still would have lost. So let's get a good laugh.
Assembly Person Now.
I think we need to bring some pillows for the audience. I would support what Assemblymember Fanov is saying. What I don't want, I'm not concerned about the lots that are going to have houses on them. I'm concerned about the lots where the graveling happens and then it's left.
Yep.
And then if you don't have any I don't want no vegetative cover because like I've seen, it doesn't necessarily grow back.
Yep.
And then you have a dust
Yep.
issue as it blows across there. And we've had people come testify to us about the dust and the trash, and it's a nuisance and et cetera. So I still, I wish one of the four would just say, we'll go back and we'll vote this down because then we could be done for the night and move on to other things. So if anybody wants to do that. But I would support Mr. Fanov in making sure we got the right reclamation in there for this proposal.
And what would be the exact wording of the right reclamation language? I want to know what I'm voting on, and I'd love to get on with it. Say the words.
I would ask those items that we did agree from Alex to, but those independently will go into those sections that we do agree that will benefit, and almost the one, pretty much all it is in your wording over here, Ms. McKee says upon expiration. I almost feel like if people, once they extract the gravel, they sold it, transferred it, it almost leaves that kind of open ticket without holding accountable.
Sir, we're on the secondary amendment. Please talk about that. I think that
She
was the
asked me.
question. Yes, she did ask you, but you had made a statement earlier, I believe, regarding removing H, and I think that's what she wanted.
All I want to know is somebody to say the words of when I make a vote, I want to know exactly what I'm voting on, and I don't hear it now because you're saying the things that he didn't say or the things he did say. Just somebody say the words.
Point of order. There's
Yeah.
a secondary amendment
Yeah.
on the floor
Right.
that I would
You
like to have voted on. That secondary amendment is asking to remove G1, the vegetative cover, G2, the 60% live plant cover, and H, the reseeding.
Oh, I can't vote for
That's
that.
all this secondary amendment is asking to do. It has nothing to do with the rest of anything else. It's to remove the potential for a future planner interpreting it differently and telling somebody to plant a 20,000+ square foot lawn. So I ask that everybody, I've heard a lot of agreement from people that they don't want to see people in that situation either someday. That's all this does. And then we can take up the rest of reclamation.
But couldn't we, because Stephanie was right. If you build a house on it, it's probably not a problem. But if they just leave the bare land, there you go. You got nothing.
Okay, well, I don't think we have to put a number in there then. We have to, is that in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? Because what I don't want
I have 2
to do
years.
is leave tonight and leave interpretation on the
I don't
table.
either.
Okay, well, then let's vote on my secondary amendment and then we can take up the years that it takes, or I'll tell you what, I will add within 5 years. Okay, right now, I just waited 7 months to get windows on a house. It literally takes 1.5 years for a builder to build a house right now, no less than a year. So the average homeowner, no way they're doing it under 18 to 24 months. So if you guys want to add 60 months in 5 years, I'm okay with that.
And within 60 months, 5 years, or are we talking about putting back
house.
some vegetation?
A house.
House.
If if you do have a house, then you don't have to do
Okay,
G1,
I'm all right with that.
G1, G2, or H.
So if you put a house on it, it's fine. You can put
Within
rocks and
5
gravel for
years.
your yard, and that's
So
fine with me. I just want the thing covered
I'm
up.
gonna amend my secondary amendment on the fly, and I'm gonna ask that if somebody builds a home within 5 years of the conclusion of the removal of 10,000 yards or 2001, whatever it may be, if they build a home within 5 years, that they do not have to include G1, the vegetative cover, G2, the 60% live cover, or H, which is the reseeding.
Point of order, I don't believe we're allowed to have tertiary amendments.
Well, I think he's asking to add to his amendment, so.
I'd like to
Madam
add
Clerk,
to my
what do you say?
amendment that if it's done within 5 years, you don't have to do it.
Okay, let's see what the clerk says, and I don't know what John says. Mhm.
Oh, goodness. And John, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I am not used to assembly members changing their amendments once they've been made, their secondary amendments. John, do you see a problem with Assembly Member Yunt adding to his amendment? I don't know what your rules for having seconds are with the assembly.
This is John Ashman, Deputy Borough Attorney. I'm really not a parliamentarian, so I don't really have a good sense of whether or not, an assembly member should be allowed to change their secondary amendment. I have seen folks withdraw an amendment and put out another amendment to try to clear things up. So absent being a parliamentarian, I think the most important thing is everybody understands what the amendment is. The most important thing is clarity in my mind, but I'm not a parliamentarian.
Madam Mayor and Assembly, I agree with John. If Assembly Member Yunt wants to basically pull back his amendment and reword it where it's clearly that the Assembly and the clerk understands what the amendment is,
Especially the
that
clerk.
would be appreciated.
And could we just take a minute so he can gather his thoughts, put it down, and 2 minutes, Rob, 3 minutes, what the heck?
I got it right here.
Huh? You
I
got it?
got it. I got it right here. I
Okay,
promise.
I want to hear the whole thing.
Yep.
Okay.
If the original I'm going to offer a secondary amendment to the original amendment, that if this is to pass, that 17.28067, the reclamation standards, G1, G2, and H are not enforceable on any lot that's built, has a primary residence or a structure above 480 square feet, because that is what the borough, I believe, counts as a residence, is above 480 square feet, within 5 years of the conclusion of the removal of the gravel.
Or the expiration, I think, is what is talked about here, the expiration of the registration. So that's probably
Yes.
what that should say. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Yep. So
Yeah,
within
we
5
accept
years, if they put a structure, a livable structure above 480 square feet, within 5 years of the conclusion of removing the gravel, then G1, G2, and H do not apply.
Well, so in that, when you say removing the gravel, those words are not in the main motion, the main secondary motion. It is upon expiration of the registration.
I don't believe it needs to be that, it can be in the secondary amendment, I believe.
Right, but
Aren't they one
that
and the-
really opens it
The
up, I
secondary
think.
amendment only passes if the primary amendment that Ms. McKee has passed.
No, we vote on the secondary amendment first.
But it doesn't become a part of the ordinance if her primary does not pass.
Right. Mhm.
So
If the
I-
primary doesn't pass, yeah.
And how
Okay,
long do
further
they have-
discussion on, yes.
And how long do they have to the removal of the gravel? I've forgotten. How long?
You mean for the permit, how long is
Well,
the,
it says here upon the expiration of the registration, and and after the registration has expired, they can't dig it up anymore. I mean, it's done. So why isn't that one and the same thing?
No, because this is for a house requirement.
This is John Ashman, Deputy
Yeah.
Borough Attorney. Just so I understand, perhaps others, is the secondary amendment proposed an additional sentence? The first sentence stands, and then you have another sentence to the effect that your amendment would be another sentence after what the primary amendment is? I'm just asking.
yeah, because see, to me, hers talks about the expiration of the registration, and then he's saying regarding upon 5 years. which are, in my mind, two different things.
And I just wanted to clarify, if I
Yeah.
understood it right, so the clerk also would get it.
Yeah, is that the way
that
you understand it? Yeah.
The way the primary amendment lays out a sentence saying you got to require reclamation under 1728-067, then Assemblymember Yunt is saying except when these things happen.
Within 5 years.
Correct.
So that changes the expiration of the registration, because that would be at a different time frame than the 5 years.
Mr.
Right.
Ashenbrenner is correct. All I'm saying is that if it passes, once they can get done concluding removing the gravel, they have 5 years to build a residence. And if they do that, then they don't have to do G1, G2, and H. So it's a very clean secondary amendment, in my opinion.
Okay, further discussion on that secondary amendment? Is there any objection to this? Yes.
The problem I see with doing that is somebody will then say, oh yeah, I'm going to build a house, I'm going to build a house, I'm going to build a house, sell it in 3 years. And then the next person, like they're on the hook for it. And all again, you have to look at is like four corners, Palmer, Wasilla, and Trunk, to see how a site will not regrow on its own. So I still have a problem with removing those standards. I get what you're saying about a house, but if we set it for, you got to build it within 5 years, there's nothing to keep somebody from selling that property. And then we got the same situation you're trying to solve with the water body setbacks, where people are out of compliance and they inherited it. So I think we need to require reclamation. And again, it doesn't say lawn. It does not say lawn. I mean, DOT puts seed down over a huge amount of area. It's just part of what we should require so that you don't end up with these dust producing nuisance properties that devalue the surrounding properties around them. So I will oppose the secondary.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
It's worth noting that the property on Trunk and Palm Wasilla there is owned by, I believe, the largest native corporation in the state. And they got a permit for well above 10,000 yards before that, or whatever it may have been. And if we didn't nail the reclamation standards at that time, like that does not pertain to a 1 acre site with 6 feet of gravel or a 2 acre with 3 feet. This is apples and oranges. My secondary amendment is just making sure that a future planner cannot use discretion and potentially force somebody building a house to have a massive lawn. That's all it is.
That site was not gravel.
Can Alex tell us what is the difference between so you get a permit, you got your place, you're going to get your 10,000 cubic yards, and how long do you have to do that before your time's up? Before the gravel's out of there, how long?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the code, if you have an admin permit or a CUP, it requires that you you have a 60% live cover within 4 years. So it's a little problematic that we have a 5-year time frame. There'd be like sort of 1 year that they're out of compliance, I guess, where they haven't complied with G1 or 2, but they also haven't built a house yet. So
But I'm
that's a
saying,
little bit problematic.
From the day that they make the permit, they get the permit to do this. How long do they have before they have to finish getting the gravel out of there?
So I guess you're asking if they have a registration?
Yeah, to do that.
They don't have to mine any gravel.
Huh?
Nothing requires them to mine any gravel. So it's a 1 year registration. So they can get a registration 1 year, they can skip a year, they can get it the next year, they can do it a total of 5 times per lot. So it's a little, I think this is a little bit problematic. I actually really like the idea that Assemblymember Fonov was going with, that if we're going to do this, that you pick what you like out of the reclamation requirements and you stick it in there under, I think it's the operating standards, it's under F. I think the big one, I mean, the original intent of the reclamation was that they retain all the topsoil, they put it up as berms. When they're done, they push it back over, and within 4 years, whether you seed it or not, it's probably going to have vegetation on it. That was the original intent of this. So if you're just to adopt that, I believe it's F in the reclamation standards, and put that into this thing, then you'd have a pretty good product.
Alrighty. So any further discussion on the secondary amendment?
So what would we say? Would we say
We
to?
first need it.
Let's not have side conversations,
No, I was
okay?
showing a clock where the F is.
Yeah, we need to come through the chair, okay?
I'm sorry. We're sorry.
Okay, assembly person hours.
I just wanted to point out that under the current permit process, that folks applying, whether it's an admin or conditional use permit process, have to provide a reclamation plan and an estimated end date of reclamation. So we have a current permit process that takes care of this. So we're going from good to bad. And we're trying to fix it on the fly.
Yes, assembly person Fauna.
On the record, I've explained, and I think I explained it, and Alex sees it. If she retracts the amendment number 3, the H, and instead, first we need to retract, or we need to vote it down, not the second, but the main one, then we adopt specific parts that are very clean from the, I think it's F or whatever in that reclamation plan that is there, and it's a lot more cleaner instead of having these two conflict against each other. That's my proposition.
Okay. Further discussion on the secondary amendment. Okay, and there is objection, right?
I'll just say very quickly, I could vote no on that and then support having a conversation here. So I will vote no on this particular.
Okay, all righty. We're ready to proceed to vote, please.
If the assembly members could vote, please, on the secondary amendment. And that motion failed with, I'm sorry. The more tired I get. With Fauna, 2, and Yunt in favor.
Okay, all righty. So now we're back to the amendment number 3. Discussion on amendment, yes, Assemblyperson Hale.
I'd like to call the question.
I'm sorry, what?
I would like to call the question on the amendment number 3, please.
Okay. Is there objection to calling the question on amendment number 3? Okay, I don't see any objection. Then guess the assembly will proceed to vote.
Oh, sorry, Mayor. If the assembly members could please vote.
On amendment number 3, as originally proposed.
We're voting for amendment 3H without what Rob was proposing. Is that correct?
Right, yeah. Yeah,
I
because
think
that was
think I
defeated.
got
The
the
secondary
wrong-
amendment
Can we-
was defeated.
Can we clear can we please clear the voters, the vote, the buttons? Can we please clear them?
Okay, so she can clear
I
it.
hit the wrong button.
I'm not sure. I'm gonna try. Okay.
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 So just to be clear, right now, we're voting on the primary amendment.
Right.
Yeah.
As presented on our sheet of paper that we have in front of you. Yeah. Has everybody voted?
Everybody has voted, and this is on the primary amendment. And that motion has failed
Okay.
with McKee, Hale, and Bernier in favor.
All righty. Okay, we do have a couple of more amendments that was presented prior.
I would like to go back to my original amendment. Alex was able to write that out for me. So this, again, goes back to the title of it, changing the name. This will only happen if the entire thing passes. If tonight's ordinance passes, I would like to,
No side comments, please. Yeah, please, everybody, take your seats. Thank you. Be respectful of who's talking. Thank
I
you.
would like to strike "and registration" from 17-30030 title and replace it with small gravel registration with fill and grade permit throughout ordinance. Is that correct, Alex? That's okay. Alex,
just-
can,
Yeah. I'm going to ask the attorney regarding, since this is the title that we advertised, how much latitude we have in changing the title of something that has not been advertised, even though the body may be the same. John?
John Ashmetter, Deputy Borough Attorney. I thought, but perhaps I'm mistaken, that the proposal was to change the title in subparagraph E where it says small gravel extraction and change that to this language you're talking about?
I'd like to ask the planner to speak to it. He knows what my intention is.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Alex Strawn, Planning Director. So in order to accomplish, I think what Assemblymember Yunt wanted, which was to essentially change the title from small gravel registration to it would be a fill and grade permit. You would need essentially 4 different amendments. It would be strike the word "and registration" from the title of 17-30-030, replace small gravel registration with fill and grade permit throughout the ordinance, change the title of the ordinance by striking registration process and replacing it with fill and grade permit, and then in 17-30-039A, replace registration with a fill and grade permit.
Thank you. I'll read that into the record.
All right, let's get the attorney's opinion first, whether that's even legal. Okay.
Yeah, John Ashmetter, Deputy Borough Attorney. I think, it's advertised to have this proposal taken up by the Assembly. So I don't think it changes. It's within, in my opinion, the information that's disseminated to the public that this issue is going to be taken up, and it's called registration under the existing proposal, and it's really just nomenclature to change the title. So I don't think it's a problem.
Okay. I guess I sort of disagree because, I mean, people may, they may want to testify on the new quote, new ordinance. So anyway, but go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I pull my amendment. We'll leave the name the way it is. We're going to vote on this thing soon, hopefully. I pull my amendment.
Okay. Assemblyperson Nowers?
I have an amendment I'd like to make. This would be to insert a new on page 505, to insert new sections H and I. And this is basically an amendment that I had proposed on the previous ordinance that had come before us. And this is to, I'll read it, but just before I get into the language, to ensure the public has notification and ability for consideration of impact on their property. So, and I can provide this to the clerk. So new sections H and I on page 4 under section 4 of the proposed amendment. So it would read, operations for extraction activities registered under this section may not commence until the registration has been acknowledged and approved by the planning director. Before issuing approval or denial of the registration, the planning director will, 1, issue notification to surrounding property owners in accordance with MSB 17.03 public notification, except the notifications will be 1/2 mile. And B, or 2, hold a public hearing within 30 days of receiving a signed registration statement to consider the applicant's ability to comply with the standards of operations. It also adds section I, that reads, in issuing a decision acknowledging approving a registration, the planning director shall set visual screening, noise mitigation, lighting restrictions, and road/access restrictions as appropriate for surrounding development in accordance with development standards referenced in MSB 17.28.060. A decision by the planning director approving or denying registration is appealable as per MSB 15.39, and I can speak to this. This is an amendment that you've previously seen, and what I have heard over and over from residents and taxpayers is that when it comes to developments that could significantly impact their use of their property and their property value and their neighborhoods, that they deserve a seat at the table to express those concerns. So what this would do was simply ensure that people know that something's happening, that they have a chance to comment, and that the planning director can take those into consideration and offer any mitigations that are needed. It is not to stop development. It's just to recognize that when you have a gravel pit next to you, it can have significant impact on your use of property. So if it's helpful to the clerk, I can give you the language on my iPhone screen, or I can email it to you.
Stephanie, is there any way you could email that to
I
me
can
real
email
quick?
it to you. Yep.
Assemblyperson Hours, could I have you email that to the clerk so she could put it up on the board? So, because that
Yes, I
gets a
will.
little bit complicated.
Yes, and I apologize.
For us to have, and well as for the public.
Yep.
And I'm sorry that you didn't provide that earlier, like the other amendments. So if you could do that, please. And then I was just talking to the manager regarding the things we have to accomplish here within the next half hour that are on the agenda. And so, Mike, you want to speak to a few of those things?
And I'll kind of thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll look back to Cheyenne, but I think we want to get through the mayoral veto on the budget so we can go final. And then we have 8 contract awards on the consent agenda that would be delayed 3 weeks if they don't get done tonight. One of those is a TIP 21 project. And we already talked about the shortened construction season and a couple of road service area construction projects. So just something to consider. They can wait till June 6th, but those contracts will not go forward until the assembly's taken action.
So Cheyenne, we can maybe have staff help us to address.
Yeah, and she may be able to help on the mayor. I just want to make sure we don't have anything lingering with the budget if the mayor doesn't have the veto. Since
If
it's on
I
the
can have
agenda.
the 2 people down at the end, turn off your mics, please. Thank you.
Through the mayor to the assembly. Since there was not a veto issued, there's no action to be taken on that.
Okay. And the items that this borough manager noted regarding contracts, do you have anything to add to that needs to, or does any of the rest of the staff have anything to add? And I don't know about, we haven't even made it to audience participation. I don't know if there's some people have been sitting here all night waiting to address the assembly. So that's Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Thank you. On the amendment, I appreciate the idea of adding some notification and public hearings to this thing. So I would support that, but I would also like to move a secondary amendment that would help clarify that. Ordinance 23033 by amending paragraph MSB 17.30.030A1 by removing the words "does not require" and adding the word "requires," such that it would read: a small gravel registration, a registration filed with the planning department that requires public notification and shall be approved by the director upon finding requirements of MSB 1730-39 have been met.
Okay, if you could give a copy of that to the clerk so we can get it, because the public hasn't had a chance to review it as well as read the assembly. So, Assemblyperson McKee?
I have a question, because usually you ask after the consent agenda things and people are going to pull them, then you say, does anybody want to pull another one, and I do?
I'm sorry, what?
You know how usually you ask if anyone wants to pull anything from the consent agenda, and we say which we do, and then when we're done, then a little bit later you
Right.
say, does anyone else want to pull anything else, and I do? And that would be AM 23040.
Okay, yeah, and I don't even think we're maybe going to get there. Okay, all right. So we have this secondary amendment on the floor now, and maybe the clerk can, is this the one from?
Madam Mayor, I'm
Assemblyperson
just
Horn?
clarifying that the one Assemblymember Hill, I'm just a little bit slower than you guys right now, so I'm just going to look at this and make sure Assemblymember's Hill secondary amendment
Okay.
goes with it.
All right. So this is Nowers is on here, on the board?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I don't know about you guys, but it's look too readable to me, but.
Assemblymember Hill, can you come show me where this is, please?
So it is it is not in what she has done. It is in 1730-030A1, the very first paragraph.
So, Madam Mayor, and
This one right here. Strike does not require, and insert require.
Well, let's take care of Assemblyperson Nowers is first. That's the first motion we have on the floor, besides the primary motion. So let's take care of hers, and then we'll take care of yours. Thank you, sir. Okay, so you want to read that again to the public and everybody can see it
Sure,
on your
Mayor, I can
screen?
read that.
Okay. Great, thank
Assembly
you.
members Nowers to insert new sections M and N under Article 2 to read as follows. M, operations for extraction.
That first part is worded incorrectly, so it would insert under section 5, ordinance, a new section H and I. So it only changes to that, the rest of it stays big, but M becomes an H and N becomes an I to be correct with this current ordinance.
Oh, because this was the one before.
Right.
Yeah,
This was the one before, so it's.
okay. You see what she's saying?
One more time, Stephanie.
So it would insert under section 5 of the ordinance, a new sections H and I. So where it on your screen says an M, the M becomes an H and the N becomes an I.
And it's still in Article 2, is that correct?
It's in section 5.
This says under Article 2, I think. So is that one correct or now? That needs to be changed also?
Yes, and it would be, just let me confirm, under
So you need to, can you go in and change stuff
section
here?
4.
Change that.
So starting on page 2 of 5.
Change the M to H. It's not letting you? Okay.
Yeah, it's an image.
And what is the correct article
Section
for this
5.
change?
Under section 5.
Is it section or article?
That's what I see, section 5.
Okay, so then so it doesn't change any article in this one, it's just the section 5?
Correct.
Okay,
So Assemblymember Nowers, the first section where it says I-7, is that also what you're wanting to do? The visual screening?
No,
no.
just the lower portion.
So the M, so it's going to be under section 5 to read as follows, right? And then this is going to be H, but then all the other words are correct? Okay.
Madam
Does
Mayor, would you
everybody
like me to
understand
read
that?
that into record?
I'm sorry, what?
Would you like me to read that into record?
Yeah, I think it needs to be read into the record.
The motion on the floor is to insert new sections H and I under section 5 to read as follows. Operations for extraction activities registered under this section may not commence until the registration has been acknowledged and approved by the planning director. Before issuing approval or denial or registration, the planning director will, 1, issue notification to surrounding property owners in accordance with MSB 1703 public notification, except the notification will be 1/2 mile, and 2, hold a public hearing within 30 days of receiving a signed registration statement to consider the applicant's ability to comply with standards of operation. And then I, in issuing a decision acknowledging approving a registration, the planning director shall set visual screening, noise mitigation, lighting restrictions, road access restrictions as appropriate for surrounding development in accordance with development standards referenced in MSB 172860. A decision by the planning director approving or denying registration is applicable as per MSB 1539.
Okay. So let me see if she wants to, do you need to talk anything more about it, Assembly Person
I
Nowers?
would just say this is a recognition of what the public has been asking us for, so I'd ask for your support.
Okay, and Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
I cannot support this amendment for these reasons. We're talking about a process of up to 10,000 yards. That at the most, if somebody's moving the gravel with the intent of doing it in a timely manner, not dragging it out, is going to take 4 days, maybe 5. And whose noise levels are substantially lower than a lawnmower and almost half as loud as a nail gun. I mean, are we going to go to public notice for mowing lawns and framing houses in the future? Because if we are, we're headed in the right direction. We're talking about 4 days worth of work, maybe 5, for a process that's quieter than mowing your lawn. So I cannot support this amendment.
Can I say something, please?
Yes, Assembly Person McKee, go ahead.
Yeah, the last 2 meetings that I recorded and I took figures for, 84% of the people that said no. And if we can't even basically quote unquote throw them a bone saying you get to say something about it, then I'm telling you, 84%, that holds a lot of sway with me. I don't care if it's 4 days or whatever, they're saying we don't want it. But if we're going to have to shove it down their throats, at least we ought to be able to give them this.
Okay.
I call the question.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Assembly Person Lanier?
I call the question.
Oh, you call the question, okay. Already, the question has been called to stop debate on this secondary or amendment. So would the Assembly please proceed to vote?
Is there any objection to calling the question?
Yeah, was there any objection to calling the question?
If the assembly could go ahead and vote.
Yeah.
On the amendment.
No, on calling the question.
Question.
You have to vote on calling the question because we have to have 5. Calling the question.
Would you like to call the question?
I want to stop debate that, then I vote yes.
Yes.
And we have to have 5.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Everybody has voted.
2, 4.
That
Yeah,
motion
okay.
has been approved.
Okay. So you have this amendment that's on your screen before you. Is there objection to the amendment? Yes. Okay, we have objection to the amendment. Will the Assembly please proceed to vote?
We are voting for or against the amendment.
Right. Okay.
And Madam Mayor, the vote, and that motion has failed with McKee, Hill, and Nowers in favor.
Okay. Ready. Then we still do have 2 amendments, one from Assemblyperson Yount and one from Assemblyperson 2 that we were given earlier, plus the amendment from Assemblyperson Hale. So do you want to go ahead and put yours on the?
Madam Mayor, I have, since the main amendment failed, this one is no longer important, but I have an amendment.
Okay.
It is, I have it written down here, but in the interest of being fair to the public, I would move to postpone this meeting or postpone the consideration of ordinance 23033 and continue the public hearing until the next regular assembly meeting.
So you want to have another public hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I object.
okay. Ready, so the motion on the floor is to postpone ordinance 23-033 and hold another public hearing. Did you say at the next meeting? Yeah, so that would be on June 6th. Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers.
I think for something where we're going to eliminate the public from the process, they deserve, there's been a lot of discussion and there might be continued discussion and amendments, and we, out of respect for the residents, that we deserve to keep the public hearing open on this.
Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers, Fanoff, go ahead.
So is the amendment for us to continue this, finishing our portion of it, or open it again?
Open it for a public hearing.
I would strongly oppose that because I think we've had a chance.
Okay, further, Assemblyperson McKee.
I'm telling you, when the public says 84% no, and we say, and you can't even talk about it anymore because we're going to do it, and you want to talk about trust in government, we're just about lost it. And I think this will kind of put the nail in the coffin. I'm sorry, but when the public is the government. And if they can't talk about it, I don't have the right to sit here if they're the government, not me.
Okay, is there any further discussion before the Deputy Mayor?
I agree, but I'm not sure where the 84% is from. I got 29-14. It's too, yeah.
No, I'm talking about the last two meetings I kept.
Okay, all right. We're supposed to go through the chair, okay? All right.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, just a minute. Assemblyperson Nauer. wanted
Please
to say
declare the
something.
vote.
I just feel very strongly about this, that there
you
have
call
been
the- did
additional
he call the
tweaks to
question?
this. And this is like calling the question on the public and saying, we're not going to listen anymore. And whether you support this or oppose it, having to listen to what people say, to some of the discussion on, gosh, it's getting like reclamation. There's additional input, like that. I feel as Ms. McKee that we owe it to the public. You don't call the question on the public. They deserve the right to speak if they wish. And I don't know how many will show up on June 6th because probably exhausted themselves, but we should give them, as a public entity, we deserve to give them the opportunity.
Okay, so did Assemblyperson Hale, you?
Yeah, thank you. On the postponement, I have an amendment here that I would like to have written up and provided for the rest of the assembly before we have to consider it. That's why I would like to postpone. And anytime I move to postpone, I always move to continue the public hearing. So
I don't quite understand. That's just the motion you made a little bit ago.
yeah, just speaking in favor of it. I have an amendment, and if we don't postpone, I will offer it tonight. But I think we should postpone.
Okay, so the motion is to postpone and then have another public hearing all on June 6th. Deputy Mayor.
I have supported motions like this by Tim multiple times in the past. In regard to this particular one, we have been talking about this. It's been on the agenda for the first time, I believe the manager and I figured out today, 7 or 8 months ago. Many of the people that have spoke for and many of the people that have spoke against have been the same people. I don't know. I guess that's why I can't support it, though.
Okay, go ahead and proceed to vote then.
If the assembly could go ahead and vote on the motion to postpone.
And hold the public hearing.
And hold the public hearing on June 6th. Thank you, Mayor.
No problem.
And that motion has failed.
Okay.
With Hale, Nowers, and McKee in favor.
Okay. Ready, Deputy Mayor?
I'd like to make a motion to postpone until the next regular meeting of June 6th and finish our business as we're doing now.
Okay. Discussion regarding just a regular postponement until June 6th. Is there objection? We have objection? Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
If the members could go ahead and vote.
I'm sorry, could you clarify? So if we don't postpone this, we keep going, we can't get to the other legislation. If we're still going, we postpone till June 6th anyways? Okay, all right.
Yeah, well, the motion now then would allow us to finish some of the business that we
Yeah.
need to finish
I
tonight.
guess I'm in agreement with that. Like, let's postpone and get to that other business quick.
Are you ready, Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
If the members in the room could go ahead and vote on the postponement. Assembly Member Bernier.
Voting
Thank
to
you.
postpone. No,
No.
we're voting to postpone this ordinance till the 6th of June. Okay.
Are you ready, Mayor? And that motion failed with Fonoff, to Hale, and Bernier opposed. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have read that backwards. That was McKee, Nowers, and Yunt in favor. Your code requires I read it the opposite way of the vote.
Okay, I'd like to speak for a moment. So we have 11 minutes to legally finish this meeting. 11 minutes. We've got road contracts in the millions of dollars range that if we don't vote on tonight, will not be taken up. They will not move forward. And we got only a few months to work on our roads out here. So there's still multiple amendments to consider tonight. There's no way we're going to vote on the final version of this ordinance this evening. And I'm asking to postpone just this ordinance only until the first regular meeting in June,
Why did you
so that we
vote
could take
no?
up the roads. I voted yes. I lost. I voted yes. I voted yes to postpone
Oh, I
until
thought you
June
looked like-
6th,
okay.
but I lost. So
I'm like the
I'm going to
clerk,
make
I need my
another motion
glasses on.
to postpone just this ordinance. I'm sorry I didn't specify. I may have confused some folks. I only want to postpone this ordinance until June 6th so that we can take up our road contracts.
So we're going to do all this stuff in 11 minutes.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
So we're going to vote all the rest of this stuff in 11 minutes. I can barely speak. I am
The
so
important
tired. We've been
stuff,
here
the
since 4
the
o'clock,
important
and
stuff.
We're not doing the public justice. I mean,
Well, let's vote on this, okay, instead of talk about what we're going to do in 11 minutes, because otherwise we used up the 11 minutes.
So, Madam Mayor, we would have to have a motion to reconsider because we've already taken a vote on to postpone,
Okay,
correct?
right.
I move to reconsider postponing until June 6th.
Okay. Is there objection to the reconsideration?
Mr. Hill.
Okay, we have an objection, so now we need to vote on the motion to reconsider. And so if you vote yes on reconsidering, then we can vote on the motion to postpone.
Okay, Mayor, and the vote is in.
Okay,
And that
So-
motion carried with Fonoff and Hale opposed.
okay. So now we can, now Deputy Mayor, you can.
I would
redo
like to
your-
make a motion to postpone this specific ordinance until the first regular meeting in June so that we on the assembly can finish our business in regards to this ordinance that evening.
Okay, any objection to that motion? Yes, we do have objection from Assemblyperson Hale.
Can we
Okay,
clear the vote
we need to
tabulars?
get it off there. Thanks. Okay, you ready to?
So if the assembly could go ahead and vote on the motion to postpone. Assemblymember Fonoff? To vote. So the motion on the floor is to postpone this till June 6th.
Okay,
And that motion carried with Fonoff opposed and Hale opposed.
okay. So then, okay, so now, Mike, maybe you can lead us a little bit in the things that are,
I'd like to make a motion that we move on to the consent agenda.
Yeah. What do we need to do?
John, could you state that for the record?
Huh?
I don't know about anybody else, but we're practically blithering idiots up here. We don't even know what we're voting on anymore. I got over 200 kids to teach tomorrow, and I got to get up at 6 o'clock and do that, and I can't do both things at once. So I don't know why. I mean, I've been here before when if we didn't do it, we just carried it over. So let's just carry it over.
Well, we are carrying it over.
I know this particular thing, but I'm saying the rest of this stuff because going on midnight here.
I know. Well, we got about 8 minutes,
Talk
but there are
fast.
some contracts that would help carry on the business of the borough to.
If they're just easy 1, 2, 3 vote things, yeah,
Madam
we can do
Mayor.
that.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Public hearing for ordinance 23036, an ordinance extending the date of completion to June 30th, 2024 for the outside lighting upgrade project. Resolution 2345, a resolution amending the scope of work for the remaining outside lighting upgrade funds to be used for the Dorothy Swanda Jones Borough Building flooring repair and replacement project.
That's
Oh,
a public
I'm sorry.
hearing. That's a public hearing. So.
Sorry, Mike.
So Tom, give us the things that you need within the next 30 seconds, please.
I need my contract approved, Mayor. This is Tom Adams, Public Works Director. I would suggest maybe postpone all other public hearings to the next meeting or allow us to move the consent agenda.
We
Mayor?
need the consent agenda.
So, Madam Mayor, if that's what the assembly chooses to do, they would need to postpone the public hearings, all of them to June 6th.
I move to postpone all the public hearings to June 6th and immediately take up the consent
Objection
agenda.
to the motion.
Negative.
Okay.
Hearing
so
none.
They're all postponed. Okay, so the consent agenda,
I'm ready, Mayor.
okay. you're ready.
Resolution 23056, a resolution requesting the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities cease the practice of transferring maintenance costs does the borough clerk usually read the titles in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just.
To the Matanuska-Susitna Borough as part of the federal projects. Resolution 2357, a resolution establishing a Matanuska-Susitna Borough landfill adopt a road program. Resolution 2362, a resolution authorizing the borough mayor to designate the borough manager as the certifying officer for the Matsu Borough to act as the responsibility entity for completion of a Part 58 environmental review and certification to allow Set Free Alaska to receive grant funding from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development for the construction of the Set Free Alaska Therapeutic Campus. Action Memorandum 2337 to vacate approximately 12,500 square feet of the East Parks Highway right-of-way that abuts Lot 1, Block 1, Chugach View Estates located in Section 16, Township 17 North, Range 1 East. Action Memorandum 2338, authorizing the borough manager to enter an agreement with Tyler Technologies for their enterprise tax and appraisal is World Software in the amount of $2,534,822 through June 30th, 2026. Action Memorandum 23039, approval of change order number 1 for contract number 22-104 PB with Dow LLC for the MSBSD pedestrian projects for a total contract amount of $376,424 and extending the completion date to June 30th, 2024. Action Memorandum 2340, approval of change order number 1 for contract number 22045C with Surveys LLC in the amount of $596,000 for ongoing geometrics in support of the Port McKenzie Rail Extension Project.
Excuse me, that's the one that I
Action
asked.
Memorandum
Oh,
2341, award of proposal number
That's the one I asked you to vote.
23079P to Professional and Technical Services Incorporated for the contract amount of $202,435 to provide construction management services for the road construction of the Cherry Lake Drive, Karen Avenue, and King Arthur Drive. Action Memorandum 2342, award of bid 2383 to Northern Asphalt Construction for the contract amount of $2,192,944 to construct road improvements to Cherry Lake, King Arthur. Action Memorandum 2343, award of bid number 2384B to Dirt Works Incorporated for the amount of $1,098,965.50 for Doc McKinley Avenue and Jesse Joe Place Road improvements. AM 2344, award of bid number 2387B to Valley General Construction LLC for the amount of $481,316 for the West Forest Lake Drive grading, drainage, and servicing. And Action Memorandum 2345, approval of utility relocate cost of $116,000 to Matanuska Electric Association for Fire Station 35, Fishhook Fire Station Emergency Landing Zone Project.
What one did you want to pull?
Yeah, remember when I said that you
Yeah,
usually say
just
can't?
tell
Yeah.
me the number,
Yeah,
please.
it is 23040, AM 23040. Wanted to pull that one.
I believe the only thing Ms. McKee pulled earlier was
Yeah,
23055.
that's right, Rob, but I came on later because usually she'll say, go back and say, does anyone, after we've done
Well,
it.
we did that at the beginning of the meeting, so anyway.
So
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as read into the record with the exception of 23040.
Is there any objection? Okay. Also, can we quickly read the ordinance set for public hearing on the 6th and the vacancy report also, because we have members resigning from the planning commission and we don't want to leave them without a quorum.
Under introductions for public hearing on 6/6/23 in the Assembly Chambers is ordinance 23008, ordinance 23045, ordinance 23046, ordinance 23047, and up for introduction on 6/20 in the Assembly Chambers is ordinance 23041.
Okay. Is there any objection to setting those introductions? Okay. Is there any objection to the vacancy report? Okay. Meeting adjourned at midnight.
Mayor, I would recommend, and the meeting section of the Borough Code doesn't specifically address an adjournment time. Did you have audience participation?
No.
And I think that.
Can't go is because we have not advertised for tomorrow.
I think that, I'm not sure that
That's the way
interpretation
we've
is-
been doing it, sir.
Well, I recommend that you at least call for audience participation if there's anybody
Okay.
here to hear, because
Okay, audience participation, how about we keep you to 1 minute instead of 3? So anybody have a burning? I have a whole bunch, come. Get in line. Audience participation, any topic. Anybody else? Line up, please.
Can we please give her the full 3 minutes, if that's okay? She's waited for 6 hours. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
well, let's not waste time talking about it.
Alrighty. Hi, my name is Kirsten Amrine, and after working a 12-hour shift, I have sat here for 6 hours. I live off of Sage Road, which our community council talked about earlier. Sorry, this is just extremely frustrating with the amount of time that you guys wasted. I had my 18-month-old daughter out here for 4.5 hours. In October 2021, we had a break-in that resulted in $8,000 of tools and equipment that were stolen due to that drug house on Heather Way. My property backs up to the property right next door to that drug house. I was 8 months pregnant, tromping through the snow, finding all of my goods out in my backyard and my neighboring backyard. I then contacted the troopers, which they told me, I'm sorry, but that's not a good enough reason to attend your property. They then told me to take my own crime scene photos and text them to them as well as possible. I then replaced all of that equipment and found the equipment that was stashed in my property and my neighbor's property, bought a reinforced metal door, and got everything replaced. 1 week later, my reinforced metal door was then broken into, and all of that equipment was stolen yet again. 1 week before I had my daughter. We contacted the troopers yet again, and I am still waiting 2 years later, almost, on a reply back. My daughter is now 18 months old. Am I going to have to worry about her playing in our own yard, worrying about stepping on needles, being kidnapped? Because I'm sorry, have you guys seen how many missing people posts there are in the Matsu and in Anchorage? Am I going to have to be armed just to work in my garden and plant potatoes? The assembly needs to take action, not only against the property owner who has had citations and tickets and all of that, but also keep the troopers accountable for keeping these criminals in check. We have had people come through and ransack our properties. The ladies that left earlier, I believe one lady is out $60,000 in damage. Another lady has a Down syndrome daughter who has an elopement issue. She then had to spend thousands of dollars fencing in her property because the druggies were driving 60, 70 miles an hour down her dirt road and almost hit her daughter. You guys need to step up and take care of this problem. Our neighborhood is not the only one that is affected by this. I moved out of Anchorage to get away from this problem, to only have it move in 2 houses down. You guys need to step up. This is what we vote you to do. You have not attended any council meeting. Do better.
Next person, please.
Hi there.
Hi.
My name is Drew Drake, and I'm going to try to keep this short and sweet. I'm here because over the past couple of your meetings, there have been some people that have expressed concern about librarians and the school district. I have a lot of history here in this area. I went to Houston High School, and my parents are both teachers that retired from here. And I want to show my support for the school districts and the libraries. You know, I think that they're incredible people. I think that they, you know, have done incredible work. I can't believe for the life of me that any librarian is going to be pushing their agendas onto children. It doesn't make sense to me. I think that the libraries are awesome because they offer tools. You know, books are tools. There are a whole lot of tools that we might not agree with, but I think that it's valuable for parents in these communities to have access to those tools. Even if I don't necessarily personally support a lifestyle, that doesn't mean I still want our communities to have access to books of all varieties. And I believe that our librarians have the knowledge and consciousness to prevent themselves from exploiting our children or anything like that. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor and Assembly, thank you so much for giving me a few seconds. My name is Jackie Goforth, and I have a book reconsideration hearing scheduled on Thursday at 2 o'clock here about a book that is pornographic, obscene, and indecent. And I will be able to prove that. So I have 5 minutes to speak this Thursday at 2 o'clock, after which a librarian will have 5 minutes to speak. And I want to know what she's going to say in defense of an obscene, indecent, and pornographic book. So the public is invited, and I certainly invite anyone to be there so that they can hear why this book should be banned. Thank you.
Last call.
Hello again, Ellery Gibbs. I was actually here for action memo 23037, vacation for East Parks Highway right-of-way that abuts Lot 1, Block 1, Chugach View Estates. And I sat here through all of the dissertation, all of the public comment on a Let me back up here and figure out where I'm at again. On the ordinance here that, as I said before, I don't think that it's necessary. I do appreciate you guys' time. I appreciate the public weighing in. And I think it'd be a grave disservice to, after hearing everything that went on here with the amendments and the back and forth, everything that was happening, what happened here with all of you needs to go on back at the planning commission or back behind again. There was no reason that we needed to be here for 6 hours for this. We didn't. And I've got 6 hours of my time that I do appreciate hearing everybody weighing in on it, but I've got 6 hours of my life that I can't get back for stuff that is frankly nonsense. It's already been dealt with. It's already codified. There isn't any reason for this resolution to be here. And I appreciate the time that everybody's put in. I just wonder, to be very clear, to understand what we've got going, are all of the action memorandums, have they passed at this point? We're all set. We're good. I can move forward. The architect that we've got, $100,000 we're waiting on, can move forward. So we are good on that, correct?
23-037, is that the one, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that was included in the motion.
Excellent. I appreciate it, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
Assembly members, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, I will adjourn again. Good night.